Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. Chapter 1. Room service at the Ajax is of a quality befitting the newest, the largest, and the most expensive hotel in Dallas. While the standard of excellence is uniformly high, nevertheless some extra care usually attaches to a breakfast ordered from the governor's suite, most elegant and most expensive of all the suites. Hence the waiter checked over his card and made a final fluttering examination to be sure that the chilled fruit was chilled and that the hot plates were hot before he rapped on the door. A voice, loud and cheery, bade him enter. Would the gentleman wish his breakfast served in the parlor, or... No, the gentleman would have it right in his bedroom. But first, where were his cigarettes? He hoped above all things that the waiter had not forgotten his cigarettes. Some people began their day with cold showers, nothing less than a cruel shock to a languid nervous system. An atrocious practice, the speaker called it, a relic of barbarism, a fetish of ignorance. Much preferable was a hygienic, stimulating cigarette, which served the same purpose and left no deleterious after effects. The pajama-clad guest struck a light, inhaled with abundant satisfaction, and then cast a hungry eye over the contents of the rubber-tired breakfast table. He, too, tested the temperature of the melon and felt the cover of the toast plate. "Splendid!" he cried. "Nice rooms, prompt service, a pleasant-faced waiter. Why, I couldn't fare better in my best club. Thanks to you, my first impression of Dallas is wholly delightful." He seated himself in a padded boudoir chair, unfolded a snowy serviette, and attacked his breakfast with the enthusiasm of a perfectly healthy animal. "Is this your first visit here, sir?" "Absolutely. Dallas is as foreign to me as Lhasa. It's the Baghdad of my dreams, and its streets are strange." "Perhaps they are full of adventure for me. I hope so. Anything exciting can happen in a town where one has neither friends nor acquaintances, eh? You are a well-read man, I take it." "I? Why?" "At any rate, you have heard it said that this is a small world." "Yes, sir." "Good. I merely wish to deny authorship of the saying, for it is false. This is a large world. What is more, it is a world full of cities like Dallas, where men like you and me, heaven be praised, have neither friends, acquaintances, nor relatives. In that respect it is a fine world, and we should devoutly give thanks for its Dallases and its Dalsatians. Jove, this ham is delicious." The waiter was accustomed to morning talkers, but this gentleman was different. He had an air of consequence, and his voice, so deep, so well modulated, so pleasant, invested him with unusual distinction. Probably he was an actor, but no, not in the governor's suite. More likely he was one of the big men of the Standard or the Gulf or the Texas. To make sure, the waiter inquired, "May I ask if you are in oil, sir?" "In oil? Bless me, what a nauseating question at this hour of the day." "Most everybody here is in oil. We turn dozens away every day. We're that full. It's the boom. I'm in oil myself, in a small way, of course. It's like this. Sometimes gentlemen like you, sir, give me tips. They drop a hint, like, about their stocks, and I've done well in a small way, of course. It doesn't cost them anything, and some of them are very kind. You'd really be surprised." "Oh, not at all." The occupant of the governor's suite leaned back in his chair and smiled widely. "As a matter of fact, I'm flattered, for it is evident that you are endowed with a money-making instinct, and that you unerringly recognize it in others. Very well, I shall see what I can do for you. But while we are on the subject of tips, would you mind helping yourself to $1 out of my trousers pocket?" The waiter proceeded to do as directed, but a moment later announced, apologetically, "Here's all I find, sir. It's mostly pennies." He exposed a handful of small coins. "Look in my coat, if you will." But the second search resulted as had the first. "Strange," murmured the guest without rising. "I must have been robbed. I remember now. A fellow crowded me as I left my train. Robbed. At the very gates of Baghdad. Dallas is a city of adventure. Please add your tip to the check, and make it $2. I'd like to have you serve me every morning, for I cannot abide an acid face at breakfast. It sours my whole day." Calvin Gray finished his breakfast, smoked a second cigarette as he scanned the morning paper. Then he dressed himself with meticulous care. He possessed a tall, erect, athletic form. His perfectly fitting clothes had that touch of individuality affected by a certain few of New York's exclusive tailors, and when he finally surveyed himself in the glass, there was no denying the fact that he presented an appearance of unusual distinction. As he turned away, his eyes fell upon the scanty handful of small coins which the waiter had removed from his pocket, and for a moment he stared at them reflectively. Then he scooped them into his palm and, with a smile, announced to his image, "It would seem that it is time for us to introduce ourselves to the management." He was humming a tune as he strolled out of his richly furnished quarters. "The Governor's suite at the Ajax is on the mezzanine floor, at the head of the grand staircase." As Gray descended the spacious marble steps, he saw that the hotel was indeed doing a big business, for already the lobby was thickly peopled, and at the desk a group of new arrivals were plaintively arguing with a bored and supercilious room clerk. Some men possess an effortless knack of commanding attention and inspiring courtesy. Calvin Gray was one of these. Before many moments he was in the manager's office, explaining suavely, "Now that I have introduced myself, I wish to thank you for taking care of me upon such short notice." "It was the only space we had. If you wish, I'll have your rooms changed as soon as—" "Have you something better?" Haviland, the manager, laughed and shook his head. "Scarcely. That suite is our pet and our pride. There's nothing to beat it in the whole Southwest." "It is very nice. May I inquire the rate?" $25 a day." "Quite reasonable." Mr. Gray beamed his satisfaction. "It's the only suite we have left. We put beds in the parlors of the others, and frequently we have to double up our guests. This oil excitement is a blessing to us poor innkeepers. I presume it's oil that brings you here." Gray met the speaker's interrogatory gaze with a negative shake of the head and a smile peculiarly noncommittal. "No," he declared, "I'm not in the oil business, and I have no money to invest in it. I don't even represent a syndicate of Eastern capitalists. On the contrary, I am a penniless adventurer who chance alone has cast upon your hospitable grand staircase." These words were spoken with a suggestion of mock modesty that had precisely the effect of a deliberate wink, and Mr. Haviland smiled and nodded his complete comprehension. "I get you," said he, "and you're right. The lease hounds would devil you to death if you gave them a chance. Now then, is there any way in which I can be of service?" "There is." Gray's tone was at once businesslike. "Please give me the names of your leading bankers. I mean the strongest and the most, well, discreet." During the next few minutes Gray received and swiftly tabulated in his mind a deal of inside information usually denied to the average stranger. The impression his swift, searching questions made upon the hotel manager was evident when the latter told him as he rose to go, "Don't feel that you have to identify yourself at the banks to day. if we can accommodate you, cash a check or the like." "Thank you." The caller shook his head and smiled his appreciation of the offer. "Your manner of conducting a hotel impresses me deeply, and I shall speak of it to some of my Eastern friends. Live executives are hard to find." It is impossible to analyze or to describe the quality of magnetic charm which we commonly term personality. Nevertheless, it is the most potent influence in our social and our business lives. It is a gift of the gods, and most conspicuous successes in whatever line are due to it. Now and then comes an individual who is cold, even repellent, and yet who rise to full accomplishment by reason of pure intellectual force or strength of character. But 9 times out of 10, the man who gets ahead, be he merchant, banker, promoter, or crook, does so by reason of this abstract asset, this intangible birthright. Gray possessed that happy quality. It had made itself felt by the waiter who brought his breakfast and by the manager of the hotel. Its effect was equally noticeable upon the girl behind the cigar counter, where he next went. An intimate word or two, and she was in a flutter. She sidetracked her chewing gum, completely ignored her other customers, and helped him select a handful of her choicest 60-cent Havanas. When he finally decided to have her send the rest of the box of 50 up to his room and sign for them, she considered the transaction a tribute to her beauty rather than to her ability as a saleswoman. Her admiring eyes followed him clear across the lobby. Even the blasé bell captain, by virtue of his calling a person of few enthusiasms and no illusions, edged up to the desk and inquired the name of the distinguished stranger from the North. Gray appeared to know exactly what he wanted to do, for he stopped at the telephone booths, inquired the number of the leading afternoon newspaper, and put in a call for it. When it came through, he asked for the city editor. He closed the soundproof door before voicing his message. Then he began rapidly: "City editor? Well, I'm from the Ajax Hotel, and I have a tip for you. I'm one of the room clerks. Listen, Calvin Gray is registered here. Got in last night on gumshoes. Gray, Calvin Gray. Better shoot a reporter around and get a story. You don't? Well, other people know him. He's a character, globetrotter, soldier of fortune, financier. He's been everywhere and done everything, and you can get a great story if you've got a man clever enough to make him talk. But he won't loosen easily. Oil, I suppose, but sure, undercover, mystery stuff. Another big syndicate, probably. Oh, that's all right. I'm an old newspaper man myself. Don't mention it." All American cities these days are much the same. Character, atmosphere, distinctiveness have been squeezed out in the general mold. For all Calvin Gray could see as he made his first acquaintance with Dallas, he might have been treading the streets of Los Angeles, of Indianapolis, of Portland, Maine, or of Portland, Oregon. A California brightness and a Florida warmth to the air, a New England alertness to the pedestrians, a Manhattan majesty to some of the newer office buildings. These were the most outstanding of his first impressions. Into the largest and newest of these buildings Gray went, a white tile and stone skyscraper, the entire lower floor of which was devoted to an impressive banking room. He sent his card in to the president, and spent perhaps 10 minutes with that gentleman. He had called merely to get acquainted, so he explained. He wished to meet only the heads of the strongest financial institutions. He had no favors to ask, as yet, and he might have no business whatever with them. On the other hand, well, he was a slow and careful investigator, but when he moved, it was with promptitude and vigor, and in such an event he wished them to know who he was. Meanwhile, He desired no publicity, and he hoped his presence in Dallas would not become generally known. It might seriously interfere with his plans. Before he left the bank, Gray had met the other officers, and from their manner he saw that he had created a decided impression upon them. The bank president himself walked with him to the marble railing, then said: "I'd like to have you wait and meet my son, Lieutenant Roswell. He's just back from overseas, and the boy served with some distinction. A father's pride, you understand." "Was Lieutenant Roswell in France?" Gray inquired quickly. "Oh, yes. He'll be in at any minute." A shadow of regret crossed the caller's face. "I'm sorry, but I've arranged to call on the mayor, and I've no time to lose. What unit was your son with?" "The 98th Field Artillery." The shadow fled. Mr. Gray was vexed at the necessity for haste, but he would look forward to meeting the young hero later. "And meanwhile," Roswell Senior said warmly, "if we can be of service to you, please feel free to call upon us. I dare say we'd be safe in honoring a small check." He laughed pleasantly and clapped his caller on the back. A fine man, Gray decided, as he paused outside the bank. And here was another offer to cash a check, the second this morning. Good address and an expensive tailor certainly did count. With them as capital, a man could take a profit at any time. Gray's fingers strayed to the small change in his trousers pocket, and he turned longing eyes back toward the bank interior. Without a doubt it was a temptation, especially inasmuch as at that moment his well manicured right hand held in its grasp every cent that he possessed. This was not the first time he had been broke. On the contrary, during his younger days he had more than once found himself in that condition, and had looked upon it as an exciting experience, as a not unpleasant form of adventure. To be strapped in a mining camp, for instance, was no more than a mild embarrassment. But to find oneself 38 years old, friendless, and without funds in a city the size of Dallas, well, that was more than an adventure, and it afforded a sort of excitement that he believed he could very well do without. Dallas was no open-handed frontier town. It was a small New York where life is settled, where men are suspicious, and where fortunes are slow in the making. He wondered now if hard, fast living had robbed him of the punch to make a new beginning. He wondered, too, if the vague plans at the back of his mind had anything to them, or if they were entirely impracticable. Here was opportunity, definite, concrete, and spelled with a capital O. Here was a deliberate invitation to avail himself of a short cut out of his embarrassment. A mere scratch of a pen, and he would have money enough to move on to some other Dallas, and there gain the start he needed. Enough, at least, so that he could tip his waiter and pay cash for his Coronas. Business men were too gullible, anyhow. It would be a good lesson to Roswell and Haviland. Why not? Calvin Gray started. He recoiled slightly. The abstracted stare was wiped from his face, for an officer in uniform had brushed past him and entered the bank. That damned khaki again. Those service stripes. They were forever obtruding themselves, it seemed. Was there no place where one could escape the hateful sight of them? His chain of thought had been snapped, and he realized that there could be no short cut for him. He had climbed through the ropes, taken his corner, and the gong had rung. It was now a fight to a finish, with no quarter given. He squared his shoulders and set out for the hotel, where he felt sure he would find a reporter awaiting him. Chapter 2. The representative of the Dallas Post had anticipated some difficulty in interviewing the elusive Calvin Gray, whoever he might be, but luck appeared to be with him, for shortly after his arrival at the hotel the object of his quest appeared. Mr. Gray was annoyed at being discovered. He was, in fact, loath to acknowledge his identity. Having just returned from an important conference with some of the leading financiers of his city, his mind was burdened with affairs of weight. And then, too, the mayor was expecting him, luncheon probably, hence he was in no mood to be interviewed. Usually Mr. Gray's secretary saw interviewers. However, now that his identity was known, he had not the heart to be discourteous to a fellow journalist. Yes, he had once owned a newspaper in Alaska. Incidentally, it was the farthest north publication in the world. Alaska. The reporter pricked up his ears. He managed to elicit the fact that Mr. Gray had operated mines and built railroads there, that he had been forced into the newspaper game merely to protect his interests from the depredations of a gang of political grafters, and that it had been a sensational fight while it lasted. The item was duly jotted down in the reportorial memory. Alaska was a hard country, quite so, but nothing like Mexico during the Revolution. Mexican sugar and mahogany, it transpired, had occupied Mr. Gray's attention for a time, as had Argentine cattle, Yucatan henequen, and an engineering enterprise in Bolivia, not to mention other investments closer to home. Once the speaker had become reconciled to the distasteful necessity of talking about himself, he suggested an adjournment to his rooms, where he would perhaps suffer less embarrassment by reason of his unavoidable use of the personal pronoun. Gray noted the effect upon his visitor of the governor's suite, and soon had the young man at ease, with a corona between his teeth. Then followed a full three-quarters of an hour, during which the visitor discoursed in his very best style, and his caller sat spellbound, making occasional hieroglyphic hand tracks upon his note paper, and congratulated himself upon his good luck in striking a man like this in one of his rare talkative moods. Gray had set himself deliberately to the task of selling himself to this gentleman of the press, and having succeeded, he was enough of a salesman to avoid the fatal error of overselling. Alone at last, a sardonic grin crept over his features. So far, so good. Now for the rest of those bankers and the mayor. Gray was working rapidly, but he knew no other way of working, and speed was essential. It seemed to him not unlikely that delay of the slightest might force him to turn in desperation to a length of lead pipe and a mask, for a man must live. As yet he had no very definite plans. He had merely undertaken to establish himself in a position to profit by the first opportunity, whatever it might be, and opportunity of some sort would surely come. It always did. What is more, it had an agreeable way of turning up just when he was most in need of it. Gray called at several other banks that morning. He strode in swiftly, introduced himself with quick incisiveness, and tarried only long enough to fix himself indelibly in the minds of those he had come to see. Then he left. There are right and wrong ways of closing a deal or of ending an interview, and Gray flattered himself that he possessed terminal facilities. He was very busy, always a bit pressed for time, always a moment late. His theory of constant forward motion never permitted an awkward pause in conversation. On the street his long legs covered the ground at something less than a run. His eyes were keenly alert, his face set in purposeful lines. Pedestrians turned to look after him. At the mayor's office he was denied admission to the chief executive, but insisted so peremptorily as to gain his end. Once inside, he conveyed his compliments with such a graceful flourish that his intrusion assumed the importance of a ceremony, and the people's choice was flattered. He inferred that this Calvin Gray made a practice of presenting his formal respects to the dignitaries of all the large cities he visited, and deemed it a favor to them. No doubt it was. if he so considered it, for he appeared to be fully aware of his own importance. After all, it was an agreeable practice, since no man in public life can risk offending people of importance. His honor unbent, Gray turned a current jest upon Texas politics into a neat compliment to the city's executive. They laughed. Formality vanished. Personal magnetism made itself felt. The call ended by the two men lunching together at the City Club, as Gray had assumed it would, and he took pains that the bankers upon whom he had called earlier in the morning should see him in company with the mayor. He returned to his hotel that afternoon pretty well satisfied with his efforts, and hopeful that some of the seed he had sown broadcast would be ripe for reaping ere long. He received an electric shock as he approached the desk, for the bell captain addressed him, saying, "Mr. Haviland wishes to see you at once in his office." "Indeed. Anything important?" "Very important, sir. I've been waiting for you to come in." There was something ominous about this unexpected summons, or perhaps about the manner of its delivery. At any rate, suspicion leaped into Gray's mind. So Haviland was wise. Quick work that. Evidently he had investigated through those mysterious sources of information available to great hotels, or perhaps someone had seen and recognized him. Well, that was the way his luck had run lately, every break against him. Now Gray's shoulders lifted in a shrug of resignation. There was nothing to do except wave aside the blindfold and face the firing squad like an officer and a gentleman. But it was a pity that the crash had come so soon. Fortune might have given him at least a short interval of grace. Haviland was probably in a cold rage at the discovery of the fraud, and Gray could only hope that he wouldn't get noisy over it, for scenes were always annoying, and sometimes they ran to unfortunate lengths. There was a curious brightness in the impostor's eyes, a reckless, mocking smile upon his lips, when he stepped into the manager's office and stood beside the desk. He declined Haviland's invitation to be seated. It seemed more fitting that a man should take sentence on his feet. "Have you seen the Post?" the manager inquired. "No." Haviland handed him a copy of the leading afternoon paper, and Gray's eyes flashed to the headlines of an article reading, "Calvin Gray, hero of sensational exploits. In Dallas, adventures read like a page of romance. Famous financier admits large oil interests behind him." From the opening paragraph, Gray judged that he had impressed the reporter even more deeply than he had supposed. But he took no satisfaction therefrom, for Haviland was saying, "I've read the whole story, but I want you to tell me something more about yourself." "What do you wish to know?" "Were you in France?" Over the visitor's face there came a subtle change. Whereas upon entering he had worn an expression of careless defiance, now he appeared to harden in every fiber and to go on guard. "I have been many times in France." "I mean during the war. Did you serve?" There was a pause. "I did." Gray's eyes remained fixed upon his interrogator, but they had begun to smolder. "Then you're Colonel Gray? Colonel Calvin Gray?" "Quite so." The speaker's voice was harsh, and it came with an effort. "But you didn't read that in the Post. Come, what's the idea? Out with it." The interview had taken an unexpected, disagreeable turn. Gray had anticipated an unpleasant moment or two, but this, well, it was, indeed, the crash. Calamity had overtaken him from the very quarter he had least expected and most dreaded, and his mind raced off at a tangent. A dozen unwelcome queries presented themselves. "Strange what circles we move in," Haviland was saying. "Do you know who owns the controlling interest in this hotel? Surely you must know or can guess. Think a moment. It's somebody you met over there and have reason to remember." A sound escaped from the throat of Colonel Gray, not a cry, but rather a gasp of amazement or of rage. Ah, Haviland grinned in triumph. I thought. His guest leaned forward over the desk with face twitching. Passion had driven the blood from it, and his whole expression was one of such hatred, such fury, the metamorphosis was so startling that the hotel man stiffened in his chair and stared upward in sudden amazement. "Nelson!" Gray ejaculated. "Nelson! By God, so he's here?" During the moment that Haviland sat petrified, Gray turned his head slowly. His blazing eyes searched the office as if expecting to discover a presence concealed somewhere. They returned to the hotel man's face, and he inquired, "Well, where is he?" Haviland stirred. "I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Nelson?" After a second he exclaimed, "Good Lord, I thought I had a pleasant surprise for you. I was gracefully leading up to it, but I must have jazzed it all up. I was going to tell you that the hotel and everything in it is yours." "Eh?" "Why, the Ajax is one of the Dietz chain. Herman Dietz, of Cincinnati, owns it. He left for the North not an hour ago. At the last minute he heard you were here, read this story in the paper, and had bellboys scouring the place for you. You must know why he wanted to see you, and what he said when he found that he'd have to leave before you came in." Colonel Gray uttered another exclamation, this time an expletive of deep relief. He fought with himself a moment, then murmured an apology. "Sorry. You gave me a start, decidedly. Herman Dietz, eh? Well, well. You made me think for a moment that I was a guest in the house of some other friend." "Friend?" "Exactly." Gray was himself again now. He ran a loosening finger between his collar and throat. "Quite a start, I'll admit. But some of my friends are great practical jokers. They have a way of jumping out at me and crying boo when I least expect it." I see. Mr. Dietz told me that he was under lifelong obligation to a certain Colonel Calvin Gray. Something to do with passports." "I once rendered him a slight favor." "He doesn't regard the favor as slight. He was about to be imprisoned for the duration of the war when you managed to get him back home." "Merely a matter of official routine. I felt sure he was a loyal American citizen." "Exactly. But he makes more of the incident than you do, and he gave me my instructions. So what can I do for you on his behalf? You have only to ask." Colonel Gray pondered the unexpected offer. He was still a bit shaken, for a moment ago he had been more deeply stirred even than Haviland suspected, and the emotional reaction had left him weak. After all the hollow pretense of this day, a genuine proffer of aid was welcome, and the temptation to accept was strong. Herman Dietz was indeed indebted to him, and he believed the old German American would do anything. Lend him any amount of money, for instance, that he might ask for. Gray wondered why he had not thought of Dietz before he came to Texas. It would have made things much easier, but the offer had come too late. It seemed to him at this moment he could see no means of profiting by it, without wrecking his flimsy house of cards he had that very day erected, and exposing himself to ridicule, to obloquy as a rank four-flusher. The scarcely dry headlines of that afternoon paper ran before his eyes. "Famous financier admits large oil interests behind him." Probably there were other things in the body of the article that would not harmonize with an appeal to Haviland for funds, nor sound well to Mr. Dietz once he learned the truth. The more Gray pondered the matter, the more regretfully he realized that he had overplayed his hand, as it were. Here was a situation indeed, to be occupying the most expensive suite in the hotel of a man who wished to lend him money, to be unable to pay one day's rent therefore, and yet to be stopped from accepting aid. There was a grim irony about it, for a fact. Then, too, the seed had been sown in banking circles, and his luncheon with the mayor. Haviland had a sense of humor. It would make a story too good to keep. The new oil operator the magnificent and mysterious New York financier, a deadhead at the Ajax. Oh, murder! "Well, name your poison. Isn't there something, anything we can do for you?" Haviland repeated. "There is, decidedly." Gray smiled his warm appreciation of the tender. "If it is not too great a drain upon Dietz's millions, you may keep a supply of cut flowers in my room. I'm passionately fond of roses, and I should like to have my vases filled every morning." "You shall dwell in a perfumed bridal bower." Gray paused at the door to light one of those 60-cent cigars, and between puffs observed, "Please assure Mr. Dietz that his obligation is squared, and that I am deeply touched. I shall revel in the scent of those flowers." That evening, when Calvin Gray, formally and faultlessly attired, strolled into the Ajax dining room, he was conscious of attracting no little attention. For one thing, few of the other guests were in evening dress, and also that article in the Post, which he had read with a curiously detached amusement, had been of a nature to excite general notice. The interview had jarred upon him in only one respect, viz., in describing him as a typical soldier of fortune. No doubt the reporter had intended that phrase in the kindest spirit. Nevertheless, it implied a certain recklessness and instability of character that did not completely harmonize with Gray's inchoate, undeveloped banking projects. Bankers are wary of anything that sounds adventurous, or they pretend to be. As a matter of fact, Gray had learned enough that very day about Texas bankers to convince him that most of them were good game gamblers, and that a large part of the dividends paid by most of the local institutions of finance were derived from oil profits. However, the newspaper story as a whole was such as to give him the publicity he desired, and he was well content with it. Its first results were prompt in coming. Even while the head waiter was seating him, another diner arose and approached him with a smile. Gray recognized the fellow instantly, one of that vast army of casuals that march through every active man's life and disappear down the avenues of forgetfulness. After customary greetings had been exchanged, the newcomer, Coverly by name, explained that he had read the Post article not 5 minutes before, and was delighted to learn how well the world had used Gray. He was dining alone. With alacrity he accepted an invitation to join his old friend, and straightway he launched himself upon the current of reminiscence. In answer to Gray's inquiry, he confessed modestly enough, "Oh, I'm not in your class, old man. I'm no modern Gil Blas, as the paper calls you. No Wall Street money barons are eating out of my hand, and I have no international interests reaching from the Yukon to the Platte. But I stand all right in little old Dallas. I'm the VP of our biggest jewelry house, and business is great." After their order had been given, he recited in greater detail the nature of his success. Gray was interested. "Texas is booming," he said at the conclusion of the story. "I am told the new oil towns are something like our old mining camps, except that they are more so. The same excitement, the same quick fortunes, only quicker and larger. Believe me, it is fine for the jewelry business. Look here." Coverly drew from his pocket a letter written in a painfully cramped hand upon cheap note paper, and this he spread out for his companion to read. "There's an example in point." The letter, which bore the Ranger postmark, ran as follows: "Dear Sir, your store has been recommended to me for diamonds, and I want some for my wife and daughter. Send me prices on rings of large sizes. Yours truly, Gus Briskow. Uh-huh. Who's Mr. Briskow? Coverly shrugged. "Probably some nester who never saw $100 all in one place until recently. When they strike oil they buy diamonds, nice large yellow ones as a rule. Then as the money continues to flow in, they pay off the mortgage and buy a bank, or an interest in one. In heaven's name, introduce me to the opulent Gus Briscoe. I wish I might, but I don't expect to make his acquaintance. The head of our firm is away, and I haven't a man I'd dare trust to send out into the field. Usually I handle these inquiries myself when the victim can't tear himself away from contemplating the miraculous flow of liquid gold long enough to come here. I take an assortment of gems with me, and beard the nouveau riche right on his derrick floor. Why, I've carried as much as $100,000 worth of merchandise on some of my trips." Coverly sighed regretfully. "Tough luck. Too bad you're not a good jewelry salesman." "I am," Gray declared. "I can sell anything. As for diamonds, I've bought enough in my time to know their value." Coverly laughed in ready agreement with this statement. "Gad, I'm sore at missing this sale." "You needn't miss it. I'll go." "Don't kid an unfortunate." "I'm not joking. If it's worth while, pack up your saffron solitaires, all that you dare trust me with, and I'll be your gentlemanly representative." "Worth while? Good Lord, I'd probably get a $10,000 order." "Very well, it's settled." Gray's decision had been quickly made. Opportunity had knocked, and he was not one to deny her admission, no matter how queer her garb. $100,000 worth of gems! The very figure intrigued him, and diamonds are readily negotiable. There would be a natural risk attached to handling of so large an amount. A thousand things might happen to a treasure chest of that size. Gray began to believe that his luck had changed. "Where does Mr. Briskow live?" he inquired. "Out beyond Ranger somewhere, but I'm going to visit that field anyhow. This will give me an excuse." "Nonsense." The jeweler did not like to have fun poked at him. For some time he refused to take the offer seriously, and even when his host insisted that he would enjoy the lark, he expostulated. "Why, the idea is ridiculous. You, Calvin Gray, the financier, peddling jewelry. Ha! Outside of the fact that you couldn't do it, it's not the safest thing in the world to carry a small fortune in stones through the oil fields." "Of course you insured against theft." "That's the point. We can't. Have you ever heard of hijackers? That's the Texas term for hold-up men, robbers. Well, the country is full of them." "Excellent. There no longer is any question about my going," Gray announced firmly. "I am bored. I am stale. A thrill of whatever sort would stir my blood. Animated by purely selfish motives, I now insist upon a serious consideration of my offer. First you say I couldn't. I assure you that I would, could, and shall, provided I can qualify as a salesman." Coverly admitted without much argument that anybody could probably effect a sale in this instance. If the diamonds were plainly marked with their prices, it would be a mere question of displaying the goods. That was not the point. Gray was a busy man. The idea was fantastic. "Why, you're offering to do this as an accommodation to an old friend, and your time is probably worth more than our whole profit on the sale would amount to." "My time is worth nothing. If you hesitate to entrust this king's ransom to me, I'll go personally responsible for its value. That's fair, isn't it?" "Don't be silly. How could I pay you if you did go?" This idea, it seemed, had not occurred to Mr. Gray. It was plain that money meant nothing to him. "You see, we couldn't permit—" "I have it. We'll divorce friendship and sentiment entirely from the discussion, and reduce it to a strictly business basis. You shall ease your conscience by paying my travel expenses. The emotional suspense that I undergo shall be my reward. I'll take my commission in thrills." This offer evoked a light laugh from Gray's guest. "You'd get enough of 'em," he asserted. "I'll advance a mild one on account at this moment. Notice that couple dining at the third table to your left?" Gray lifted his eyes. "What do you see?" a rather well-dressed, hard-faced man, and a decidedly attractive woman, brunette. There's a suggestion of repressed widowhood about her. It's the gown, probably. I'm not yet in my dotage, and I had seen her before I saw you. She's living here. I don't know much about her, but the man goes by the name of Mallow. No thrill yet. He's been hanging about our store for the past month, making a few purchases and getting acquainted with some of the clerks. Wherever I go lately, there he is. I'll wager if I took tonight's train to Ranger, he'd be on it. And still my pulses do not leap. Wait, I got a sort of report on him, and it's bad. I believe, and so does the chief of police, that Mr. Mallow has something to do with the gang of crooks that infest this country. One thing is certain, they're not the native product, and our hold-ups aren't staged by rope chokers out of work. Calvin Gray turned now and openly stared at the object of Coverly's suspicions. There was an alert interest in his eyes. "You've cinched the matter with me," he declared after a moment. "Get out your diamonds tomorrow. I'm going to take the night train to Ranger." Later that evening, after his guest had gone, Gray took occasion deliberately to put himself in Mallow's way, and to get into conversation with him. This was not a difficult maneuver, for it was nearly midnight, and the lobby was well nigh deserted. Moreover, it almost appeared as if the restless Mr. Mallow was seeking an acquaintance. For the better part of an hour the two men smoked and talked, and had Coverly overheard their conversation, his blood would have chilled, and he would have prematurely aged, for his distinguished host, Calvin Gray, the worldly wise, suave man of affairs, actually permitted himself to be pumped like a farmer's son. It would have been a ghastly surprise to the jeweler to learn how careless and confiding his friend could be in an off moment. He would have swooned when Gray told about his coming trip to Ranger, and actually produced a misspelled Briscoe letter for the edification of his chance acquaintance. Any lingering doubt as to his friend's honesty of purpose would have vanished utterly had he heard Mallow announce that he too was going to Ranger the very next night. A curious coincidence, truly, and Gray's expression of pleasure at the prospect of such a congenial traveling companion. The agitated Coverly, no doubt, would have phoned a frantic call for the police then and there. Once Gray was in his rooms, however, his manner changed, and into his eyes there came a triumphant glitter. Hastily he rummaged through one of his bags, and from a collection of trinkets, souvenirs, and the like, he selected an object which he examined carefully, then took into the bathroom for further experiment. His step was springy, his lips were puckered, he was whistling blithely when he emerged, for at last those vaguely outlined plans that had been at the back of his mind had assumed form and pattern. His luck had turned, he had made a new start. Mallow was indeed a crook, and Gray blessed the prompt good fortune that had thrown both him and Coverly in his way. It had been a busy day. He was well content with its fruitage. Chapter 3. Old Tom Parker was a type. He was one of a small class of men at one time common to the West, but now rapidly disappearing. A turbulent lifetime spent in administering the law in a lawless region had stamped him with the characteristics of a frontier officer, viz., vigilance, caution, self-restraint, sang-froid. For more than 30 years he had worn a badge of some sort, and in serving of warrants and other processes of law, he had covered, first in the saddle or on a buckboard, later in Pullman car or automobile, most of that vast region lying between the Arkansas and the Pecos, the Cimarron and the Sabine, virtually all of what is now Texas and Oklahoma. He still spoke of the latter state by the way as the Territory, and there were few corners of it that he had not explored long before it ceased to be a haven of hunted men. That is what Tom Parker had been, a hunter of men. And time was when his name had been famous, but he had played his part. The times had caught up with and passed him, and no longer in the administration of justice was there need of abilities like his. Hence, the shield of his calling had been taken away. Now Tom did not reckon himself obsolete. He was badger gray, to be sure, and stiff in one knee, a rheumatic legacy of office inherited by reason of wet nights in the open and a too diligent devotion to duty. But in no other respect did he believe his age to be apparent. His smoke blue eyes were as bright as ever, his hand was quick. Realization that he had been shunted up a side track filled him with surprise and bewilderment. It was characteristic of the man that he still considered himself a bulwark of law and order, a de facto guardian of the peace, and that from force of habit he still sat facing the door and never passed between a lighted lamp and a window. Among the late comers to Wichita Falls, where he lived, Tom was known as a quiet-spoken, emotionless old fellow with an honorable past, but with a gift for tiresome reminiscence quite out of place in the new and impatient order of things. And none but old-timers and his particular cronies were aware of the fact that he had another side to his character. It was not generally known, for instance, that he was a kind and indulgent father and had a daughter whom he worshipped with blind adulation. This ignorance was not strange, for Miss Barbara Parker had been away at college for 4 years now, and during that time she had not once returned home. There was a perfectly good reason for this protracted separation of father and daughter. Since old Tom was no longer on pay, it took all he could rake and scrape to meet her bills, and railroad fares are high. That Hudson River institution was indeed a finishing school. Not only had it polished off Barbara, but also it had about administered the coup de grace to her father. There had been a ranch over near Electra, with some shallow production, from which Tom had derived a small royalty. This was when Barbara Parker went east, and before the Burke-Burnett wells hit deep sand, but income from that source had been used up faster than it had come in, and Bob, as Tom insisted upon calling her, would have had to come home had it not been for an interesting discovery on her father's part, viz., the discovery of a quaint device of law entitled a mortgage. Mortgage had to do with a department of the law unfamiliar to Tom, his wit, his intelligence, and his dexterity of hand having been exercised solely in upholding the dignity of the criminal branch. But once he had realized that a mortgage, so called, was no more than a meaningless banking term used to cloak the impulsive generosity of moneyed men, he availed himself of this discovery and was duly grateful. Tom carried on a nominal fire insurance business, but as a matter of fact, the tiny 2-room frame structure that bore his painted sign was nothing more or less than a loafing place for him and his rheumatic friends, and a place in which the owner could spend the heat of the day in a position of comfort to his stiff leg, that is to say, asleep in a high-backed office chair, his feet propped upon his desk. It was here that Tom could usually be found, and when one of those hateful statements arrived from the East, he merely roused himself, put on his wide gray hat, and limped around to the bank and pledged more of his oil royalties or signed another mortgage. What insurance policies he wrote were brought to him by his old pals. The money derived therefrom he sent to Bob with love and an admonition to be a good girl and study hard and hurry home, because he was dying to see her. This office, by the way, no longer suited Tom. It was becoming too noisy, and he would have sold it and sought another farther out had it not been mortgaged for more than it was worth. So, too, was the house where he lived amid the dirt and disorder of all bachelor establishments. Now old Tom would have resented an accusation of indolence. The bare implication of such a charge would have aroused his instant indignation, and Tom Parker, indignant, was a man to shun. As a matter of fact, he believed himself sadly overworked and was forever complaining about it. Time came, however, when he was forced to shed his habit of slothfulness as completely as a snake sheds its skin, and that was during the week before Bob's arrival. Then, indeed, he swept and he dusted, he mopped and he polished, he rubbed and he scrubbed, trying his best to put the house in order. Never in all his life had he labored as he did then, for 4 years of batching will make a bear's nest out of the most orderly house. But he was jealous of his task, and he refused to share it with other hands. Pots and pans, rusty from disuse, or bearing the accumulated evidence of many hastily prepared meals, he took out in the back yard and scrubbed with sand, leaving his bony knuckles skinned and bleeding from the process. He put down a new carpet in Bob's room, no easy task for a man with an ossified knee joint. Incidentally, the damn thing kept him awake for 2 nights thereafter. He nailed up fresh curtains, or they looked fresh to him, at her windows, and smashed a perfectly good thumbnail in doing so. This and many other abominable duties he performed. But love means suffering, and every pang gave old Tom a thrill of fierce delight, for Bob was coming. The lonely, hungry, aching wait was over. Constant familiarity with the house had mercifully dulled the occupant's appreciation of its natural deterioration and the effects of his neglect. So when he finally straightened his aching back and regarded the results of his heroic efforts, it seemed to him that everything shone like new, and that the place was as neat and clean as on the day Bob went away. Probably Hercules thought that the Augean stables were spotless and fragrant when he had finished with them, and perhaps they were, but Tom Parker was no demigod. He was just a clumsy old man, unaccustomed to indoor doings, and his eyes at times during the last few days had been unaccountably dim, as for instance while he was at work in Barbara's chamber. He did not sleep much on the night before the girl's arrival. He sat until late with the framed photograph of Barbara's mother on his knee, and tried to tell the dead and gone original that he had done his best for the girl so far, and if he had failed, it was because he knew nothing about raising girls, and nature hadn't cut him out to be a father anyhow. He had been considerably older than Barbara's mother when he married her, and he had never ceased to wonder what there had been in him to win the love of a woman like her, or to regret the fate that had not taken him instead of her. Heaven knows his calling had been risky enough, but that's how things went sometimes. The wheat was taken and the chaff remained. And in the morning Tom was up before daylight and had his dishes washed and his things in order long ere the town was awake. Then he went down to the office and waited, with the jumps. Repeatedly he consulted his heavy gold watch, engraved with the admiration and gratitude of the citizens of Burlingame, November 5th, 1892. It was still 2 hours of train time when he locked up and limped off toward the station, but it was well to be there early. Of course he met Judge Halloran on the street. He always did, and of course the judge asked when Bob was coming home. The judge always did that, too. Old Tom had lied diligently to the judge every day for a month now. He had no intention of sharing this day of days with a tiresome old pest, and now again he made an evasive answer. "Mendacity is at once the lowest and the commonest form of deceit," the judge indignantly announced. "You know perfectly well when she's coming, damn you." "Honest, I don't. Not exactly." But the judge was unconvinced. "You've been as mysterious as a bootlegger for the last week, but I could always read you like a book, Tom Parker. You know, all right. Mrs. Halloran wants to come over and fix things up for her. She said so this—" "Oh, I got everything fixed," Tom hastily declared. "Ha! What did I tell you?" The judge glared. Tom could have bitten his tongue for that slip. Your pitiful attempts to mislead Barbara's admirers expose you to ridicule and offend those of us who tolerate you out of regard for her." The judge had a nice Texas drawl, and he pronounced it "Reggiad." "You're on your way to the train at this moment, and I propose to accompany you." "What would I be going to the train for now?" Tom inquired in a deceitfully mild tone. Inwardly he was raging, and he cursed the judge for a meddlesome old fool. Thought you'd sneak down there unobserved, probably." There was a pause. Then the speaker went on in an altered tone. "Do you suppose she has forgotten all her native accomplishments, Tom? I wonder if she can still ride and rope and shoot, or if those thin-blooded Eastern schoolma'ams have taught her that such things are unladylike and coarse." "Pshaw, you never forget how to do those things." "She could handle a horse or a rope or a gun as well as you at your best." "Better," Tom declared with swelling pride. Halloran wagged his white head in agreement, an unusual procedure inasmuch as he never agreed with Tom on any subject which offered possible grounds for disagreement. "A wonderful girl, and I'll wager they haven't spoiled her. Even you couldn't spoil Bob." He raised his red, belligerent eyes and fixed them upon his old friend, but there was now a kindly light in them. "You've made a real son of her, didn't you, Tom?" "Almost. I was mighty disappointed because she was a girl, but I don't know as a boy could have turned out much better. Well, Judge, I got to be moving." "You're neither grammatical nor precise," snapped Judge Halloran. "You mean we must be moving." He linked arms with Tom and fell into step with him. He clung to that rigid arm, moreover, despite Tom's surly displeasure. Not until a friend stopped them for a word or two was the distracted parent enabled to escape from that spidery embrace. Then indeed he slipped it, as a filibustering schooner slips its mooring, and made off as rapidly and unobtrusively as possible. Judge Halloran stared after the retreating figure. Then he showed his decayed teeth in a smile. "Bob is coming home to day, and the old mountain lion is on edge," he explained. "I must warn the boys to stay away from the station and give him his hour. Poor Tom! He has held his breath for 4 years." Tom Parker had heard of children spoiled by schooling, of daughters educated away from their commonplace parents and rendered disdainful of them, but never for one instant did he fear that his girl was that sort. He just knew better. He could no more have doubted Bob's love for him than his for her, or God's love for both of them. Such love is perfect, absolute. He took no thought, therefore, of the changes time and poverty had wrought in his appearance. Bob wouldn't notice. He'd bet she wouldn't care if he were plumb ragged. They were one and indivisible. She was his, just like his right arm. She was his boy and his girl, his son daughter. The old gunman choked, and his tonsils ached abominably. He hoped he wasn't in for another attack of quinsy sore throat. But why lie to himself? The truth was, he wanted to cry and he wanted to laugh at the same time, and the impulses were crossed in his windpipe. He shook his watch like a child's rattle to be sure it was still running. Barbara did not disappoint her father. On the contrary, she was perhaps more deeply moved than he at their meeting. At sight of him she uttered a strangled little cry. Then she ran into his arms and clung there, tightly, her cheek pressed against his breast. It was only upon occasions like this that Bob kissed her father, for she had been reared as a boy and taught to shun emotional displays. Boys kissed their mothers. She snuggled close, and Tom could feel her whole body shaking, but she kept her head averted to conceal a distressingly unmasculine weakness. It was a useless precaution, however, for Tom was blind, his eyes were as wet as hers, and tears were trickling down the seams in his wrinkled face. "Oh, Daddy, it's been a long time." Those were the first words either of them had spoken. Tom opened his lips Then he closed them. He patted Barbara clumsily, and finally, clearing his aching throat with a loud harumph, he dashed the tears from his eyes with the heel of one harsh palm, then leveled a defiant glare over her head, directed at anyone who might be looking on at his weakness. It was a blurry glare, however, and not nearly so ferocious as he intended it to be. After several efforts, he managed to regain control of his vocal powers. "Well, son," he cried huskily, then harumph. Barbara's clutch tightened appreciatively. Such a long, long time. Still with her cheek pressed close against him, she ran a small gloved hand into the pocket of his coat and brought forth a bandana handkerchief, which she thrust into his palm, saying, "It's a good thing I'm home, for you've caught another cold, haven't you? Now blow your nose." Barbara was anything but boyish to look at. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was delightfully feminine from the crown of her smart little traveling hat to her dainty French heels, and although her suit was not expensive, it was worn with an air and was perhaps as fetching as any that had ever come to Wichita Falls. It gave the impression of perfectly setting off a figure and a personality that required no setting off. She had the Parker eyes of quenchless blue. "Well, son, there's a boom on, and the town has grown some, but I guess things here are about the same as when you left 'em." Tom spoke with pride and satisfaction as he paid the driver, took Barbara's suitcase, and opened the gate for her. The girl turned from her first long appraising glance at the modest home. No change, indeed. The paint on the house was peeling. Gutters had rusted out. Some of the porch flooring had rotted through. The yard was an unkempt tangle of matted grass and weeds and neglected shrubbery. The sight of it was like a stab to her, for she remembered the place as it had been, and the shock was akin to that of seeing a loved one in the garb of a tramp. But she smiled up at the gray face above her. Tom, too, was as seedy as the premises, and she nodded. "It hasn't changed a mite," she said bravely. A moment later she paused upon the threshold, tense, thrilled, apparently speechless. Tom was reminded of a trim little wren poised upon the edge of its nest. This time it was more difficult to counterfeit an exclamation of joy, but the catch in Bob's voice, the moisture in her eyes, was attributed by her father to the gladness at the sight of old familiar things. This was pay for the thought and the love and the labor expended, truly. "Why, everything is right where it belongs. How wonderfully you've kept the house. You must have a perfect jewel of a girl, Dad." "I let Aunt Lizzie go about 3 years back," Tom explained. "She got shiftless, and I've been sort of batching it since. Clean, though, ain't it?" Barbara turned. Blindly she walked to the center table and buried her face in a bouquet of wild flowers garnered from the yard. She held it there for a moment before she spoke. "You didn't even forget that I love bluebonnets, did you, Dad?" "Pshaw, I ain't had much to do but remember what you like, son." "What's the matter? Business bad?" Bob's face was still hidden. "Oh, no, I'm busy as usual. But now you're home, I'll probably feel like doing more. I've got a lot of work left in me yet, and now I've got somebody to work for." "So you fixed everything with your own hands?" "Sure. I knew how you'd like the place to look, and well, a man gets used to doing without help. The kitchen's clean, too." Side by side the two moved from room to room, and once the girl had regained control of herself, she maintained an admirable self-restraint. She petted, she cooed over objects dear to her. She loved every inch of everything. She laughed and she exclaimed, and with her laughter sunshine suddenly broke into the musty, threadbare interior for the first time in 4 years. Bob's room was saved for the last, and old Tom stood back, glowing at her delight. He could not refrain from showing her his blackened thumbnail, the price of his carpentry, for he hoped she'd kiss it, and she did. Not until she had shooed him out and sent him downstairs, smiling and chuckling at her radiant happiness, did she give way to those emotions she had been fighting this long time. Her face grew white and tragic. "Oh, daddy, daddy," she whispered, "what have I done to you?" Tom Parker had raised his girl like a son, and like a son she took hold of things, but with a daughter's tact. Her intuition told her much, but she did not arrive at full appreciation of the family affairs until she had the house running and went down to put his office in order. Then indeed she learned at what cost had come those 4 expensive years in the East, and the truth left her limp. She went through Tom's dusty, disordered papers, ostensibly rearranging and filing them, and they told her much. What they did not tell her she learned from Judge Halloran and other cronies who came in to pay their garrulous compliments. Tom was mortgaged to the hilt. His royalties were pledged. A crow could not pick a living out of his insurance business. Such a condition was enough to dismay any girl who had never seriously considered money matters, and who had returned home to take up a life of comparative ease and superlative enjoyment where she had left it off. But Bob said nothing to her father. She knew every one of his shortcomings, and they endeared him to her, quite as a son's faults and failures deepen a mother's love. But she knew, too, that he was cantankerous and required careful handling. Tom's toes were tender, and he forever exposed them where they were easily trodden upon. Therefore, the girl stepped cautiously and never referred to his sacrifices, which would have cruelly embarrassed both of them. But something had to be done, and quickly. A new hand needed to mend the family fortunes. Barbara determined to lend that hand. A great change had come over the town and the whole country round about, a change in which the girl believed afforded her an opportunity to prove that she was not a mere daughter, nor an ornament and a drag, but a real son daughter, such as Tom considered her. Wichita Falls was overcrowded with oil men, drawn thither by the town strike at Burkburnett, a few miles northwest, and excitement was mounting as new wells continued to come in. Central North Texas was nearing an epoch-making petroleum boom, for Ranger, away to the south, had set the oil world by the ears, and now this new sand at Burk lent color to the wild assertion that these north counties were completely underlaid with the precious fluid. At any rate, the price of thirsty ranch land was somersaulting, and prosperity was apparent in the homes of all Barbara's girl friends. Her admirers of the opposite sex could talk of little except leases and bonuses and production, and they were almost too busy making money to call upon her. Barbara knew something about oil, for she had watched the drilling of every one of those shallow wells that had kept her in college, and what is more, she knew most of the property owners in this part of the state. In that advantage she believed lay her chance of accomplishment. After a fortnight of careful consideration, she decided to enter the oil business and deal in leases. "Good idea," Tom declared, when she had made known her plan. "The town's so full of scamps it looks like rodeo day, and most of 'em are doing well. If they can make good, it seems like an honest firm could do better. We'll be partners, Dad. You run the insurance, and I'll be the lease hound." "Say," Tom's eyes brightened, "I'll put a desk right alongside of mine, a little fella just your size, and a nice lounge in the back room where you can lay down when you're tired. You've been away so long it seems like I can't have you close enough." Another thought presented itself, and he manifested sudden excitement. "I tell you, I'll get a new sign painted, too. Tom and Bob Parker, Real Estate and Insurance, Oil Property and Leases. Gosh, it's a great idea, son." His smile lingered, but a moment later there came into his eyes a half regretful light. Barbara read his thought almost before he was aware of it, and rising, she laid her hand upon his shoulder. Wistfully she said, "I'm awfully sorry, too, Dad." "Eh?" "That I disappointed you so by not being a boy. But it wasn't my fault, and maybe I'll show you that a daughter can help as much as a son." Chapter 4 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A year before this story opens, the town of Ranger, Texas, consisted of a weather-beaten, run-down railroad station, a blacksmith shop, and a hitching rail, town enough, incidentally, for the limited number of people and the scanty amount of merchandise that passed through it. Ranger lay in the dry belt, considered an almost entirely useless part of the state, where killer droughts were not uncommon, and where for months on end the low flinty hills radiated heat like the rolls of a steel mill. In such times even the steep, tortuous canyons dried out, and there was neither shade nor moisture in them. The few farms and ranches round about were scattered widely, and life thereon was a grim struggle against heartbreak by reason of the gaunt, gray, ever-present specter of the drought. Of late this particular region had proved itself to be one of violent extremes, of extreme dryness, during which flowers failed to bloom, the grass shriveled and died, and even the trees refused to put forth leaves, or more rarely, of extreme wetness, when the country was drowned beneath torrential rains. Sometimes during unusual winters the heavens opened and spilled themselves, choking the narrow watercourses, washing out roads and destroying fields, changing the arid arroyos into raging river beds. At such times life for the country people was scarcely less burdensome than during the droughts, for the heavy bottom lands became quagmires, and the clay of the higher levels turned into putty, or a devilish agglutinous substance that rendered travel for man or beast or vehicle almost impossible. There appeared to be no law of average here. In dry times it was a desert, lacking wholly, however, in the beauty, the mystery, and the spell of a desert. In wet times it was a Gehenna of mud and slush and stickiness, and entirely minus that beauty and freshness that attends the rainy season in a tropic climate. It was a land peopled by hard-bitten race of nesters, come from God knows where and for God knows why, starved in mind and body, slaves of a hideous environment from which they lacked means of escape. Geologists had claimed for some time that there must be coal in these North Texas counties, a contention perhaps based upon a comfortable belief in the law of compensation, upon a theory that a region so poor above ground must of necessity contain values of some sort beneath the surface. But as for other natural resources, they scouted the belief in such. Other parts of the state yielded oil, for instance, but here the formation was all wrong. Whoever heard of oil in hard lime? Nevertheless, petroleum was discovered, and among the fraternity that dealt in it, Ranger became a word of contradiction and of deep meaning. Aladdin rubbed his lamp, and lo, a magic transformation occurred. One of those thrilling dramas of a dramatic industry was played. A gypsy camp sprang up beside the blacksmith shop, and as the weeks fled by, it changed into a village of wooden houses, then into a town, and soon into a city of brick and iron and concrete. The railroad became clogged with freight. A tidal wave of men broke over the town. Wagons, giant motor trucks, caterpillar tractors towing long strings of trailers, lurched and groaned and creaked over the hills, following roads unfit for a horse and buggy. Straddling derricks reared themselves everywhere. Their feet were set in garden patches, in plowed fields, in lonely mesquite pastures, and even high up on the crests of stony ridges. One day their timbers were raw and clean. The next day they were black and greasy, advertising the fact that once again the heavy rock pressure far below had sent another fountain of fortune spraying over the top. Then pipelines were laid and unsightly tank farms were built. Ranger became a mobilization point, a vast concentration camp for supplies, and amidst its feverish activity there was no rest, no Sundays or holidays. The work went on at top tension night and day, amid a clangor of metal, a ceaseless roar of motors, a bedlam of hammers and saws and riveters. Men lived in greasy clothes, breathing dust and the odors of burnt gas mainly, eating poor food and drinking warm, fetid water when they were lucky enough to get any at all. This was about the state of affairs that Calvin Gray found on the morning of his arrival. He and Mallow had managed to secure a Pullman section on the night train from Dallas. The fact that they were forced to carry their own luggage from the station uptown to the restaurant where they hoped to get breakfast was characteristic of the place. En route thither, they had to elbow their way through a crowd that filled the sidewalks as if on a fair day. Mallow was well acquainted with the town, it appeared, and during breakfast he maintained a running fire of comment, some of which was worth listening to. Ever hear how the first discovery was made? Well, the T.P. Company had the whole country plastered with coal leases, and finally decided to put down a 1,500-foot wildcat. The guy that ran the rig had a hunch that there was oil here if he went deep enough, but he knew the company wouldn't stick, so he faked the log of the well as long as he could, and then he kept on drilling against orders, refused to open his mail for fear he'd find he was fired and the job called off. He was 1,000 feet deeper than he'd been ordered to go when Bluey. Over the top she went with 1,400 barrels. Desdemona's the name of the camp below here, but they call it Hogtown. More elegant. Down there, the derricks actually straddle one another, and they have to board them over to keep from drowning one another out when they blow in. Fellow in Dallas brought in the first well, and it was so big that his stock went from $100 a share to $12,000, all in a few weeks. Of course, he started a bank. Funniest people I ever saw that way. Usually when a rube makes a winning, he gambles or gets him a woman. But these hicks take their coin and buy banks. Ranger's a real town, everything wide open, and the law in on the play. That makes good times. Show me a camp where the gamblers play solitaire and the women take in washing, and I'll show you a dead village. The joints here have big signs on the wall, gambling positively prohibited, and underneath the games are running high, wide, and fancy. Refined humor, I call it. There were 9 killings one day, but that's above the average. The last time I was in town, a couple of tool dressers got into a row with a laundryman, claimed they'd been overcharged 6 cents. It came to a shooting, and we buried all 3 of them, 2 cents apiece. That was their closing price. The cost of living is high enough, but it isn't expensive to die here. In this vein ran Mallow's talk. From the first he had laid himself out to be entertaining and helpful, and Gray obligingly permitted him to have his way. When they had finished breakfast, he even allowed his companion to hire an automobile and driver for him. They shook hands finally, the best of friends. Mallow wished him good luck, and gravely voiced the hope that he would have fewer diamonds when he returned. Gray warmly thanked his companion for his many courtesies, and declared they would soon meet again. Thus far the trip had worked out much as Gray had expected. Now, as his service car left the town and joined the dusty procession of vehicles moving countryward, he covertly studied its driver and was gratified to note that the fellow bore all the earmarks of a thorough scoundrel. What conversation the man indulged in strengthened that impression. The Briscoe farm, it appeared, lay about 20 miles out, but 20 miles over oil-filled roads proved to be quite a journey. During the muddy season, the driver declared it might well take a whole day to make that distance. Now the roads were dry, They could probably cover it in 2 or 3 hours if the car held together. Traffic near Ranger was terrific, and how it managed to move, even at a snail's pace, was a mystery, for to sit a car was like riding a bucking horse. If there had been the slightest attempts at road building, they were now invisible, and the vehicular traffic followed meandering wagon trails laid down by the original inhabitants of pre-petroleum days, which had not been bettered by the ceaseless pounding of the past 12 months. Up and down over armored ridges and into sandy arroyos, along leaning hillsides and across 'dobe flats, baked brick hard by the sun, the current of travel roared and pounded with reckless disregard of tire and bolt and axle. In the main, it was a motor-driven procession. There were, to be sure, occasional teams of fine imported draft horses, but for every head of livestock there were a dozen huge trucks, and for every truck a score of passenger cars. These last were battered and gray with mud, and their dusty occupants were of a color to match, for they drove blindly through an asphyxiating cloud. Even the thirsty vegetation beside the roads was coated gray, and was so tinder dry that it seemed as if a lighted match would explode it. The sun glared cruelly, and the pyramidal piles of iron pipe chained to the groaning trucks and plunging trailers were hot enough to fry eggs upon, but neither they nor the steaming radiators gave off more heat than the soil and the rocks. Detours were common, testimony to man's inherent optimism, but each was worse than the other. The roadbeds everywhere were rutted, torn, broken up as if from long continual heavy shell fire. From every ridge skeleton derricks were in sight as far as the eye could reach, the scattered ones whose clean timbers gleamed in the sunlight testifying to dry holes, the blackened ones, usually in clumps, indicating production. Magic word. There were a few crossroads settlements, hitch-rail towns, unpainted and ramshackled, but nowhere was there an attempt at farming, for this part of Texas had gone hog wild over oil. Abandoned straw stacks had settled and molded, cornfields had grown up to weeds, and what few head of cattle still remained lolled near the artificial surface tanks, all but dried into mud holes. It was a farm of this character that Gray's driver finally pointed out as the Briskow Ranch. The house, an unsightly story and a half affair, stood at the back of what had once been a cultivated field, and the place was distinctive only in the fact that it gave evidence of a good water well, or a capacious reservoir in the form of a vivid green garden patch and a few flourishing peach trees immediately behind the residence, welcome relief to the eye. Nobody answered Gray's knock at the front door, so he walked around the house. Over the garden fence, grown thick with brambles, he beheld two feminine figures, or rather two faded sunbonnets, topping two pairs of shoulders, and as he drew nearer, he saw that one woman was bent and slow-moving, while the other was a huge creature, wide of hip and deep of bosom, whose bare arms, burnt to a rich golden brown, were like those of a blacksmith, and who wielded her heavy hoe as if it were a toy. She was singing in a thin, nasal, uncultivated voice. Evidently they were the Briskow help. Therefore Gray made his presence known and inquired for the master or mistress of the place. The elder woman turned, exposing a shrewd, benevolent face, and after a moment of appraisal said, "I am Miss Briskow." "Indeed." The visitor smiled his best and announced the nature of his errand. "Lawsy me!" Miss Briskow planted her hoe in the soil and turned her back upon Gray. "Allie, your pa has gone and done it again. Here's another of his fool notions." The women regarded each other silently, their facial expressions hidden beneath their bonnets. Then the mother exposed her countenance a second time and said, "Mister, This is Allegheny, our girl." Miss Allegheny Briskow lifted her head, nodded shortly, and stared over the hoe handle at Gray. Her gaze was one of frank curiosity, and he returned it in kind, for he had never beheld a creature like her. Gray was a tall man, but this girl's eyes met his on a level, and her figure, if anything, was heavier than his. Nor was its appearance improved by her shapeless garment of faded wash material. Her feet were encased in a pair of men's cheap brogans that Gray could have worn. Drops of perspiration gleamed upon her face and her hair. What little was visible beneath the sunbonnet was wet and untidy. Altogether, she presented a picture such as some painter of peasant types might have sketched. Garbed appropriately in Shawn's habits, she would have passed for some European plowwoman of Amazonian proportions. Allegheny, it was a suitable name, indeed, for such a mountainous person. Her size was truly heroic. She would have been grotesque, ridiculous, except for a certain youthful plasticity and a suggestion of tremendous vigor and strength that gave her dignity. Her ample, ill-fitting dress failed to hide the fact that her robust body was well, even splendidly molded. Gray's attention, however, was particularly challenged by the girl's face and eyes. It was a handsome countenance, cut in large, bold features, but of a stony immobility. The eyes were watchful, brooding, sullen. They regarded him with mingled defiance and a shyness for an instant, then they avoided his. She averted her gaze. She appeared to be meditating ignominious flight. The mother abandoned her labor, wiped her hands upon her skirt, and said, with genuine hospitality, "Come right into the house and rest yourself. Pa and Buddy will be home at dinner time." By now a fuller significance of this stranger's presence had struck home, and she laughed softly as she led the way toward the dwelling. "Diamonds for Allie and me, eh? Land sakes! Pa's up to something new every day lately. I wonder what's next." As Gray stepped aside for the younger woman to precede him, his curiosity must have been patent, for Allie became even more self-conscious than before, and her face flamed a fiery red. As yet she had not spoken. There were 3 rooms to the Briskow residence, bedrooms all, with a semi-detached, ramshackle, whitewashed kitchen at the rear, and separated from the main house by a narrow gallery. Into the front chamber, which evidently did service also as a parlor, Mrs. Briskow led the way. By now she was in quite a flutter of excitement. For the guest she drew forth the one rocking chair, a patent contraption, the rockers of which were held upon a sort of track by stout spiral springs. Its seat and back were of cheap carpet material stretched over a lacquered frame, and these she hastily dusted with her apron. Then she seated herself upon the edge of the bed and beamed expectantly. Allegheny had carelessly brushed back her sunbonnet, exposing a mane of damp, straight brown hair of a quantity and length to match her tremendous vigor of limb, but she remained standing at the foot of the bed, too ill at ease to take a chair, or perhaps too agitated to see one. She was staring straight ahead, her eyes fixed a foot or two over the caller's head. Gray ignored her manifest embarrassment, made a gingerly acquaintance with the chair of honor, and then devoted his attention to the elder woman. At every move the coiled springs under him strained and snapped alarmingly. "We don't often see jewelry peddlers," the mother announced, "but sakes alive, things is changing so fast we get a new surprise most every day. I suppose you got those rings in that valise." She indicated Gray's stout leather sample case. "Precisely," said he. "If you have time, I'd like to show them to you." Mrs. Briskow's bent figure stirred, and she uttered a throaty chuckle, and her weary face, lined with the marks of toil and hardship, flushed faintly. Her misshapen hands tightly clasped themselves, and her faded eyes began to sparkle. Gray felt a warm thrill of compassion at the agitation of this kindly worn old soul, and he rose quickly. As he gained his feet, that amazing chair behaved in a manner wholly unusual and startling. Relieved of the strain, the spring snapped and whined. There was a violent oscillation of the back. A shudder convulsed the thing, and it sprang after him, much as a tame rabbit thumps his feet upon the ground in an effort to bluff a kitten. The volunteer salesman spread out his dazzling wares upon the patchwork counterpane, then stepped back to observe the effect. Mrs. Briskow's hands fluttered toward the gems. They reclasped themselves in her lap. She bent closer and regarded them fixedly. The Juno-like daughter also stared down at the display with fascination. After a moment, Allegheny spoke, and her speaking voice was in pleasing contrast to the nasal notes of that interrupted song. "Are them real diamonds?" she queried darkly. "Oh, yes, and most of them are of a very fine quality." "Pa never told us a word," breathed the mother. "He's always up to some trick." "Please examine them. I want you to look them all over," Gray urged. Mrs. Briskow acted upon this invitation only after she had dried her hands, and then with trepidation. Gingerly, reverently, she removed a ring from its resting place and held it up to the light. "My, ain't it sparkly!" she gasped, after an ecstatic pause. Again the girl spoke, her eyes fixed defiantly upon Gray. "You could fool us easy, 'cause we never saw real diamonds. We always been too poor." The man nodded. "I hope you're not disappointed in them, and I hope you are going to see and to own a great many of the finer ones." "We've never seen anything, not been anywhere yet." It was Mrs. Briskow speaking. "But we're going lots of places, and we're going to see everything worth seeing, so Pa says. Anyhow, the children is. First off, Pa's going to take us to the mountains." The mother faced the visitor at this announcement, and for a moment she appeared to be gazing at a vision, for her wrinkled countenance was glorified. "You've seen 'em, haven't you, mister?" "Mountains? A great many." Allegheny broke in. "I dunno these diamonds is just what I expected 'em to be. They are and they ain't. I'm kind of disappointed." Gray smiled. "This is true of most things that we anticipate or aspire to. It's a tragedy of accomplishment to find that our rewards are never quite up to our expectations." "Do they cost much?" "Oh, decidedly. The prices are all plainly marked. Please look them over." Ma Briskow did as urged, but the shock was paralyzing. Delight, admiration, expectancy gave place to horrified amazement at the figures upon the tags. She shook her head slowly and made repeated sounds of disapproval. "Tis, tis, tis! Why, your pa's crazy, plumb crazy." Although the mother's principal emotion for the moment was aroused by the price marked on the price tags, Allegheny paid little attention to them, and began vainly fitting ring after ring to her fingers. All were too small, however, and most of them refused to pass even the first joint, and Gray realized now what Gus Briskow had meant when he wrote for rings of large sizes. Eventually the girl found one that slipped into place, and this she regarded with complacent admiration. "This one'll do for me," she declared, "and it's a whopper." Gray took her hand in his. As yet it had not been greatly distorted by manual labor. The nails were dull and cracked and ragged, and they were inlaid in deep mourning. "I don't believe you'll like that mounting," he said gently. "It's what we call a man's ring. This is the kind women usually wear." He held up a thin platinum band of delicate workmanship, which Allegheny examined with frank disdain. "Shaw, I'd bust that the first time I hold a row of taters," she declared. "I got to have things stout for me." But, Gray protested in even a milder voice, you probably won't want to wear expensive jewelry in the garden. Miss Briskow held her hand high, admiring the play of light upon the facets of the splendid jewel. She then voiced a commonplace thought that has been variously expressed by other women better circumstanced than she. If we can afford to buy 'em, I reckon we can afford to wear 'em. Not until Gray had suggested that her days of work in the fields were probably about ended did the girl's expression change. Then, indeed, her interest was arrested. She regarded him with a sudden quickening of imagination. She revolved the novel idea in her mind. "From what my driver has told me about the Briskow farm," he ran on, "you won't have to work at anything unless you care to." Allie continued to weigh this new thought in her mind. That it intrigued her was plain, but she made no audible comment. Chapter 5. For perhaps half an hour the women tried on one piece of jewelry after another, exclaiming, admiring, arguing. Then the mother realized with a start that mealtime was near, and that the menfolk would soon be home. Leaving Allie to entertain their guest, she hurried out, and the sound of splitting kindling, the clatter of stove lids, the rattle of utensils came from the kitchen. Gray retired to the patent rocker. Miss Briskow settled herself upon a straight-backed chair and folded her capable hands in her lap. An oppressive silence fell upon the room. Evidently the duties of hostess lay with crushing weight upon the girl, for her face became stony, her cheeks paled, her eyes glazed. The power of speech completely failed her, and she answered Gray with nods or shakes of her head. The most that he could elicit from her were brief yeps and nopes. It was not unlike a spirit reading or a Ouija board seance. He told himself in terms of the oil fields that here was a dry well, that the girl was a duster. Having exhausted the usual commonplace topics in the course of a monologue that induced no reaction whatever, he voiced a perfectly natural remark about the wonder of sudden riches. He was, in a way, thinking aloud of the changes wrought in drab lives like the Briskows by the discovery of oil. He was surprised when Allegheny responded. "Ma and me stand it all right, but it's an awful strain on Pa," said she. "Indeed?" The girl nodded. "He's got more nutty notions." Gray endeavored to learn the nature of Pa's recently acquired eccentricities, but Allie was flushing and paling as a result of her sudden excursion into the audible. Eventually she trembled upon the verge of speech once more. Then she took another desperate plunge. "He says folks are going to laugh at us or with us, and rich people have got to act rich. They've got to be elegant." She laughed loudly, abruptly. The explosive nature of the sound startled her as greatly as it did her hearer. "He's going to get somebody to teach Buddy and me how to behave." "I think he's right," Gray said, quietly. "Why, he's sent to Fort Worth for a piano already, and for a lady to come out for a couple of days and show me how to play it." There was another black hiatus in the conversation. "We haven't got a spare room, but I'm quick at learning tunes. She could bunk in with me for a night or two." Gray eyed the speaker suspiciously, but it was evident that she was in sober earnest, and the tragedy of such profound ignorance smote the man sharply. Here was a girl of at least average intelligence and of a sensitive make-up, a girl with looks, too, in spite of her size, and no doubt a full share of common sense, perhaps even talents of some sort, yet with the knowledge of a child. For the first time he realized what playthings of fate are men and women, how completely circumstance can make or mar them, and what utter paralysis results from the strangling grip of poverty. History hints that during the Middle Ages there flourished an association known as comprachicos, child buyers, which traded in children. The comprachicos bought little human beings and disfigured their features, distorted their bodies, fashioned them into ludicrous, grotesque, or hideous monstrosities for king and populace to laugh at, and then resold them. Soft, immature faces were made into animal likenesses. Tender, unformed bodies were put in wicker forms or porcelain vases and allowed to grow. Then, when they had become things of compressed flesh and twisted bone, the wicker was cut, the vase was broken, leaving a man in the shape of a bottle or a mug. This is precisely what environment does. In the case of Allegheny Briscoe, poverty, the drought, the grinding hardships of these hard-scrabble Texas counties had dwarfed the intellect, the very soul of a splendid young animal. Or so, at least, Gray told himself. It was a thought that evoked profound consideration. Now that the girl was beginning to lose her painful embarrassment, she showed to somewhat better advantage, and no longer impressed him as bovine, stolid, almost stupid. He could not but note again her full young figure, her well-shaped, well-poised head, and her regular features, and the pity of it seemed all the greater by reason thereof. He tried to visualize her perfectly groomed, clad in a smart gown molded over a well-fitting corset, with her feet properly shod and her hair dressed, but the task was beyond him. Probably she had never worn a corset, never seen a pair of silk stockings. He thought, too, of what was in store for her, and wondered how she would fit into the new world she was about to enter. Not very well, he feared. Might not this prove to be the happiest period of all her new life? He asked himself. And yet the wonder and the glory of the new estate left room in her imagination for little else. The mold was broken, but the child was not conscious of its bottle shape. Nevertheless, the shape was there. When that child learned the truth, when it heard the laughter and felt the ridicule, what then? He could not bring himself to envy Allegheny Briscoe. "First off, Ma and me are going over to Dallas to do some trading," the girl was saying. "After that, we're going to the mountains." "Your mother mentioned mountains." "Yep. Her and Pa have always been crazy about mountains, but they never seen 'em. That's the first thing Ma said when Number One blowed in. When we saw that oil go over the crown block, and when they told us that black stuff was really oil, Ma burst out crying and said she'd see the mountains, after all. Then she wouldn't mind if she died. Pa, he cried, too. We always been so poor, you see. Ma's kind of marked about mountains. Been that way since she was a girl. She cuts out stories and pictures of 'em, and that's how me and Buddy came to be named Allegheny and Ozark. But we never expected to see 'em. The drought burned us out too often." Allegheny and Ozark, quaint names. Times must have been hard. The remark was intended only as a spur. Hard? There was a pause. Slowly the girl's eyes began to smolder, and as she went on in her deliberate way, memory set a tragic shadow over her face. "I'll say they was hard. Nobody but us nesters knows what hard times is. Out West here they went 3 years without rain, and all around here people was starving. Grown folks was thin and tired, and children was sickly. They was too peaked to play. Why, we took in a whole family, wagon folks. Their horses died, and they couldn't go on, so we kept 'em till we burned out. I don't know how we managed to get by except that Pa and Buddy are rustlers, and I can do more'n a hired hand. We never had enough to eat. Stuff just wouldn't grow. The stock got bonier and bonier and finally died, count of no grass and the tanks drying out. And all that time the sun was a blazing, and the dust was a blowing, and the clouds would roll up, then drift away, and the sun would come out hotter'n ever. Day after day, month after month, we waited. 18, I think it was. People got so they wouldn't pray no more, and the preachers moved away. I guess we was as bad off as them poor folks in Belgium. Why, even the rattlesnakes pulled out of the country. Somehow the papers got hold of it, and by some grub was shipped in and give around. But us Briscoes didn't get none. Pa'd die before he'd beg." The girl was herself now. She was talking naturally, feelingly, and her voice was both deep and pleasing. The thinner Ma got, the more she talked about the mountains, where there was water, cool, clear water in the cricks, and timber on the hills, timber with green leaves on it, and grass that you could lay down in and smell. I guess Ma was kind of feverish. We was drier'n a lime burner's boot when the rain did come. I'll never forget. We all stood out in it and soaked it up. It was wonderful to get wet and soaky and not with sweat. Then on top of that the oil came too. It must have been wonderful. Yep, now we're rich, and buying diamonds and pianos and going to Dallas for pretty fixin's. Seems kind of dreamy." Allegheny Briskow closed her eyes. Her massive crown of damp, disordered hair drooped backward, and for a moment Gray was able, unobserved, to study her. She had revealed herself to him suddenly in the space of a few moments, and the revelation added such poignancy to his previous thoughts that he regarded her with a wholly new sympathy. There was nothing dull about this girl. On the contrary, she had intelligence and feeling. There had been a rich vibrance in her voice as she told of that frightful ordeal. A dimness had come into her eyes as she spoke of her mother's gabbling feverishly of the green hills and babbling brooks. She had yearned maternally at mention of those wretched little children. No, there was a sincere emotional quality concealed in this young giantess, and a sensitiveness quite unexpected. Gray remained silent until she opened her eyes. Then he said, "When you and your mother come to Dallas to do your shopping, won't you let me take you around to the right shops and see that you get the right things?" Then, prompted by the girl's quick resentment, he added hastily, "At the right prices." Allie's face cleared. "Why, that's right nice of you," she declared. I reckon we'd be glad to." Gus Briskow was a sandy, angular man. A ring of air holes cut in the crown of his faded felt hat showed a head of hair faded to match the color of his headgear. His greasy overalls were tucked into boots, and a ragged Joseph's coat covered his flannel shirt. Both the man and his make-up were thoroughly typical of this part of the country, except in one particular. Pa Briskow possessed the brightest, the shrewdest pair of blue eyes that Calvin Gray had ever seen, and they were surrounded by a network of prepossessing wrinkles. He came directly in to greet his visitor, then said, "I never expected you'd come way out here to bring your plunder with you. Ma says you got a whole gripful of diamonds." "I have indeed." Gray pointed to the glittering display still spread out upon the varied-colored counterpane. Briskow approached the bed and gazed curiously, silently, down at the treasure. Then his face broke into a sunshiny smile. He wiped his hands upon his trousers legs and picked up a ring, but instead of examining the jewel, he looked at the price mark, after which his smile broadened. Ozark had entered behind his father, and his sister introduced him now. He was a year or two younger than Allegheny, but cast in the same heroic mold. They formed a massive pair of children, indeed, and, as in her case, a sullen distrust of strangers was inherent in him. He stared coldly, resentfully at Gray, mumbled an unintelligible greeting, then rudely turned his back upon the visitor and joined his father. The elder Briskow spoke first, and it was evident that he feared to betray lack of conservatism, for he said, with admirable restraint, "Likely looking lot of trinkets, eh, Bud?" Bud grunted. After a moment he inquired of Gray, "How much is that whole lot worth, mister?" "Close to $100,000." Brother and sister exchanged glances. Their father considered briefly, smilingly. Then he said, "With oil at 3 1/4, it wouldn't take long for a 1,200 barreler to get the whole caboodle, would it? Is your well producing 1,200 barrels a day?" "Huh!" Briskow, Jr. grinned at his sister, exposing a mouthful of teeth as white and as sound as railroad crockery, but his next words were directed at Gray. "We got 4 wells, and the poorest one is making 1,200 barrel." The guest's mental calculations as to the Briskows' royalties were interrupted by an announcement that dinner was ready, whereupon the father announced, "Mister, it looks like you'd have to stay overnight with us, 'cause I got important business after dinner, and I wouldn't trust Ma to pick out no jewelry by herself. Them prices would scare her to death. We're ignorant people, and we ain't used to spending money, so it'll take time for us to make up our minds. Can you wait?" "I'll stay as long as you'll keep me," Gray declared, heartily. A moment later, having learned that a place at the table had been set for his driver as well as himself, Gray stepped out to summon the man and to effect the necessary change in his arrangements. He was not surprised to find the chauffeur with nose flattened against the pane of the front room window, his hand cupped over his eyes. Ignoring the fellow's confusion at being discovered, Gray told him of his change of plan, and instructed him to drive back to Ranger and return late the following afternoon. Then he led the way toward the kitchen. That stay at Briskow's turned out to be less irksome than the visitor had anticipated, for the afternoon was spent with Buddy examining the Briskow wells and others nearby. It was an interesting experience, and Gray obtained a deal of first-hand information that he believed would come in handy. Buddy's first mistrust was not long in passing, and once Gray had penetrated his guard, the boy was won completely. The pendulum swung to the opposite extreme, and ere long suspicion changed to liking, then to approval, and at last to open, extravagant admiration. And Gray liked the youthful giant, too, once the latter had dropped his hostility and had become his natural self. For Ozark was a lad with temper and with temperament. They got along together swimmingly. In fact, they grew thicker than thieves in the course of time. The elder man soon became conscious of the fact that he was being studied, analyzed, even copied, the sincerest form of flattery, and it pleased his vanity. Buddy's mind was thirsty, his curiosity was boundless. Questions popped out of him at every step, and every answer, every bit of information or of philosophy that fell from the visitor's lips he pounced upon, avidly examined, then carefully put away for future use. He was like a magpie filling its nest. Gray's personal habits, mannerisms, tricks, all were grist for Buddy's mill. The stranger's suit, for instance, was a curiosity to the boy, who could not understand wherein it was so different from any other he had ever seen. Young Briskow attributed that difference to the fact that it had probably come from a bigger store than any he had known. It amazed him to learn, in answer to a pointed question, that it had been cut and fitted to the wearer by expert workmen. It disappointed him bitterly to be informed that there was not another one exactly like it which he could buy. And the visitor's silk shirt, with double cuffs and a monogram on the sleeve? Fancy fixin's like this, Buddy confessed, he had always associated with women folk, but if Gray wore them, there could be nothing disgraceful, nothing effeminate about the practice. There was a decided thrill in the prospect of possessing such finery, all initialed with huge silken O.B.s. Life was presenting wholly novel and exciting possibilities to the youth. When Gray offered him a cigarette, Buddy rudely took the gold case out of his hand and examined it. Then he laughed in raucous delight. "Gosh, I never knew men had pretty things. I'm going to get me one like that." "Do you like it?" "Gee, it's swell." "Good. I'll make you a present of it." Buddy stared at the speaker in speechless surprise. What for?" he finally stammered. "Because you admire it." "Why, it's solid gold, ain't it?" "To be sure." "How much did it cost?" "My dear fellow," Gray protested, "you shouldn't ask questions like that. You embarrass me." Buddy examined the object anew. Then he inquired, "Say, why'd you offer to gimme this?" "I just told you." Gray was becoming impatient. "It's a custom in some countries to present an object to one who is polite enough to admire it." "Nobody never give me a present," Buddy said. "Not one that I wanted. I never had nothing that I didn't have to have or couldn't get along without. This cigarette case is worth more'n all the stuff I ever owned, and I'm sure obliged to you." He replaced the article in Gray's hand. "Ah, you won't accept it? Why not?" "Oh, I don't know." Gray pondered this refusal for a moment before saying, "Perhaps you think I'm trying to make a good impression on you so you'll buy some diamonds." "Maybe." Buddy averted his eyes. He was in real distress. "Uh-huh. I ought to punch your head." Gray slipped the case into young Briskow's pocket. "I don't have to bribe people. Some day you'll realize that I like you." "Honest?" "Cross my heart." The boy laughed in frank delight. His brown cheeks colored, his eyes sparkled. "Gosh," he said, "I like you." For some time thereafter he remained red and silent, but he kept one big hand in the pocket where lay the gold cigarette case. There was a wordless song in Buddy Briskow's heart, for he had made a friend, and such a friend. The Briskow children possessed each other's fullest confidence. Hence Ozark took the first occasion to show his gift to Allegheny, and to tell her in breathless excitement all about that wonderful afternoon. "He said he had a mind to lick me, and I bet he could have done it, too," the boy concluded. "Lick you? Huh!" "Oh, he's hard boiled. That's why I like him. He's been round the world and speaks foreign languages like a native. That suit of clothes was made for him, and he's got 30 others all better'n this one. Shoes, too, made special in New York, $40 a pair." "What's he doing here if he's so rich?" It was the doubting female of the species speaking. "Drummers is terrible liars." Buddy flew to the defense of his hero. "He's doing this to help a friend. Told me all about it. I'm going to have 30 suits." "Shoes don't cost $40. Clothes don't cost that much." Allie regarded her brother keenly, understandingly. Then she said somberly, "It ain't no use, Buddy." "What ain't?" "It ain't no use to wish. Maybe you can have 30 suits if the wells hold out, but they won't look like his. And me, too. We're too big, Buddy. And the more money we got, the more clothes we put on, the more folks is going to laugh at us. It shames me to go places with anybody but you." "He wouldn't laugh. He's been all over the world," the boy asserted. Then, after some deliberation, "I'll bet he's seen bigger people than us." As a matter of fact, Allegheny's sensitiveness about her size had been quickly apparent to Gray, and during that day he did his utmost to overcome it, but with what success he could not know. Buddy was his, body and soul, that much was certain. He made the conquest doubly secure by engaging the young behemoth in a scuffle and playfully putting him on his back. Defeat at other hands than Gray's would have enraged Ozark to the point of frenzy. It would have been considered by him an indignity and a disgrace. Now, however, he looked upon it as a natural and wholly satisfactory demonstration of his idol's supreme prowess, and he roared with delight at being bested. Gray promptly taught him the wrestling trick by which he had accomplished the feat, and flattered the boy immensely by refusing to again try his skill. The older man, when he really played, could enter into a sport with tremendous zest, and did so now. He taught Buddy trick after trick. They matched each other in feats of strength and agility. They wound up finally on opposite sides of the Briskow kitchen table, elbows planted fingers interlocked, straining furiously in that muscle-racking, joint-cracking pastime of the lumber camps known as twisting arms. Here again Gray was victorious, until he showed Buddy how to gain greater leverage by changing the position of his wrist and by slightly altering his grip, whereupon the boy's superior strength told. They were red in the face, out of breath, and soaked with perspiration when Pa Briskow drove up in his expensive new touring car. By this time Buddy's admiration had turned to adulation. He had passed under the yoke, and he gloried shamelessly in his captive state. At supper time he appeared with his hair wetly combed in imitation of Gray's. He wore a necktie, too, and in it he had fastened a cheap brass stick pin, much as Gray wore his. During the meal he watched how the guest used his knife and fork and made awkward attempts to do likewise, but a table fork was an instrument which, heretofore, Buddy had looked upon as a weapon of pure offense, like a whaler's harpoon, and conveniently designed either for spearing edibles beyond his reach or for retrieving fragments of meat lurking between his back teeth. He even did some hasty manicuring under the edge of the table with his jackknife. Pa Briskow was scarcely less observant than his son. He watched Gray's every move. He sounded him out adroitly. He pondered his lightest word. After the supper things had been cleared away and the dishes washed, the entire family adjourned to the front room and again examined the jewelry. It was an absorbing task. They did not hurry it. Not until the following afternoon, in fact, did they finally make their selections, and then they were guided almost wholly by the good taste of their guest. Gray did not exploit them. On the contrary, his effort was to limit their extravagance. But in this he had little success, for Pa Briskow had decided to indulge his generous impulses to the full and insisted upon doing so. The check he finally wrote was one of 5 figures. By this time the visitor had become aware of arousing a queer reaction in Allegheny Briskow. He had overcome her diffidence early enough. He had unsealed her lips. He had obtained an insight into her character. But once that was done, the girl retired within herself again, and he could get nothing more out of her. He would have believed that she actually disliked him, had it not been for the fact that whatever he said, she took as gospel, that whenever he chanced to be there, she was. Her ears open, her somber meditative eyes fixed upon him. Evidently she did not actually dislike him. He decided finally that she was studying him, striving to analyze and to weigh him to her own complete satisfaction before trusting him further than she had. When it drew near time for him to leave, he announced that the driver of his hired car had been instructed to return for him. There was protest, loud and earnest, from the Briskows, father and son. Buddy actually sulked at being denied the pleasure of driving his hero to town in the new car, and told about a smooth place on a certain detour where he could get her up to 60 miles an hour. If it was longer, she'd do 100, he declared. Pa Briskow was worried for the security of the diamonds, and assured Gray that it was unsafe to trust those service car drivers. But the latter, seeing a threat to his carefully matured plans, refused to listen. "There is one thing you can do for me," he told them. "You can give me a pint of cream." "Cream? What for?" The family regarded him with amazement. "I'm fond of it. If you have no cream, milk will do." "Pshaw! I'll put up a whole basket of lunch for you," Mrs. Briskow declared. "Buddy, go kill a rooster, and you, Allie, get them eggs out of the nest in the garden, and a jar of them peach preserves while I make up a pan of biscuits." Protest was unavailing. When the others had hurried away, Pa Briskow said, "I've been studying you, Mr. Gray, and I got you down as a first-class man. When Ma and Allie come over to Dallas to get rigged out, I'd like you to help 'em. They ain't never been further from home than Cisco. That's 30 miles. I'll pay you for your time." Gray's hearty acceptance of the first and his prompt refusal of the second proposal pleased the speaker. "Being rich is mighty fine, but—" Gus Briskow shook his head doubtfully. "It takes a lot of thinking, and I ain't used to thinking. Some day, maybe, I'll get you to give me a hand in figuring out some worries." "Business worries?" "No, I got enough of them and more coming, but it ain't that. We're going to have a heap of money and—" He looked up with straightforward eyes. "We ain't going to lose it if I have my way. We've rubbed along half starved all our lives and done without things till we're—well, look at us. I reckon we've made you laugh. Oh, I'll bet we have. Ma and me can stand it, but, mister, I don't want folks to laugh at my children, and there's other things I don't want to happen to 'em. Buddy's a wild hoss, and he's got a streak of the old Nick in him, and Allie ain't broke no better'n him. I got a feeling there may be trouble ahead, and sometimes I 'most wish we'd never had no oil in Texas." Chapter 6. "Well, did you land them hicks?" It was Gray's driver speaking. Through the gloom of early evening he was guiding his car back toward Ranger. The road was the same they had come, but darkness had invested it with unfamiliar perils, or so it seemed, for the headlights threw every rock and ridge into bold relief and left the holes filled with mysterious shadows. The vehicle strained, its motor raced, its gears clashed noisily as it rocked along like a dory in a boisterous tide rip. Only now and then did a few rods of smooth going permit the chauffeur to take his attention from the streak of illumination ahead long enough to light another cigarette, a swift maneuver, the dexterity of which bespoke long practice. "Yes, and I made a good sale," the passenger declared. With pride he announced the size of the Briskow check. "Did you ever see a dame the size of that girl?" A short laugh issued from the driver. "She'd clean up in vaudeville, wouldn't she? Why, she could lift a ton in harness, and hoeing the garden with their coin. It's like a woman I heard of. They got a big well on their farm, and she came to town to do some shopping. Somebody told her she ought to buy a present for her old man, so she got him a new handle for the axe. God!" A few miles further on the fellow confessed. "I wasn't crazy about coming for you tonight, not after I got a flash of what's in that valise." "No?" "You're taking a chance, stranger." "Nothing new about that." Gray remained unperturbed. His left arm was behind the driver. With it he clung rigidly to the back of the seat as the car plunged and rolled. "Frequently we are in danger when we least suspect it. Now you, for instance." "Me?" The man at the wheel shot a quick glance at his fare. "You probably take more chances than you dream of." "How so?" These roads are a menace to life and limb. The country is infested with robbers." "Oh, sure. That's what I had in mind. Joy riding at night with a hatful of diamonds is my idea of a sucker's amusement. Of course, we won't get it." "Of course. One never does." "Sure. But if we should, there's just one thing to do." "Indeed?" Gray was pleasantly inquisitive, but it was plain that he suffered no apprehensions. "And that is?" "Sit tight and take your medicine." "I never take medicine." The chauffeur shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I do, when it's put down my throat. I've been stuck up." "Really?" "Twice. Tame as a house cat, me, both times. I suppose I'll get nicked again sometime." "And you won't offer any resistance?" "Not a one, cull." "I'm relieved to be assured of that." For a second time the driver flashed a glance at his companion. It was a peculiar remark, and voiced in a queer tone. "Yes. Why?" "Because," Gray slightly shifted his position. There was a movement of his right hand, the one farthest away from the man at the wheel, and simultaneously his left arm slipped from the back of the seat and tightly encircled the latter's waist. He finished in a wholly unfamiliar voice. "Because, my good man, you are now held up for the third time, and it would distress me to have to kill you." The driver uttered a loud grunt. for something sharp and hard had been thrust deeply into that soft, sensitive region overlying his liver, and now it was held there. It was unnecessary for Gray to order the car stopped. Its brakes squealed. It ceased its progress as abruptly as if its front wheels had fetched up against a stone wall. "Hey, what the—" "Don't try to heel me with your elbow," Gray warned sharply. "Now, up with him, you know. That's nice." The faces of the men were close together. Gray's was blazing. The driver's was stiff with amazement and stamped with an incredulous grimace. Paralyzed for the moment with astonishment, he made no resistance, not even when he felt that long muscular left arm relax and the hand at the end of it go searching over his pockets. Gray was grim, mocking. Some vibrant, evil quality to his voice suggested extreme malignity at full cock, like that unseen weapon, the muzzle of which was buried beneath the driver's short ribs. "Ah, you go armed, I see. A shoulder holster, as I suspected. I knew you had nothing on this side." Seizing his victim's upstretched right hand with his own left, he gave it a sudden fierce wrench that all but snapped the wrist, and at the same instant he reached across and snatched the concealed weapon from its resting place. He flung the chauffeur's body away from him. There was a sharp click as he swiftly jammed the barrel of the automatic back and let it fly into place. The entire maneuver had been deftly executed. Even yet, the object of the assault was speechless. "Now then," the passenger faced about in his seat and showed his teeth in a smile, "it is customary to permit the condemned man to enjoy the last word. What have you to say for yourself?" "I got this to say, it's a hell of a joke," the man exploded. "Do I act as if I were joking?" "If you think it's funny to jab a gun in a man's belly when he ain't looking—" "A gun? My simple friend, you have, or had, the only gun in this party. You may thank whatever gods you worship that you didn't try to use it, for I would have been rough with you. Oh, very rough. I might even have made you eat it. Now, inasmuch as you may be tempted to embellish this story with some highly imaginary details, I prefer that you know the truth. This is the gun I used to stick you up." With a rigidly outthrust thumb, Gray prodded the driver in the side. "Simple, isn't it? And no chance for accidents?" The speaker's shoulders were shaking. "Well, I'll be damned." "Not a doubt of it," chuckled the other, "especially if you follow in the course you have chosen, and a similar fate will overtake your pal Mallow. By the way, is that his right name? Never mind, I know him as Mallow. A shallow, trusting man, and I hope a better judge of diamonds than of character. As for me, I look deeper than the surface and am seldom deceived in people. Witness your case, for example. I knew you at once for a crook. It might save you several miles of bad walking to tell me where Mallow is waiting to hijack me. No?" "I don't know what you're raving about," growled the unhappy owner of the automobile. "But believe me, I'll have you pinched for this." How sharper than a serpent's tooth is ingratitude, and what bad taste to prattle of prosecution. "I shan't steal your car. It needs too much overhauling, and I abominate cheap machines. It is true that I am one pistol to the good, but in view of the law against carrying lethal weapons, surely you won't prefer charges against me for removing it from your person. Oh, not that. It seems to me that I'm treating you handsomely, for I shall even pay you the agreed price for this trip, provided you only tell me where you expect to meet Mr. Mallow." "Go to hell." "Very well. Oblige me now by getting out, and make it snappy." The driver did as directed. Gray pocketed the automatic, slipped in behind the steering wheel, and drove away into the night, followed by loud and earnest objurgations. He was still smiling cheerfully when, a mile further on, he brought the car to a stop and clambered out. Passing forward into the illumination of the headlights, he busied himself there for several moments before resuming his journey. For the first time in a long while Calvin Gray was thoroughly enjoying himself. Here was an enterprise with all the possibilities of a first-class adventure, and of the sort, moreover, that he was peculiarly qualified to cope with. It possessed enough hazard to lend it the requisite zest. It was sufficiently unusual to awaken his keenest interest. He experienced an agreeable exaltation of spirit, but no misgivings whatever as to the outcome, for he held the commanding cards. Little remained, it seemed to him, except to play them carefully and to take the tricks as they fell. He had not the slightest notion of permitting Mallow to lay hands upon that case of jewels. There was no mistaking the road, but Gray did not bother to stick to the main traveled course when detours or shortcuts promised better going, for he knew full well that Mallow would be waiting, if at all, in some place he was bound to pass. It was an ideal country for a hold-up, lonely and lawless. Derrick lights twinkled over the mesquite tops, and occasionally the flaming red mouth of some boiler gaped at him, or the foliage was illuminated by the glare of gas flambeaux, vertical iron pipes at the ends of which the surplus from neighboring wells was consumed in what seemed a reckless wastage. Occasionally, too, a belated truck thundered past, but the traffic was pretty thin. At last, however, he beheld some distance ahead the white glare of two stationary lights. The road was narrow and sandy here, and shut in by banks of underbrush, and as he drew nearer, a figure stepped out and stood in silhouette until his own lights picked it up. The figure waved its arms and called attention to the car behind, evidently broken down. Here, then, the drama was to be played. Gray brought his machine on at such a pace and so close to the man in the road that the latter was forced to step aside. Then he swung it far to the right, brought it back with a quick twist of the steering wheel, and killed his motor. He was now in the ditch and outside the blinding glare of the opposing headlights. The stalled machine was in the full illumination of his own lamps. Contrary to Gray's expectations, the car in the road was empty, and the man who had hailed him was a stranger. As the latter approached, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "Out of gas, I guess. Anyhow, I—" The speaker noted that there was but one new arrival, when he had expected two, and the discovery appeared to nonplus him momentarily. He stammered involuntarily. He turned his head. Gray looked in the same direction, but without changing his position, and out of the corner of his eye he glimpsed a new figure emerging from the shadows behind him. Very clever, but at least his unexpected maneuver with his own car had made it necessary for both men to approach him from the same side. While the first stranger continued to mumble, Gray sat motionless, keenly conscious meanwhile of that other person closing in upon him from the rear. He simulated a violent start when a second voice cried, "Don't move, I've got you covered." "My God!" Gray twisted about in his seat and exposed a startled countenance. A masked man was standing close to the left running board, and he held a revolver near Gray's head. The apparition appeared to paralyze the unhappy traveler, for he still tightly clutched the steering wheel with both hands. "Just sit still." The cloth of the mask blew outward as the words issued. Through the slits two malevolent eyes gleamed. "Act pretty, and you won't get hurt." "Why, it's Mr. Mallow." Gray hitched himself farther around in his seat and leaned forward in justifiable amazement. "As I live, it's you, Mallow." Both highwaymen were in front of him now, and shoulder to shoulder. He made sure there were no others behind them. "Shut up," Mallow snapped. "Frisk him, Tony, and—" The command was cut short by a startled, throaty cry, a hoarse sound of astonishment and rage, and simultaneously a strange, a phenomenal thing occurred. An unseen hand appeared to strike down both Mallow and his accomplice where they stood, and it smote them, moreover, with appalling force and terrifying effect. One moment they were in complete mastery of the situation. The next, they were groveling in the road, coughing, sneezing, barking, retching, blaspheming poisonously. Baffled fury followed their first surprise. Mallow tore the mask from his face and groped blindly for the weapon he had dropped, but before he could recover it, pain mastered him, and he fell back, clawing at himself, rubbing at his eyes that had been stricken sightless. He yelled, Tony yelled. Then upon the startled night there burst a duet of squeals and curses, a hideous medley of mingled pain and fright, at once terrifying and unnatural. Both bandits appeared to be in paroxysms of agony. From Tony issued sounds that might have issued from the throat of a woman in deadly fear and excruciating torment. Mallow's face had been partially protected, hence he was the lesser sufferer. Nevertheless, his eyes were boiling in their sockets, his lungs were ablaze, ungovernable convulsions ran over him. The men understood vaguely what had afflicted them, for it seemed Gray lift one hand from the wheel, and out of that hand they had seen a stream of liquid, or a jet of aqueous vapor leap. It was too close to dodge. It had sprung directly into their faces, vaporizing as it came, and at its touch, at the first scent of its fumes, their legs had collapsed, their eyes had tightly closed, and every cell in their outraged body had rebelled. It was as if acid had been dashed upon them, destroying in one blinding instant all power for evil. With every breath now a new misery smote them. But worse than this torture was the monstrous nature of their afflictions. It was mysterious, horrible. They believed themselves to be dying, and screamed in abysmal terror of the unknown. Gray squeezed again the rubber bulb that he had carried in his hand these last several miles, ejecting from it the last few drops of its contents. Then he opened the car door, stepped out of it, and stood over his strangling victims. He kicked Mallow's revolver off the road, and, holding his breath, relieved the other hijacker of his weapon. This he flung after the first. Then he withdrew himself a few paces and lighted a cigarette, for a raw, pungent odor offended his nostrils. Both of the bawling bandits reeked of it, but their plight left him indifferent. They reminded him of a pair of horses he had seen disemboweled by a bursting shell, but he felt much less pity for them. His lack of concern made itself felt finally. Mallow, who was the first to show signs of recovery, struggled to his feet and clawed blindly toward the automobile. He clung to it, sick and shaking. Profanely he appealed for aid. "So it is Mr. Mallow," Gray said. "Fancy meeting you here." A stream of incoherencies issued from the wretched object of this mockery. Tony, the other man, stifled his groans, rose to his knees, and with his hands clasped over his eyes, shuffled slowly away, as if to escape the sound of Gray's voice. "Better quiet down and let me do something at once, if you wish to save your sight," the latter suggested. "Otherwise, I won't answer for the result. And you needn't tell me how it hurts. I know." This proffer of aid appeared to throw the sufferers into new depths of dismay. They called to him in the name of God. They were harmless now, and anyhow they had intended to do him no bodily harm. They implored him to lend succor or to put them out of their distress. Gray fell to work promptly. The bottle of cream he had begged from Ma Briskow he now put to use. With this soothing liquid he first washed out their eyes, the membranes of which were raw and spongy and excruciatingly sensitive to light. Then he bandaged them as best he could with compresses wet in it. "You'll breathe easier as time goes on," he announced. "You'll cough a good deal for a few days, but where you are going, that won't disturb anybody. Your eyes will get well, too, if you take care of them as I direct. But meanwhile, let me warn you against lifting those bandages. Advise me as they dry out, and I'll wet them again." A blessed relief stole over the unfortunate pair. They were still sick and weak, but in a short time the acuteness of their suffering had diminished sufficiently for Gray to help them into the back seat of his car and resume his journey. Sarcastically, he referred to the sample case on the tonneau floor. "If those diamonds are in your way, I'll take them in front with me. If not, I'll ask you to keep an eye on them, or let us say keep a foot on them. If you should be foolish enough to heave them overboard or to try to renew your assault upon me, I would be tempted to break this milk bottle. In that event, my dear Mallow, you'd go through life with a tin cup in your hand and a dog on a string." Tony groaned in abject misery of body and soul. Mallow cursed feebly. "What is that devilish stuff?" the latter queried. It was plain from his voice that he meditated no treachery. "Oh, I was going to tell you. It is a product of German ingenuity, designed, I believe, for the purpose of quelling riotous and insurrectionary prisoners. It was efficacious, also, in taking pill boxes or cleaning out dugouts and the like. With some care, one is safe in using it in an ordinary ammonia gun, the sort policemen use on mad dogs. Forgive me if I say that you have demonstrated its utility in peace as well as in war. If there were more hijackers in the world, the device might be commercialized at some profit. But alas, my good Mallow, your profession is not a common one." "Cut out the kidding," Mallow growled. Then he fell into a new convulsion of coughing. The car proceeded for some time to the tune of smothered complaints from the miserable figures bouncing upon the rear seat before Gray said, "I fear you are a selfish pair of rascals. Have you no concern regarding the fate of the third member of your treasure-hunting trio?" Evidently they had none. "Too bad. It's a good story." Whatever their indifference to the welfare of the chauffeur, they still had some curiosity as to their own, for Mallow asked, "What are you going to do with us?" "What would you do if you were in my place?" "I'd listen to reason." "Meaning?" "Hell, you know what he means," Tony cried feebly. "So you do me the honor to offer a bribe?" Gray laughed. "Pardon my amusement. It sounds callous, I know, but frankly, your unhappy condition fails to distress me. Well, how much do you offer?" "All we got, a couple of thousand." "A temptation, truly." Mallow addressed his companion irritably. "Have a little sense. He don't need money." Calvin Gray had never been more pleased with himself than now, for matters had worked out almost exactly according to plan, a compliment indeed to his foresight and to his executive ability. He loved excitement, he lived upon it, and much of his life had been devoted to stage management of sensational exploits like this one. As a boy plays with a toy, so did Gray amuse himself with adventure, and now he was determined to extract from this one the last particle of enjoyment and whatever profit it afforded. Within a few minutes of his arrival at Ranger, the town was noisy with the story, for he drove down the brightly lighted main street and stopped in front of the most populous cafe. There he called loudly for a policeman, and when the latter elbowed his way through the crowd, Gray told him, in plain hearing of all, enough of his experience to electrify everybody. He told the story well. He even made known the value of his diamond stock. Mercilessly he pilloried the two blindfolded bandits. When he drove to the jail, the running boards of his car were jammed with inquisitive citizens, and those who could not find footing thereon followed at a run, laughing, shouting, acclaiming him, and jeering at his prisoners. Having surrendered custody of the latter, he dressed their eyes once more and explained the sort of care they required. Then he made an appeal from the front steps of the jail, adjuring the mob to disperse quietly and to permit the law to take its course. Nothing like this had occurred during the brief, busy life of the town. It was a dramatic incident, but the manner in which the capable stranger had handled it, and the discomfiture he had brought upon his assailants, appealed more to the risibilities than to the anger of Ranger. Admiration for him displaced indignation at the hijackers. Cries for vengeance upon them were drowned in noisy appreciation of their captor. Gray became a popular character. Men clamored to shake his hand and complimented him upon his nerve. The editor of the local newspaper dragged him, protesting, to the office and there interviewed him. Gray was covered with confusion. Reluctantly he made known his identity and retold the whole story of his strip, this time beginning at his meeting with Coverly in Dallas. He displayed the bewildering contents of his sample case, now guarded by a uniformed arm of the law, and explained how he had volunteered his services out of pure love of adventure, and then how he had played into Mallow's hands while aware of his malign purpose at all times. This was more than a local story. It was big enough for the Wire. Gray sat at the editor's elbow while that enthusiastic gentleman called Dallas and gave it to the papers there. He was escorted to the railroad station by an admiring crowd. He was cheered as he passed, smiling, into his Pullman car. Chapter 7. Coverly was at the station when Gray's train arrived at Dallas the next morning. He was suffering intense excitement, and he deluged his friend with a flood of questions, meanwhile flourishing the morning papers, all of which appeared to have devoted much space to the Ranger episode. He hugged Gray and he pumped his hand. He laughed and he chattered. He insisted upon hearing the whole story without delay. On their way uptown, the returning hero gave it to him, together with Gus Briscoe's check. At the size of the latter, Coverly gasped. "Didn't I say you were a good salesman? And Mallow, you got him, didn't you? I told you he was a crook. Just the same, old man, you ran a terrible risk, and I feel mighty guilty. Why, those fellows would have killed you." "Probably." "Why didn't you take along a policeman or somebody?" "And miss all the fun? Miss my pay for the trip? I agreed to take my commission in thrills." The jeweler was frankly curious. "Weren't you frightened?" "Frightened? No." Gray shook his head. "I've never been really afraid of anything or anybody, so far as I can recall. I've never been able to understand the necessity of being frightened. I dare say the capacity for enjoying that particular emotion was omitted from my makeup, the result of some peculiar prenatal influence, probably. I'm sorry, too, for fear must have a fascination, and I like unusual sensations." "Speaking of your commissions, how am I going to pay you? Not for the sale you made, although I wouldn't have done as well, but for the loss you saved the firm and for the risk you ran." Gray felt a momentary desire to have done with pretense, to confess his true condition, and to beg not only a suitable reward for his services, but also as large a loan as Coverly could spare. It is hard to maintain an attitude of opulence on less than nothing. It would be so much easier to have done with this counterfeit gesture and trust to a straightforward appeal, but he dared not yield to the impulse. "You may give me anything you see fit," he declared, "and I shan't embarrass you by refusing. On the contrary, go as strongly as you possibly can." Coverly actually appeared to be relieved at this statement, but he inquired curiously, "What have you got up your sleeve? You don't need money." "Obviously not, but I know a needy object of charity, a worthy case, I assure you. I can scarcely call him a friend, but I used to admire him greatly, and he is still an agreeable companion, a man at once capable, extravagant, entertaining, dissipated. He is in a bad way temporarily, and can scarcely afford even the bare necessities of life. It is only with my help, in fact, that he maintains its luxuries. Your money shall go to him, and with every dollar of that he squanders, there shall arise an earnest orison to you." The jeweler was delighted. "Good!" he cried. "I detest the deserving poor as heartily as you do. And now I'd like to open a bottle of champagne with our breakfast." On the very day that the new sign Tom and Bob Parker went up over the door of the insurance office at Wichita Falls, the junior partner announced, "Well, Dad, the firm gets busy at once. I'm off for Dallas tonight." "What for?" Tom was dismayed by such a prompt manifestation of energy. "I have to tell you." Barbara perched herself upon her father's desk and began speaking with a note of excitement in her voice. "I heard Henry Nelson was in town, so I went to the bank this morning to see him. He's such a big man in the oil business I thought he might help me. He was there, but in conference with his father and another man. There were several people waiting, so I sat down. When the man they were talking to came out, it was Pete, that driller who put down the first well for us. He was glad to see me, and we had quite a talk, but I noticed he was fidgety. He said he was running a rig over near Burke and had a fishing job on his hands. With all the excitement and everybody running double towers and trying to beat the other fellow down to the sand, it struck me as queer that a contract driller like Pete would be here in Wichita in conference with Bell and Henry Nelson, when he ought to be out on the lease fishing for a lost bit. It didn't sound right. The more I got out of him, the queerer it sounded, for he had all the fishing tools he needed. So I accused him of being a fraud. I told him I bet he had a showing of oil, and was trying to borrow money to buy the offset, or to get Nelson's to buy it, and carry him for an interest." "Where'd you pick up this lingo?" Tom inquired. "You talk like them wild men at the Westland Hotel." Barbara laughed delightedly. "Didn't I put down all our shallow wells? If I didn't, I thought I did. Anyhow, I spent most of my time around the rigs, and Pete used to call me his boss. Well, that wretched man turned all colors when I accused him and tried to shush me. He said I mustn't talk about things I knew nothing about. Somebody might overhear me. He declared the outfit he was working for were no good, and wouldn't pay a driller a bonus if he made a well for them. He was sick of making other people rich and getting nothing for himself. It was time the drilling crews shared in the profits. He'd see that nobody froze him out again if he had to spoil the whole. He wound up by denying everything, and I pretended to swallow it. But when he had gone, I went over my maps and located the lease where he's drilling. 3 of the adjoining tracts are owned by the big companies, so that it eliminated them, but the 20 to the west belongs to Newt Hoagland. Henry was glad to see me when my turn came to go in, and—" "I'll bet he was glad," Tom declared. Barbara's smooth cheeks flushed faintly. "He is too busy and too rich to think about girls." "He wasn't too busy and too rich to inquire about you most every day since he got back from the war." "I didn't forget to call him Colonel, and that pleased both him and Bell. Then I told them that I proposed to become a rich and successful oil operator and wanted their advice on how to begin. Old Bell was amused, but Henry, I beg pardon, Colonel Nelson, was shocked. He couldn't bear to think of a woman, and of me especially, in business. He might have become disagreeably personal if his father hadn't been there." "Dunno I care much for Henry," Tom said mildly. "Oh, he's all right. I hate Bell. It makes everybody mad to be laughed at. Henry was more diplomatic. He tried to convince me that the oil game is altogether a man's business, and that no woman could succeed at it. It is a contest of wits, he explained. You've got to outguess the other fellow. You've got to know everything he's doing and keep him from knowing anything you're doing. The minute he knows as much as you do, he's got it on you. That seems to prove to Henry that no woman could win at it, for men are such superior creatures. They know so much more than a woman can possibly learn. Their wits are so much keener." I was duly impressed. I asked him to call this evening, for I did so wish to have him teach me what little I was capable of learning. But he couldn't come, because he had been called to Dallas unexpectedly. That was my cue. In the most sweetly girlish manner I said, "Oh, indeed. Do you expect to see Newt Hoagland while you're there?" Two hectic spots had come into Bob's cheeks during this recital. She was teetering upon the desk now like a nodding Japanese doll, and her blue eyes were dancing. I heard old Bell's chair creak, and I saw him shoot a quick glance at Henry. Henry admitted casually that he might drop in on Newt. Why? "You'll be wasting time," I told him even more sweetly, "for Dad and I have that 20 west of Burke Burnett." Well, you'd have thought I stuck a hatpin into Bell, and Henry's mouth actually dropped open. Think of it, Colonel Henry Nelson, the hero of whatever it is, with his imperial mouth open and nothing coming out of it, not even the imperial breath. Bob rocked backwards and kicked up her neatly shod feet. She hugged herself and snickered with a malicious enjoyment not wholly Christian-like. "But we ain't even got an option. It takes money to lease close-in stuff." Tom was bewildered. "Of course, and they realized that, or Bell did, as soon as he had time to collect himself. But it was too late then. He had betrayed himself, and he knew it. Oh, he was sore. He'd have flung me out if I'd been a man. I got mad, too, and I told him it made no real difference whether I was bluffing or not. The jig was up, so far as he was concerned. I reminded him of what Henry had just said, that the oil business is a game of wits, and that when you know what the other fellow is doing, you have him licked. I admitted that he could probably keep me from getting the lease, but I could also keep him from getting it. Bell nearly had a stroke at that threat. Henry behaved very decently throughout. I think it must have pleased him to find that somebody in Wichita beside him had the courage to defy his father. Anyhow, he said, "Bob has beaten us at our own game. She knows enough now to place that lease in half an hour, and I think we'd better take her in. Otherwise, she'll wire Newt, and he'll probably protect her for an interest." That made me feel awfully fraudulent, but his smarty remarks about women in the oil business still rankled, so I just sat pretty and blinked like a little owl. Bell swore. In his best and most horrible manner he swore, but he gave in. Bob laughed again, a bit hysterically. "That's about all, Dad. They agreed to put up the money to carry me, us, I mean, for a quarter interest if I can get the lease from Newt Hoagland. So I'm leaving on the night train." "Son, I'm darned if I don't believe we'll make a go of this business," Tom Parker declared. With a little cry, Barbara flung herself into his arms. The publicity Calvin Gray received from his exploited Ranger could be nothing except agreeable to one of his temperament. Gratefully he basked in his notoriety, meanwhile continuing assiduously to cultivate the moneyed men of Dallas. His sudden leap into prominence aroused curiosity among the wives and families of the latter, and he became the recipient of some social attentions. He accepted every invitation, and so well did he carry himself in company, so ornamental and engaging was he as a dinner guest, that he was soon in great demand. He possessed accomplishments, too, that increased the respect of his masculine acquaintances. For instance, he displayed a proficiency at golf quite unusual in men of athletic training, and they argued that any man who could do par whenever he felt like it must be either a professional or a person of limitless leisure, and limitless leisure means limitless funds. Gray studiously maintained his air of financial mystery. He was in and out of offices, always purposeful, always in a hurry, but always with sufficient time to observe the strictest niceties of polite behavior. It was a part of his plan to create an atmosphere of his own, to emphasize his knack for quick, decisive, well-calculated action. The money he received from Coverly enabled him to maintain the posture he had assumed. He spent it with his usual prodigality, receiving little direct benefit, but making each dollar look like four. Extravagance with him was an art. Money ran out of his pockets like water, but although he was already in a position to borrow, he did not do so. He merely marked time, deriving a grim amusement at the way his popularity grew as his currency dwindled. It was a game, enjoyable so long as it lasted. Egotistical he knew himself to be, but it was a conscious fault. To tickle his own vanity filled him with the same satisfaction a cat feels at having its back rubbed, and he excused himself by reasoning that his deceit harmed nobody. Meanwhile, with feline alertness, he waited for a mouse to appear. He was relieved one day to receive a telegram from Gus Briskow asking him to meet Ma and Allie at the evening train and get them a hotel. He managed to secure a good suite at the Ajax, and it was with genuinely pleasurable anticipation that he drove to the station. Dismay smote him, however, at the first sight of the new arrivals. Ma Briskow resembled nothing so much as one of those hideous crayon enlargements he had seen in farmhouses, atrocities of art long dead, for she was clad in an old-fashioned basque and a skirt of some stiff, near silk material, and her waist, which buttoned far down the front and terminated in deep points, served merely to roof over but not to conceal a peculiarity of figure which her farm dress had mercifully hidden. Gray discovered that Ma's body, alas, bore a quaint resemblance in outline to a gourd. A tiny black bonnet, with a wide surcingle of ribbon tied under her chin, was ornamented with a sort of centerpiece built of rigid artificial fruit and flowers. Her hair, in brave defiance of current styles, was rolled into a high pompadour. Beneath that pompadour, however, her face was aglow with interest, and her eyes gleamed almost as brightly as did the brand new lavalier and the bar pin with its huge 6-carat center diamond. If the mother's appearance was unusual, the daughter's was startling. What with her size and the barbaric latitude of color she had indulged herself in, Allegheny's get-up screamed. In the general store at Cisco, whence it had originated, it had doubtless been considered a sport costume, for there was a skirt of huge blue and white checks, a crepe waist of burnt orange, and over that a vegetable silk sweater with the broadest, greenest stripes Gray had ever seen. A violent, offensive green it was, and the sweater was too tight. Her hat was large and floppy and adorned with preposterous purple blooms. One of her hands was gloved, but upon the other she wore her splendid solitaire. She shone it as a watchman shines his flashlight. They were enough to daunt a stronger man than Calvin Gray, these two. He could well imagine the sensation he and they would create in the lobby of the modish Ajax. But his first surprise was succeeded by a gentle pity, for Ma Briskow greeted him rapturously, and in Allegheny's somber eyes he detected a look of mingled suffering and defiance. She knew, somehow or the other, that she was conspicuous, grotesque, and her soul was in agony at the knowledge. Before he had spoken half a dozen words to her, Gray realized that this girl was in torture, and that it had required a magnificent courage on her part to meet him as bravely as she did. He was ashamed of himself. Amusement at their expense did him no credit, and he determined to relieve her pain and to help her attain the likeness of other women if it was in his power to do so. It was a tribute to his inherent chivalry that he rose to the occasion and welcomed the women with a cordiality that warmed their hearts. Enthusiastically he took charge of Ma's lunch basket. Against Allie's muttered protest, he despoiled her of her billless, near leather suitcase. He complimented them upon their appearance and showed such pleasure at seeing them again that they surrendered gratefully to him. By the time he had them in a taxicab, they were as talkative as a pair of magpies. Of course, they had to know all about the hold-up, and his manner of telling the story made them feel that they had played an important part in it. Arrived at the hotel, he swept them along with him so swiftly that they had no time to become dismayed or self-conscious, and finally he deposited them in their rooms quite out of breath and quite delighted. He left them palpitating with excitement at the wonders he proposed unfolding for them on the morrow. Allie answered his phone call about 8 o'clock the next morning. "Ready for breakfast?" he inquired. "Why, we et at daylight," she told him in some astonishment. "I've been riding since then." "Indeed. Putting roses in your cheek, eh? With whom did you go?" "Oh, one of the elevator men." But Gray sputtered, deeply shocked. "Why, Miss Briskow, they're negroes. Riding with a nigger! My heavens, where did you go?" "Nowhere. Just up and down." It was a moment before the man could speak. Then he said, in a queerly repressed voice, "That is quite different. I'll run down and get a bite and join you in no time." "Seems awfully funny not to have any housework to do in the morning," Ma Briskow confessed, as they left the Ajax. "A hotel would spoil me in no time." "I couldn't keep her from making up the beds," Allie announced. Gray took the elder woman's hand in his and scolded her gently. Smilingly he lectured her on the art of doing nothing, and voiced some elemental truths about living. "Mr. Briskow has but one idea, and that is to surround you two and Buddy with the advantages and luxuries you have been denied," he reminded her. "You owe it to him to get the most out of your money, and you mustn't begin by making hotel beds and robbing some poor woman of her livelihood. Not one person in 10 really knows how to live, for it isn't an easy task, and the saddest thing about the newly rich is that they won't learn. They refuse to enjoy their wealth. I propose to help you good people get started, if you'll permit me. It's not with contrition, but with pride, that I recommend myself to you as one of the greatest living authorities upon extravagance, idleness, and the minor vices of the prosperous." The mother nodded a bit vaguely. "That's kind of like Pa talks. He sent you this, and says to tell you it's our first spending spree and act accordin'." From her pocket she drew a folded check made out in blank to Calvin Gray and signed by Gus Briskow. "So I assume that I'm to pay the bills. Very well. The sky's the limit, eh?" "That's it. Of course. I don't need anything for myself. This dress and bonnet are good enough, but Allie's got to have new fixin's from the inside out. I suppose her things'll eat up the best part of $100, won't they?" The speaker's look of worried inquiry bespoke a lifetime of habitual economy. "We're not going to buy what you need, but what you want. You're going to have just as many pretty things as Allie." Ma was panic stricken at this suggestion. When Gray insisted, she demurred. When he told her that one nice dress would cost at least $100, she confessed: "Well, I don't suppose all the clothes I've had since I was married cost much more than that." "I'll spend at least 1,000 on you before noon," he laughed. Mrs. Briskow gasped. She rolled her eyes and fanned herself. She appealed to Allegheny, but it was evident that the latter had kept her eyes open and had done some thinking, for she broke out passionately: "You make me sick, Ma. It'll take all Pa can afford, and then some, to make us look like other people. I never knew how plumb ridiculous we are till " "Not that," Gray protested. "You know we're ridiculous," she cried, fiercely. "We're a couple of sow's ears, and all Pa's royalties can't make us into silk purses. But maybe we can manage to look like silk if we spend enough." Gray determined that the girl should not be disappointed if he could help it, so he went directly to the head saleswoman of the first store and asked her to assume the role of counselor where circumstances compelled him to relinquish it, explaining that in addition to hats, gowns, shoes, and the like, both Ma and Allie needed a variety of confidential apparel with which he had only the vaguest acquaintance. Although the woman agreed to his request, he found before long that his trust in her had been misplaced. Not only did she threaten to take advantage of her customer's ignorance, but also, to Gray's anger, she displayed a poorly veiled contempt for and amusement at his charges. Allegheny was not long in feeling this. She had entered the establishment aquiver with hope and anticipation. This was her great adventure. She was like a timid child enraptured at sight of its first tinseled Christmas tree. To have that ecstasy spoiled, to see the girl's tenderest sensibilities wounded by a haughty clerk, enraged the man who played Santa Claus. Abruptly he resumed charge of the Briskow purchases, and it gave him a pang to note how Allegheny ran to him with her hurt, as it were. But matters did not progress as well as he had expected. Allie's disappointment at the death of her dream she hid under an assumption of indifference. She merely pawed over the pretty things shown her and pretended to ignore the ridicule she and her mother excited. But her face was stony, her eyes were hopeless, miserable. For once in his life Calvin Gray was at a loss, and knowledge of that fact caused him to chew savagely at his cigar. To his bewildered companions he remained enthusiastic, effervescent, but behind their backs he glowered at the well-groomed customers and cursed the snickering models who paraded their wares. Engaged thus, he became aware of a stranger who looked on at the pitiful little comedy without amusement. She was a pretty thing. Gray stared at her openly, and his scowl vanished. When she moved away, he made a sudden decision, excused himself, and followed her. He was gratified at the manner in which she accepted his breathless apology for speaking to her, at the poise with which she listened while he made himself and his companions known to her, and explained the plight in which he found himself. You can save the reason of a distracted man, and add to the happiness of two bewildered women, if you will, he concluded earnestly. It isn't a funny situation, it's tragic. What do you wish me to do? The girl inquired. It's a lot to ask, I know, but won't you help them buy the things they need and save them from further humiliation at the hands of these highbrow clerks and lowbrow customers? I want to punch somebody in the nose. I was sure you did. That is what attracted my attention. You are a person of taste, if you will pardon a perfectly obvious compliment from a total stranger, and they need such a woman's guidance, but they need even more a little bit of feminine tact and sympathy. Look, he showed Gus Briskow's blank check. The whole store is theirs, if they wish it. Think what that ought to mean to two poor starved creatures who have never owned enough clothing to wad a shotgun. The girl is stunning. All she needs is the right sort of things. Impulsively, Gray seized the speaker's hand. I knew it, he cried. I can choose gowns for her, but how can I tell her the sort of, well, corsets she ought to wear? How can I select her things a bachelor is presumed to know nothing about? Haven't you an hour or two in which to play fairy godmother? I have all day, the young woman confessed. I merely came in to yearn over the pretty things. "Oh, messenger from heaven!" he cried more hopefully. "Would it appear presumptuous if I asked you, in return for this favor, to select the very prettiest gown in this shop for your very own?" The offer was refused pleasantly but firmly. I'd be paid 10 times over by the fun of spending oodles of money, even if it were not my own. But would they consent to have a stranger? If you will permit a tiny deceit, I'm sure they will. I shall burden my conscience with a white lie, and pretend that you are a friend to whose judgment I have appealed. My poor conscience is scandalously overburdened, but that girl is suffering. I thought they must have struck oil. I've seen others like them. Without further ado, Gray hurried his new acquaintance back to the dress department, then, in his easiest manner, introduced her to the Briskows. She flashed him a look of amusement as he glibly made her known as Miss Good. He had invited Miss Good to join their picnic immediately upon hearing that Ma and Allie were coming to Dallas, and she had been overjoyed. Miss Good, as they could see, possessed unerring good taste, but what was more, She had a real genius for finding bargains. As a bargain hunter, Miss Good was positively unique. Ma Briskow pricked up her ears at this. Soon she and the newcomer had their heads together, and within a few minutes Gray realized that his experiment was a success. The stranger possessed enthusiasm, but it was coupled with common sense, and before her sunshiny smile even Allegheny's sullen distrust slowly began to thaw. She drew Gray aside finally and said, "It's all right. They're perfect dears. And now the best thing you can do is take yourself off." He agreed promptly, but cautioned her against economy. That bargain hunting remark was only a bait. Remember, Gus Briskow wants them to have everything and be everything they should be, regardless of expense. Why, both he and I would like nothing better than to have Allegheny look like you, if that were possible. Miss Good eyed the speaker curiously. "Who are you?" she inquired. "What are these nesters to you?" "I am nobody. They were kind to me, and I'm interested in their future." "Are you a fortune hunter, Mr. Gray?" "I am." Gray's face instantly lighted. "I am the most conscienceless fortune hunter you ever met, but I'm hunting my own fortune, not Allie Briskow's." "You needn't laugh. She's very unusual, and but I dare say you wouldn't tell me anyhow." "If I have excited your curiosity, I'm delighted," Gray declared. "Please let me return at lunch time and gratify it. I promise to talk upon that subject which every man can discuss to best advantage, himself, and I pledge myself not to ask one single question about you, Miss Good, not one." He bowed ceremoniously over her hand, "although, as you can imagine, I'm dying to ask 1,000." Chapter 8. The lunch hour was long in arriving, and when it did come around, Calvin Gray regretted that he had elected to play a game of make believe with Miss Good, for she rigidly held him to his promise, and however adroitly he undertook to ascertain who or what she was, she foiled him. It gave her a mischievous pleasure to evade his carefully laid conversational traps, and what little he learned came from Ma Briskow. Briefly, it amounted to this: Miss Good was what the elderly woman called home folks, but she had been schooled in the East. Moreover, she was in the oil business. This last bit of intelligence naturally intrigued the man, and he undertook to gain further illumination, but only to have the girl pretend that he knew all about it. He accepted this checkmate with the best possible grace, but revenged himself by assuming the airs and privileges of a friend more intimate even than Miss Good had implied, a pretense that confused and even annoyed her. For some reason this counterfeit pleased him. It was extremely agreeable even to pretend a close acquaintance with this girl. The luncheon went off gaily enough. Then Gray was again banished with instructions to return at closing time. "You took a mean, a malicious advantage of an offer intended only to spare your feelings, and you haven't any," he told Miss Good, when they had a chance for a word alone. "I have no feelings?" "None, or you'd see that I'm perishing of curiosity." She shook her head, and her blue eyes laughed at him provokingly. "Curiosity is fatal only to cats. It's good for people." "I shall find out all about you." "How?" "By cross-examining the Briskows, perhaps." "But they're waiting to have you tell them what you know. I've seen to that." "If they ask any questions, I'll invent a story. I'll act confused, self-conscious. I'll make them think you are a much dearer friend than I have pretended, so far, dearer even than I can hope you will ever be." "That wouldn't be fair." "There are occasions when everything is fair. Perhaps these store people know something." "Nothing whatever." "Then, for heaven's sake, release me from my pledge." Gray spoke desperately. "When I return, permit me to ask those 1,000 questions and what others occur to me, won't you?" The girl pondered this request briefly, then smiled. Very well. If you are still curious, when you see me, I'll tell you who I am." "A bargain. I'll be back early." More seriously, Gray declared, "I must tell you right now how perfectly splendid I think you are. You have completely renewed my belief in human kindness, and I'm sure your name must be Miss Good." But a disappointment awaited Calvin Gray when, late that afternoon, he returned to the store. Miss Good had gone. At first he refused to believe Ma Briskow's statement, but it was true. She had disappeared as quietly and as unobtrusively as she had appeared, and, what was more annoying, she left no word whatever for him. This was practical joking for a certainty, and Gray told himself that he abhorred practical jokes. It was a jolt to his pride to have his attentions thus ignored, but what irked him most was the fact that he was stopped by reason of his deceit from making any direct inquiries that might lead to further acquaintance with the girl. Miss Briskow, however, was in no condition either to note his dismay or to volunteer information upon any except one subject, to wit, corns. Human hearts were of less concern to her, for the time being, than human feet, and hers were killing her. She began a recital of her sufferings, as intimate, as agonizing, and as confidential as if Gray were a practicing chiropodist. What she had to say about tight shoes was bitter in the extreme. She voiced a gloomy conviction that the alarming increase in suicides was due to bunions. The good woman confessed that she dearly loved finery and had bought right and left with reckless extravagance, but all the merchandise in this department store was not worth the anguish she had endured this day. With her stiff little bonnet tilted carelessly over her wrinkled forehead, she declared emphatically that she would gladly swap all her purchases at this moment for a tub of hot water. "Where's Allie?" Gray inquired. "Lord knows. She's somewhere around being worked over by a couple of women, getting her hair washed and her fingernails cured, and I dunno what not. Mercy me, the things Miss Good had 'em do to her, and the money we've spent. Allie's gone hog wild." The complaint ended in a stifled moan, induced perhaps by some darting pain. Then, without further ado, Ma Briskow unbuttoned one shoe and removed it. "Phew!" She leaned back in her chair, wiggled her stockinged toes, and feebly fanned herself. "But wait till you see her. I can't scarcely recognize my own flesh and blood. I never seen such a change in a human person." Gray pretended to listen as the good woman babbled on, but he was thinking about the girl who had disappeared. He was surprised at the keenness of his chagrin. He had seen Miss Good but a short time, and she had made no effort whatever to excite his interest. Nevertheless, she remained a tantalizingly vivid picture in his mind. It was extraordinary. So engrossed was he in his thoughts that he did not notice Allegheny Briskow until she stood close beside him. Then, indeed, he experienced a shock, for it was difficult to recognize in this handsome, modish young woman the awkward, ill-dressed country girl he had seen at noon. Allie was positively stunning. She was completely transformed from the soles of her well-shod feet to the tip of her French coiffure, and what was more astonishing, she had lost much of her self-consciousness and carried herself with a native grace that became her well. "Why, Allie!" Gray exclaimed. "You're wonderful. Let me see you." He stood off and gazed at her while she revolved before him. "Sakes alive! Who'd ever suppose you'd look like that?" the mother exclaimed. "Miss Good told me I'd look nice, but I didn't believe her. Do I?" "You're wonderful, Allie." Gray said it with conviction. "Honest? You ain't laughing at me?" The Amazon's voice quavered. "Can't you see? Look at yourself. I'm proud of you." She said. Allegheny twisted her hands. She cast an appealing glance at her mother, but the latter was staring at her in open amazement, slowly nodding her head and clucking. "Tisk, tisk, tisk." It was an approving cluck, and it had a peculiar effect upon the girl. Allegheny's tears started. She turned suddenly and hid her face in her hands. Gray crossed quickly to her side, saying, "There, we've overdone it the first day, and you're tired." "I ain't tired." His sympathy brought audible sobs. The girl's shoulders began to heave. "Well, I am," the mother complained. "I'm wore to the bone. Allie, you dry up and stop that sniveling so we can go home and I can let my feet swell and scream." "You're not too tired, I hope, to have dinner with Allie and me in the big dining room at the Ajax," Gray said gaily. "You'll be all right after an hour's rest, and I want to show her off, if her nose isn't too red." "I ain't seen that girl cry in 10 years," Ma declared in mingled wonderment and irritation. "Why, she didn't cry when Number One blowed in." Allie spoke between her sobs. "There wasn't nothing to cry for then, but Miss Good said I'd look just as pretty as other folks when I got fixed up, and he says I do." Gray decided that all women are vain. Nevertheless, it surprised him to discover the trait so early in Allegheny Briskow. It was on the second day thereafter that Gus Briskow appeared at the hotel. He came unexpectedly, and he still wore his rough ranch clothes. After an hour or more spent with his wife and daughter, he went down to Gray's room and thanked him for the assistance he had rendered the two women. Followed a few moments of desultory conversation. Then he put an abrupt question. "Mr. Gray, you're a rich man, ain't you?" "I am so considered." Dunno, I'm glad or sorry." "Indeed. What difference can it make to you?" "A lot. It's like this. My boy Buddy has took a terrible shine to you, and he can't talk about nothing else. I was sort of hoping." "Yes?" "Buddy's ignorant. He can read and write and figure some, but he's got about the same company manners as a steer, and he's scared of crowds. When he sees strangers he's liable to charge 'em or else throw up his head and his tail and run plumb over a cliff. He ought to go to school, but he says he's too big, and he'd have to set with a lot of little children. Him and Allie's alike that way. It rears 'em up on their hind feet to be laughed at." "Get a tutor for them." "A what?" When Gray had explained the meaning of the word, Mr. Briskow's face cleared. "That's what I figured on, but I didn't know what you called 'em. That's why I'm sorry you're so well off. You see, I'd have paid you anything. I'd have doubled whatever you're getting." The speaker raised a hopeful gaze. He paused as if to make sure his hearer was beyond temptation. "I thought maybe him and you'd like to travel some, go to foreign places, see the whole world. I can afford it." "Thank you for the compliment, but I got some big deals on, and Buddy's got to learn enough so as to hang on to what's coming to him and Allie. He needs a man like you to learn 'em and be an example. It would be a paying job, Mr. Gray." It was in a voice graver than usual that the younger man spoke. "Briskow, you're sensible enough to understand plain talk. I'm not a fit man to teach Buddy what he ought to know. In fact, I'm about the worst person you could select." "How so?" "Because I'm a good deal of a rotter. I couldn't permit Buddy to make a mess of his life such as I've made of mine." The father sighed. "I suppose you know, but well, I'm disappointed. But it wasn't wholly on that account I come to Dallas. Ma told me over the telephone how nice you've been and what you done for her and Allie, so I says to myself, I'll square things by giving him a chance to make some money." Gray stirred slightly in his chair and regarded the speaker more keenly. "When oil come in at Ranger, nobody thought it would get out our way, but Ma had a dream, a lot of dreams, about oil on our farm, so I got an outfit to come there and drill. Folks thought we was crazy, and we didn't expect they'd find much ourselves. A few barrel a day would have looked big, but I always had ambitions to be good and rich, so I got options on quite a bit of acreage. It didn't take no money at the time, 'cause land was what people had most of. Along with the rest, There's 160 right next to ours. Hill stuff that wouldn't feed a goat. It's worth a lot of money now, but the option's most run out." "When does it expire?" "Saturday." "That's tomorrow." Gus Briskow nodded. "It's cheap at $1,000 an acre, and it costs $200." "Of course you'll take it." "Nope." "Why not?" "For one thing, I've got a lot of other land just as good and maybe better, and I been taking it up out of the royalties that come in. We got enough sure money in sight to do us, but I promised Ma to play safe, and we can't take everything. You can have that option, Mr. Gray, for nothing. You can sell the lease inside of a week and make $50,000, or you can hold it and make maybe $1,000,000. All it'll cost you is $32,000. I don't make a cent out of it." "$32,000? Not much, is it?" "It ain't nothing to a man like you." Gray nodded and smiled queerly as he thanked the nester, then from his pockets he removed several crumpled wads of currency and a handful of silver. These he counted before saying, "What capital I have is entirely liquid. It's all in cash. There is $87.43. It is every dollar in the world that I possess." "Huh?" Gus Briskow's bright eyes searched the smiling countenance before him. "You're joking. I thought you said you was rich." "I am rich. I don't owe a nickel, and won't until my hotel bill is due day after tomorrow. I'm in full possession of all my faculties. I'm perfectly healthy and cheerful. I know men who would pay $1,000,000 for my health alone, and another $1,000,000 to enjoy my frame of mind. That's $2,000,000. "Well, doggone me." There was a pause, then the speaker brightened. "Maybe you'll take Buddy after all. You can set your own wages." Gray shook his head. "There are two good reasons why I couldn't accept, even if I wished. I told you one. I'm too fond of you Briskows to risk ruining Buddy." "What's the other one?" "A purely personal reason. I have a definite something to do here in Texas. Before I can accomplish it, I shall have to make a lot of money. But that I shall do easily. I make money rapidly when I start." "You got to get going afore long," Briskow allowed, his eyes to rove about the spacious Governor's suite. "Especially with only $87.40. That is nearly $87 more than when I arrived. 3 weeks ago I was an utter stranger here. Today I know everybody worth knowing in a business way, and some of them are my friends." "If you could learn Buddy to make friends like that." But Gray raised his hand. "I derive a certain amusement from my own peculiar characteristics and capabilities, but I should detest them in another." "Well, you sure need money, and I can help you out." "Thank you, but I sha'n't borrow. If the time were not so short, I could probably turn this lease you so kindly offer me, but something else will happen along." Briskow sighed. "I could have sold it myself. Thought I had it sold to a bunch from Wichita, but they tricked me. I offered it the day you was out at our house for $80,000, and Nelson more'n half agreed to—" "Who?" Briskow looked up at the tone of this inquiry. "One of the fellows from Wichita Falls. I suppose he knows the option was about to run out. Anyhow, he's been holding me off from day to day till it's too late now for me to—" "What is his name?" Gray broke in, sharply. "Name's Nelson? Bell Nelson's son? Bell's hard boiled, but—" "Henry Nelson." "That's him." Gray rose from his chair and strode swiftly to the window. He stood there staring down into the street for a moment before saying curtly, "Go on." "You know them Nelsons?" "I know Henry." "He's a hard boiler and his old man. They've got a lot of money behind 'em, too much money to act like he done with me. I sure hate to see him get that Evans lease for next to nothing, after the way he's done. I call it cheating, but, well, I can't handle it." The man at the window wheeled suddenly, and his face was white. His brows were drawn down. "By God!" he cried tensely. "He won't get it. Where's that option?" "I got it right here." Briskow handed over a paper. And I got the whole title abstract, too. Had it all ready for Nelson." When he had swiftly scanned the document, Gray said, "This deal means little to you, Briskow, but it means much to me, and I'll make it worth something to both of us. At first I thought the time was too short, but I work best when I work fast. You've had your chance and failed. Now then, step aside and let a man run who knows how." Mr. Roswell, president of the bank where Gray had first made himself known, was a shrewd, forceful man who had attained a position in business and arrived at a time of life when he could well afford to indulge his likes and his dislikes. Those likes and dislikes were strong, for his was a positive character, as is the case with most successful men who pride themselves upon their cold caution and business acumen. And Mr. Roswell did so pride himself. He really was a person of impulse, and intuition played a much larger part in his conduct of affairs than he would have acknowledged. Such people make mistakes, but they also make friends. Occasionally they read character wrong, but they inspire loyalty, and big institutions are founded upon friendship and loyalty as well as upon stability and fair dealing. Roswell had liked Gray upon the first meeting, and that liking had deepened. Owing to that fact, he had neglected to secure a report upon him, assuring himself that there was always time for such formalities. He was cordial today when Gray strolled into his office, bringing Gus Briskow with him. The banker listened with interest to what he was told. Then he studied the map that Briskow spread upon his desk, showing the location of his own and other nearby wells. "That looks like a sure thing," Roswell said finally. "As sure as anything in oil can be. What is on your mind?" "I'd like to get the opinion of the bank's oil expert," Gray told him. This was a matter easily disposed of. The expert was summoned, and he rendered a prompt opinion. He knew the property. He considered it a cheap lease at $1,000 an acre. It was proven stuff, and within 30 days it would probably treble in value. When he had gone, the banker smiled. "Well, Gray," said he, "I knew you'd land something good. You're a hustler. You'll make a fortune out of that land." Gray handed him Gus Briskow's option and the assignment thereof, the ink upon which was scarcely dry. "There's the joker. It expires to-morrow night, and it will go to the Nelsons. They've double-crossed Mr. Briskow." "Then don't let 'em get away with it. Take it yourself." "It is now 3 o'clock, and this is the golfing season in New York," Gray told him. "I couldn't reach my associates and get any action before Monday." "No funds of your own available?" "Not enough at such short notice." "Well?" "That lease is worth $160,000, isn't it?" The banker nodded. "I'm going to sell it before 6 o'clock for $80,000. I know people here who will take it, but I've come first to you. Get together a little syndicate right here in the bank and buy it. I'll agree to take it off your hands within 30 days at $160,000. In other words, it's worth to me $80,000 to have you carry it for a month." "Is your guarantee any good?" "That is for you to determine. Assume that it's not, and I'll better my first offer. I'll undertake to sell off the land in 20s right here in Dallas, double your money, and divide the profits thereafter with you. It's a safe speculation and a quick one. You know I can put it through." Mr. Roswell considered briefly before replying. "There's no use denying that we've made money on deals like this. Everybody has. It's nothing new. There's a big play on Ranger stuff, and we couldn't lose. But I know nothing about you except the little you've told me. When I go into a deal, I put my trust more in the man than the proposition." "And I trust my own judgment of human character more than that of strangers," Gray said quickly. "So do you. 30 days is a long time with me, and the oil business is just my speed. Permit me to remind you that time is flying, and that I have given myself only 3 hours in which to turn this property. I intend to beat Nelson, and apply that beating on account of an old score. This is more than a mere business deal." "I like your energy," the banker confessed, "and I'm inclined to bet some of my own money on you. Now," he pushed a button on his desk, "let's see if there are any others here who feel as I do." It was early evening when Gus Briskow returned to his wife's and daughter's rooms at the Ajax. He slipped in quietly and sank into a chair. "Mercy me, I thought you was run over," Ma Briskow exclaimed. "I feel like I was," the nester declared with a grin. "Say, Mr. Gray sold that Evans lease, and we've got more money than ever." "Then maybe you can afford a new suit," Allie told him. "You look like sin." Her father nodded, but his mind was full of the incidents of that afternoon, and he began at once to recount them. He told the story badly, but in a language that the women understood. He had not gone far, however, when the girl interrupted him to exclaim: "Wait! Why, Pa, you mean to say Mr. Gray ain't got no money?" "He has less than $100, and him living here like a king with everybody bowing and scraping." Ignoring the effect upon Allie of this intelligence, he continued his recital. "All I done was set around while him and them bank people talked it over," he said finally. "Then they got their lawyer in and he examined the title papers. Seemed like he'd never get through, but he did, and they signed some things, and we come out, and Mr. Gray told me I'd made $48,000. Goodness me!" Miss Briskow's eyes widened. "Why, the Evans place ain't worth the taxes." "It's more'n likely worth $1,000,000. But think, him telling me I'd made $48,000. It give me a jolt, and I says I didn't make it. I told him that I'd fell down and turned the whole thing over to him. 'It's you that's made 48,000,' I says." "What?" Allie inquired, sharply. Then, when her father had repeated himself, she asked with even greater intensity, "What'd he say to that? He didn't take it, did he?" "He laughed kind of queer and says all I got to do to give him a good night's rest is to wire Henry Nelson the deal's closed, and him with less than $100." Allie spoke again in great relief. "Lord, you give me a turn." Her expression altered. Her lips parted in a slow smile. "So he's poor, huh? Poor as we was. Well, I declare." She rose and turned her back upon her father. "No, he ain't poor," Briskow said irritably. "Not now, he ain't. I say, it's his deal and his money, and we got plenty, and I stuck to it." Allie wheeled suddenly at this announcement. She uttered a cry of protest, then, "What are you talking about?" she roughly demanded. "We had some argument, and I got kind of riled. Finally he says if I feel that way we'll go partners. He wouldn't listen to nothing else, and that's how it stands. He made 24,000 and I You fool!" Gus Briskow looked up with a start to find his daughter standing over him, her face ablaze, her deep bosom heaving. He stared at her in frank amazement, doubting his senses. Never had Allegheny used toward him a word, a tone like this. Never had he seen her look as she did at this moment. He could not believe his eyes, for the girl had become a scowling fury, and she seemed upon the verge of destroying him with her strong hands, a task she was amply able to accomplish. "Allie, Allie!" the mother gasped. She, too, was aghast. You're talking to your pa!" "You give him $24,000? Give it to him? What'd you do it for? What'd you—" Allie's voice failed her completely. She groped at her throat, uttering unintelligible, animal-like sounds. "Why, Allie, you're mad! And after all he's done for me and you!" Mrs. Briskow cried accusingly. "You ought to be ashamed." "Sure. Didn't he make us $24,000 where we wouldn't have got nothing, and us rich as we are and him broke? I'm surprised at you." A harsh exclamation burst from the girl. To the astonished parents it sounded like an oath, but it could not have been. Then she swung herself heavily about, and rushed blindly into the next room, slamming the stout metal door behind her with a crash that threatened to unhinge it. "Well, I'll be darned!" Gus Briskow turned the slack, empty face upon the partner of his joys. "I never supposed the girl would turn out greedy." The mother's countenance slowly wrinkled into lines of grief and worry. She wrung her hands and rocked from side to side. "I don't know what's come over the child," she moaned tearfully. "She behaves so queer over them silk stockings and corsets and lingeries and things that she scares me. Sometimes I'm afraid she's going crazy or something." Chapter 9. No industry can boast a history more dramatic, more exciting than that of oil. From the discovery of petroleum on through the development of its usefulness and the vast expansion of its production, the story is one of intense human interest, and not even the story of mining has chapters more stirring or more spectacular. The average man has never stopped to consider how close he is to the oil business or how dependent he is upon it. From babyhood, when his nose is greased with Vaseline, to the occasion when a motor hearse carries him on his last journey, there is not often a day when he fails to make use of mineral oil or some of its by products. Ocean liners and farmers' plows are driven by it. It takes the rich man to his office, and it cleans the shop girl's gloves. It gives us dominion over the air and beneath the waters of the sea. We live in a mechanical age, and without oil our bearings would run hot, and civilization, as we know it, would stop. It is the very blood of the earth. Oil production is a highly specialized industry, and it has developed a type of man with a type of mind quite as characteristic as the type of machinery employed in the drilling of wells. The latter, for instance, appears at first glance to be crude and awkward, but as a matter of fact it is amazingly ingenious and extremely efficient, and your oil field operator is pretty much the same. Nor is there any business in which practical experience is more valuable. As a result, most of the big oilmen, especially those engaged in production, are graduates of the school of hard knocks. They are big-fisted, harsh-handed fellows who are thoroughly at home on the thribble board of a derrick as at a desk or a director's table, and they are quite as colorful as the oil fields themselves. Their lives are full and vigorous. Of all the oil excitement, that which occurred in North Texas was perhaps the most remarkable. At any rate, the world has never witnessed such scenes as were enacted there. The California gold rush, the great Alaskan stampede, the diamond frenzies of South Africa and of Australia were all epic in their way, but none bred a wilder insanity than did the discovery of oil in the Red River district. For one thing, the time was ripe and conditions were propitious for the staging of an unprecedented drama. The enormous wastage of a world's war resulting in a cry for more production, a new level of higher prices for crude, rumors of an alarming shortage of supply, the success of independent producers large and small, all these, and other reasons too, caused many people hitherto uninterested to turn their serious attention to petroleum. The country was prosperous, banks were bulging with money, pockets were stuffed with profits, poor men had the means with which to gamble, and rich men were looking for quicker gains. Inasmuch as the world had lived for 4 years upon a steady diet of excitement, it was indeed the psychological moment for a spectacular boom. The strike at Ranger lit the fuse. The explosion came with the first gush of inflammable liquid from the Fowler farm at Burkburnett. Then, indeed, a conflagration occurred, the comprehensive story of which can never be written, owing to the fact that no human mind could follow the swift events of the next few tumultuous months. No brain could record it. Chaos came, Life in the oil fields became a phantasmagoria of ceaseless action and excitement, a fantastic stereopticon that changed hourly. Burke was a sleepy little town, dozing among parched wheat fields. The paint was off it. Nothing much more exciting than a crop failure had ever happened there. The main topic of conversation was the weather, and, as Mark Twain said, everybody talked about it, but nothing was done. Within 60 days this soporific village became a roaring bedlam. Every town lot was leased. Derricks rose out of chicken runs. Boilers panted in front yards. Mobs of strangers surged through the streets, and the air grew shrill with their bickerings. From a distance the skyline of the town looked like a thick nest of latticed battle masts, and at night it blazed like Coney Island. The Black Lime territory farther south had proven too expensive for individual operators and small companies to handle, but here the oil was closer to the surface and the ground was easily drilled. Hence it quickly became known as a poor man's pool. Then, too, experienced oilmen and the large companies who had seen town site booms in other states kept away, surrendering the place to tenderfeet and to promoters. Of these thousands came, and never was there a harvest so ripe for their gleaning. Naturally, a little country town like this could not hold the newcomers. Therefore, Wichita Falls became their headquarters. Here there were at least a few hotels and some sort of office quarters, sheds beneath which the shearing could take place, and there the herd assembled. Of course the cougars followed, and oh, the easy pickings for them! A fresh kill daily, warm meat with every meal. Such hunting they had never known. Hence they gorged themselves openly, seldom quarreling among themselves, nor even bothering to conceal the carcasses of their prey. It was easier to pull down a new victim than to return to the one of the day before. Rooming houses slept their guests in relays. Canvas dormitories sprang up on vacant lots. The lobbies of the hotels were packed with shouldering maniacs until they resembled wheat pits. The streets were clogged with motor cars, and the sidewalks were jammed like subway platforms. Storefronts were knocked out, and the floor space was railed off into rows of tiny bullpen brokers' offices, and in these companies by the hundred were promoted. Stocks in them was sold on the sidewalk by ballyhoo men with megaphone voices. It seldom required more than a few hours to dispose of an entire issue, for this was a credulous and elated mob, and its daily fare was exaggeration. Stock exchanges were opened up where amid frenzied shouting went on feverish commerce in wildcat securities. Shop girls, matrons, housemaids gambled in shares quite as wildly as did the unkempt disreputables from the oil fields, or the newcomers spilled out of every train. People trafficked not in oil, but in stocks and in leases, the values of which were entirely chimerical. But this speculative frenzy was by no means local. Burk Burnett became a name to conjure with, and there was no lack of conjurers. These latter spread to the 4 points of the compass, and the printing presses ran hot to meet their demands. A flood of money flowed into their pockets. While this boom was at its height, a new pool, vaster and richer, was penetrated, and the world heard of the northwest extension of the Burk Burnett field, a veritable lake, an ocean of oil. Then a wilder madness reigned. Daily came reports of new wells in the extension, with a flush production running up into the thousands of barrels. There appeared to be no limit to the size of this deposit, and now the old line operators who had shunned the town site boom bid feverishly against the promoters and the tenderfeet for acreage. Farms and ranches, previously all but worthless, were cut up into small tracts and drilling sites, and these were sold for unheard of prices. Up leaped another forest of skeleton towers some 10 miles long and half as wide. But this was the open range with nothing except the sky for shelter. So towns were knocked together, queer, greasy, ramshackle settlements of flimsy shacks, and so quickly were they built that they outran the law, which is ever deliberate. The camps of the Black Lime district, which had been considered hell holes, were in reality models of order compared with these mushroom cities of raw boards, tar paper, and tin. Gambling joints, dance halls, and dens more vicious flourished openly, and around them gathered the scum and the flotsam that crests a rising tide. Winter brought the rains, and existence in the new fields became an ugly and troublesome thing. Roads there were none, and supplies became difficult to secure. The surface of the land melted, and spinning wheels churned it. Traffic halted, vehicles sank, horses drowned. Between rains the sun dried the mud, the winds whirled it into suffocating clouds. Sandstorms swept over the miserable inhabitants. Tornadoes, thick with a burden of cutting particles, harried them until they cursed the fate that had brought them thither. But in Wichita Falls, where there was shelter overhead and pavement underfoot, the sheep shearing proceeded gaily. Of the men engaged in this shearing business, none, perhaps, had gathered more wool in the same length of time than the two members of the firm of McWade and Stoner. Mr. Billy McWade, junior partner, was a man of wide experience and some accomplishments, but until his arrival at Wichita Falls he had never made a conspicuous success of any business enterprise. The unforeseen invariably had intervened to prevent a killing. Either a pal had squealed, or the postal authorities had investigated, or a horse had fallen. Anyhow, whenever victory had perched upon his banner, something always had happened to frighten the bird before its wings were fairly folded. Mr. McWade had finally determined to wipe off the slate and commence all over. Accordingly, he selected a new field, and in order to make it a real standing start, he had likewise chosen a new name. He had arrived at Wichita Falls with one suit of clothes and nothing more, except an assortment of contusions ranging in color from angry red to black and blue, these same being the direct result of repeated altercations with roughshod members of a train crew. These collisions McWade had not sought. On the contrary, when, for instance, outside the yards at Fort Worth, his unobtrusive presence on the blind baggage had been discovered, he had done his best to avoid trouble. He had explained earnestly that he simply must leave the city by that particular train. The circumstances were such that no other train would do at all, so he declared. When he had been booted off, he swung under and rode the trucks to the next stop. There a man with a lantern had searched him out, much as a nigger shines the eyes of a possum, and had dragged him forth. He was dragged forth at the second stop and again at the third. Finally, the train was halted far out on a lonely prairie, and a large brakeman with gold teeth and corns on his palms held a knee upon Mr. McWade's chest until the train started. Ignoring the hoarse warning breathed into his dusty countenance, along with the odor of young onions, the traveler argued volubly, but with no heat, that it was vitally necessary to his affairs that he continue this journey without interruption. Then, when the brakeman rose and raced after the departing train, he sprang to his feet and outran him. McWade was lithe and nervous and fleet. He managed to swing under the last Pullman. At the same instant his captor reached its rear platform. It is probable that a blithe determination, even such as this, would have eventually succumbed to repeated discouragements. But at the next stop, a watering tank, aid came from an unexpected quarter. From the roof of the car another knight of the road signaled, and thither McWade clambered, kicking off the clutching hand of his former enemy. The second traveler was a robust man, deliberate but sure of movement. and his pockets were filled with nuts and bolts. This ammunition he divided with his companion, and such was their unerring aim that they maintained their sanctuary for the remainder of the journey. On the way into Wichita Falls, the stranger introduced himself as Brick Stoner. He was a practical oil man, a driller, and a sort of promoter, too. It was his last promotion, he confided, that had made it necessary for him to travel in this fashion. He had many practical ideas, had Mr. Stoner, as, for instance, the use to be made of a stick with a crook in it, or a lath with a nail in the end. Armed thus, he declared, it was possible for a man on the roof of a sleeping car to pick up a completely new wardrobe in the course of a night's ride, provided the upper berths were occupied and the ventilators were open. Mr. Stoner deeply regretted the lack of such a simple aid, but agreed that it was better to leave well enough alone. McWade warmed to his traveling companion, and they talked of many things, such as money and finance, sudden riches, and the ways and means. This led them back naturally to a discussion of Stoner's latest promotion. He called it the Lost Bull Well, and the circumstances connected therewith he related with a subtlety of humor rare in a man of his sorts. The nature of the story appealed keenly to McWade, and it ran like this. Stoner had been working in the Louisiana gas fields near the scene of a railroad accident. 3 bulls had strayed upon the right-of-way with results disastrous to a freight train and fatal to themselves. After the wreckage had been cleared away, the claim agent settled with the owner of the bulls, and the carcasses were buried in an adjoining field. This had occurred some time prior to Stoner's arrival. In fact, it was only by chance that he heard of it. One day in passing the spot, Stoner noticed a slight depression in the ground, filled with water, through which occasional bubbles of gas rose. Being of an inquisitive turn of mind, he amused himself with some experiments and found that the gas was inflammable. Moreover, it gave off an odor not unlike that of natural gas. It was a phenomenon of decomposition new to the driller, and it gave him a great idea. He went to the town and very cautiously told of his discovery, gas seepage with traces of oil. His story caused a sensation, and he led several of the wealthiest citizens to the spot, then watched them in all gravity while they ignited the gas, smelled it, tasted the soil. They were convinced. They appointed Stoner their agent to buy the farm under cover, which he did at a nice profit to himself. This profit he spent in riotous living while a rig was being moved upon the ground. Not until the derrick was up and the crew, in the presence of the excited stockholders, came to spud in, was the true source of the gas discovered. Then the enterprise assumed such a bad odor that bystanders fled, and Mr. Stoner was forced to leave the state without his baggage. This had been the nature of McWade's and Stoner's meeting. On the roof of that swaying Pullman they laid the cornerstone of their partnership. Arrived at Wichita Falls, Stoner went into the field, and McWade obtained employment in a restaurant. It was a position of trust, for upon him developed the entire responsibility of removing the traces of food from the used dishes and drying them without a too great percentage of breakage. It kept McWade upon his feet, but anyhow he could not sit with comfort, and it enabled him, in the course of a week, to purchase a change of linen and to have his suit sponged and pressed. This done, he resigned and went to the leading bank, where he opened an account by depositing a check drawn upon a Chicago institution for $50,000. McWade made it a practice always to have a few blank checks on hand. Airily, but in all earnestness, he invited the Texas bank to verify the check at its convenience. So many were the strangers in Wichita Falls, so great the rush of new customers, that the banks had no means of investigating their accounts except by wiring at their own expense. This was Saturday afternoon, which gave McWade 2 days of grace. So he pocketed the new pass and check books, then mingled with the crowd at the Westland Hotel. He bought leases and drilling sites, issuing local checks in payment thereof. Nobody could question the validity of those checks, with evidence of $50,000 deposited that very day, and on Sunday he sold them. By the time the Wichita Falls Bank opened its doors on Monday morning, he had turned his last lease and had made $10,000. 2 days later he and Stoner incorporated their first company. This was at the height of the town site boom, and within a few hours McWade had sold the stock. Thereafter, prosperity dogged the pair, and before long they had made reputations for themselves as the only sure-fire wildcat promoters in town. McWade possessed the gift of sidewalk oratory. Stoner posed as the practical field man whose word upon prospects was final. He it was who did the investigating, the experting. His partner was the ballyhoo. But competition grew steadily keener. Other promoters followed their lead, and it became necessary to introduce new and original methods of gathering an audience. Mere vocal persuasiveness did not serve to arrest the flow of pedestrians, and so McWade's ingenuity was taxed. But he was equal to the task. Seldom did he fail of ideas, and once he had the attention of a crowd, the rest was easy. One morning he and his partner provided themselves with some dice and several $100s in gold coins. With these they began shooting craps on the sidewalk in front of their office. Now gambling was taboo, hence the spectacle of two expensively dressed, eminently prosperous men squatting upon their heels with a stack of double eagles before them caused a sensation, and people halted to witness their impending arrest. Soon traffic was blocked. The gamblers remained engrossed in their pastime, as well they could, having thoughtfully arranged the matter with the policeman on duty. Gravely they breathed upon the cubes. Earnestly they called upon Little Joe, Long Liz, Ada, and the rest. Silently they exchanged their stacks of gold pieces as they won or lost. Calvin Gray, but just arrived from Dallas, looked on at the game with some curiosity, not divining its purpose, until McWade pocketed the dice, then mounted a box at the curb and began loudly: "Now, gentlemen, that is one way of making money, but it is a foolish and a hazardous way. There is a much saner and safer method, and I'm going to tell you about it. Don't pass on until you hear me, for I have a most incredible story to relate, and you'll be sorry you missed it." There was a ripple of appreciative laughter, but the crowd pressed closer, and the orator continued. "You've all heard about these doodle bugs who go around locating oil with a divining rod, haven't you? And you don't believe in them. Of course you don't. Neither do I. I can't put any trust in willow twigs, but we all admit that there are forces of nature that we don't understand. Who can explain the principle of magnetic attraction, for instance? What causes the glowing splendor of the aurora borealis? What force holds the compass needle to the north? What makes a carpet tack jump onto a magnet like—" The speaker paused and stared hard at a member of his audience who had passed a humorous remark at his expense. "Just like I'll jump you, stranger, if you don't keep your trap closed. I say, who can read those secrets? Who can harness those forces? The man who can has got the world by the tail and a downhill pull. Now then, for the plot of my story, and it will pay you to do a week of listening in the next 5 minutes. A while ago, an eminent scientist, unknown to me or my partner, Mr. Stoner, came into our office, which is at your backs, one flight up, second door to the right, and showed us an electrical device he has been working on for the last 8 years. He claimed he had it perfected and that it would indicate the presence of oil on the same principle that one mineral attracts another. Oil is a mineral, said he, and I think I got its magnetic complement. I believe my invention will work. I'll bet $1,000 it won't, I told him. But what do you think that pilgrim did? He took me up. Then he bet Stoner another 1,000 that I'd made a bad bet. McWade grinned in sympathy with the general amusement. We arranged a thorough test. We took him blindfolded through the field, and believe me or not, he called the turn on 43 wells straight and never missed it once. Call it a miracle if you choose, but it cost Brick and me 2,000 iron men, and I've got 10,000 more that says he could do the trick for you. I'll let a committee of responsible citizens take a dozen 5-gallon cans, fill one with oil and the rest with water, and set them in a row behind a brick wall. My 10 or any part of it says his electric wiggle stick will point to the one with the oil. What do you say to that? Here's a chance for a quick clean-up. Who cares to take me on? From the edge of the crowd, Gray watched the effect of this offer. Divining rods, he well knew, were as old as the oil industry, but he was surprised to see that fully half of this audience appeared to put faith in the claim, and the other half were not entirely skeptical. A man at his side began reciting an experience of his own. McWade now introduced the miracle worker himself, and Gray rose on tiptoe to see him. A moment, then he smiled widely, for the eminent scientist was none other than Mr. Mallow. Mallow, a bit pallid and pasty, as if from confinement, and with eyes hidden behind dark goggles. With a show of some embarrassment, the inventor displayed his tester, a sufficiently impressive device with rubber handles and a resistance coil attached to a dry battery which he carried in his pocket. Gray looked on as the comedy was played out. It transpired that Professor Mallow had tested, among other properties, the newest McWade Stoner lease, a company to drill which had just been formed under the title of the Desert Scorpion, and he really judged from the behavior of his machine that a remarkable pool underlaid the track. He was willing to risk his reputation upon the guarantee that the first well would produce not less than 3,000 barrels a day. He was interested in the outcome only from a scientific standpoint. He owned not one single share of stock. Then McWade resumed his sway over the crowd, and soon shares in the Desert Scorpion were selling rapidly. Shortly after lunch, Mallow and the two partners were seated in the office upstairs, their work done for the day. Another successful promotion had gone to the credit of McWade and Stoner. All three were in a triumphal mood. Mallow was recounting a story that had just come to his ears. Remember that old silver tip that took a stand in front of the Owl Drug Store a few days back? He called his company the Star of Hope. Stoner nodded. He had a good piece of ground right adjoining the Moon Petroleum track, 3 wells down to the sand. I wondered how he ever got hold of it. He didn't. That's the big laugh. He didn't own that land at all. He just had himself a map drawn with the numbers changed. His ground was a mile away. He sold his stock in 2 days, 35,000 shares. Then he blew. Some coal oil John, who had plunged for about 3 shares, got to studying his own map, found there was something wrong, and let up a squawk. But Silvertip had faded like the mist of early morn, 35 stronger than he was. Snappy work, huh? McWade frowned his disapproval. Something ought to be done to stop those crooks, or they'll kill us legitimate promoters. You can't sting a crowd too often in the same spot. There came a knock at the door, and in answer to an invitation to enter, it opened. The next instant both McWade and Stoner sat erect in their chairs, with eyes alert and questioning, for at the sight of the stranger Mallow had leaped to his feet with a smothered exclamation, and now stood with his back to the desk and with his head outthrust in a peculiar attitude of strained intensity. Chapter 10. Well, well, Mallow. The caller's face broke into an engaging smile as he crossed the threshold. Still wearing dark glasses, huh? I'm afraid you didn't heed my instructions. Mallow spoke huskily. What the hell you doing here? Following the excitement merely. I shall open an office and spend a good deal of my time in Wichita Falls. I hoped I'd find you here, for this morning I heard you describe your invention, and admiration overcame me. I felt constrained to congratulate you upon your scientific attainments. Marvelous, my dear doctor, or is it Professor Mallow? The speaker laughed heartily. Won't you introduce me to these, let us say, magnetic forces of nature that you have discovered? He indicated the two partners. What do you want? Mallow barked. Momentary agitation had robbed our professor of his habitual politeness, a not unusual phenomenon of the preoccupied scientific mind. These words were directed at McWade and Stoner. My name is Gray. Perhaps Dr. Mallow has made mention of me. So you're the lad that threw pepper in his eyes. Brick Stoner stared at the newcomer with undisguised interest. He rose, as did McWade. I'll say we've heard of you. Your name is getting as common as safety razor blades. You've been cleaning up, haven't you? Uh-huh, moderately. Calvin Gray shook hands with the promoters. Then to the agitated Mallow, who still peered at him apprehensively, he said, Come, come, let down your hammer, uncoil. Listen, you, the other burst forth. I beat that thing out. I'm clean, and I don't intend to go back. You're a strong guy, and you got a bunch of kale, and you're a getter, but the taller they come, the harder they fall. You could be had. The speaker was desperate. His face was flushed with anger. The tone of his voice was defiant and threatening. Gray helped himself to a chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigar. McWade and Stoner neither moved nor spoke. My dear Mallow, you wrong me. In the newcomer's voice there was no longer any mockery. I gave you credit for more intelligence. We played our little farce, and it is done. The episode is closed, so far as I am concerned. I supposed you understood that much. I helped you, and I came here to enlist your help. You helped me? Mallow showed his teeth in a snarl. Precisely. Think a moment. Was it not odd that I failed to appear against you, that the case was never pressed, that the prosecution dropped? I suppose you were afraid to go through, thought I'd get you. Gray shook his head impatiently. Afraid of you? Oh, Mallow! Had I feared your majestic wrath, do you think I would have arranged for that doctor to see you every day and paid his bill? Who, pray, sent in those good things for you to eat? There was a pause. Did you? I did. Again there was silence. Why? For one thing, I was sorry for you. I really was. I had caused you and Tony a great deal of suffering, and I could not bring myself to inflict actual suffering upon anyone without doing my best to alleviate it. Then again, I had nothing against you personally. We merely clashed in the course of business. Mallow allowed himself to sink back upon the desk. He turned his dark goggles upon his friends in a blind stare of bewilderment. Well, I'll be damned, he said finally. Mallow thought we had helped to spring him. It was McWade speaking. That's why he beat it up here, and that's how we happened to put him to work. I don't get you yet, the man in the glasses muttered. I can't understand why. What's the odds why he done it? Stoner inquired sharply. Any man that can squirt my eyes full of Tabasco, and me with a 6-gun on him, is all right, and him with a bottle of milk duly made and provided. The field member of the firm slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Then, to forget the whole fracas and shake hands on it, That's handsome, Mr. Gray. I'm here to say there's a lot of boys going to lay off you like you was a cactus." The object of this commendation was pleased. "Gratitude is rare," he murmured. "I thank you. Now then, I was thinking of making Friend Mallow a business proposition, but perhaps I can interest you also in doing something for me. I'll pay well." "We're live ones," Stoner asserted. "It is business of a confidential nature. All the talking we do is on the street. We're promoting wildcats, but I guess we know as much about the good wells as the big companies themselves. And when it comes to actual drilling, I've forgot more than all these boll weevils will ever learn. What can we do for you?" "For one thing, I wish to hire the brightest oil scout in the district, but I don't want him nor anyone else, for the time being, to suspect that he's working for me. I will double his salary to watch one operator. Perhaps he could appear to be in your employ. Furthermore, I intend to do considerable secret buying and selling, and I will need several dummies. Moral character unimportant. All I insist upon is absolute loyalty and obedience to my orders." During the silence that followed, Gray felt the three men staring at him curiously. "You're after big game, I take it?" McWade inquired mildly. "The biggest in these woods." "One man, did you say?" "One man." "Some grudge, perhaps?" "Perhaps." "A yacht is too expensive for most men, but they don't burn money as fast as a grudge." "This one will take his last dollar or mine." "We're a legitimate firm, you know." Gray's eyes twinkled as he exclaimed, "Exactly. If I have caused you to infer that I shall employ anything except legitimate means to effect my purpose, it is my error. At the same time, my proposition is not one that I could well afford to take to the ordinary conservative type of broker. Now then, how about you, Mallow? Would you care to work for me?" The latter's pale face broke into a grin. "I am working for you," he declared. "I've been on your payroll now for 5 minutes. Once more, if it'll save money to croak this certain party and be done with it, why, maybe that can be arranged too. My new wiggle stick may not find oil every crack, but I bet I can make it point to half a dozen men who—" Gray lifted an admonitory hand. "Patience. It may come to something like that, but I intend to break him first. Can I arrive at terms with you gentlemen?" "Write your own ticket," McWade declared, and Mr. Stoner echoed the statement with enthusiasm. "Very well. Details later. Now I shall give myself the pleasure of calling upon my man and telling him exactly what I intend doing." The speaker rose and shook hands with the three precious scoundrels. When the door had closed behind him, McWade inquired, "Now, what do you make of that? Going to serve notice on his bird." "Say, he's the hardest guy I ever saw," Stoner declared admiringly. "Mallow spoke last, but he spoke with conviction." "You said it, Brick. I had his number from the start. He's a master crook, and it'll pay us all to string with him." Henry Nelson's activities in the oil field did not leave him much time in which to attend to his duties as vice president of his father's bank. For what success he and old Bell Nelson had had since the boom started was the direct result of the younger man's personal attention to their joint operations. That attention was close. Their success, already considerable, promised to be enormous. But of late things had not been going well. The turn had come with the loss of the Evans lease, and that misfortune had been followed by others. Contrary to custom, it was Henry and not Bell who had flown into a rage at the receipt of Gus Briskow's telegram announcing a slip-up in the deal, a sale to Calvin Gray. That message, in fact, had affected the son in a most peculiar manner. For days thereafter he had been nervous, almost apprehensive, and his nervousness had increased when he secured the back files of the Dallas papers and read those issues which he had missed while out of town. Since that time he had made excuses to avoid trips into the Ranger field, and had conducted much of his work over the telephone. Perhaps for that reason it was that trouble with drilling crews had arisen, and that one well had been jimmed. Perhaps that explained why a deal as good as closed had gotten away, and why a certain lease had cost fully double what it should have cost, and why the sale of another tract had not gone through. Be that as it may, it was this generally unsatisfactory state of affairs that accounted for the junior Nelson's presence in Wichita Falls at this time. He and Bell had spent a stormy forenoon together. He was in an irritable mood when, early in the afternoon, a card was brought into his office. Nelson could not restrain a start at sight of the name engraved thereon. His impulse was to leap to his feet, but the partition separating him from the bank lobby was of glass, and he knew his every action to be visible. He allowed himself a moment in which to collect his wits. Then he opened slightly the desk drawer in which he kept his revolver and gave instructions to admit the caller. Nelson revolved slowly in his chair. He stared curiously at the newcomer, and his voice was cold, unfriendly, as he said, "This is quite a surprise, Gray." "Not wholly unexpected, I hope." "Entirely. I knew you were in Texas, but I hardly expected you to present yourself here." Gray seated himself. For a moment the two men eyed each other, the one stony, forbidding, suspicious, the other smiling, suave, apparently frank. "To what am I indebted for this honor?" Nelson inquired, with a lift of his lip. "My dear Colonel, would you expect me to come to Wichita Falls without paying my respects to my ranking officer, my immediate superior?" "Bosh! That is all over, forgotten." "Forgotten?" The caller's brows arched incredulously. "You are a busy and a successful man. The late war lives in your mind only as a disagreeable memory to be banished as quickly as possible. But—" Henry Nelson stirred impatiently. "Come, come, don't let's waste time." "But I retain distinct recollections of our great adventure, and always shall." "That means, I infer, that you refuse to close the chapter?" As if he had not heard this last remark, Gray continued easily, "It is a selfish motive that brings me here. I come to crow. It is my peculiar weakness that I demand an audience for what I do. I must share my triumphs with someone, else they taste flat, and since you are perhaps the one man in Texas who knows me best, or has the slightest interest in my doings, it is natural that I come to you." This guileless confession evoked a positive scowl. "What have you done?" the banker sneered. "Except get your name in the papers." "I have made a large amount of money, for one thing, and I am having a glorious time. Now, that Evans lease, for instance." "Oh, you've come to crow about that?" "Not loudly, but a little. I turned the greater part of that land for as much as $5,000 an acre. Odd that we should have come into competition with each other on my very first undertaking, isn't it? Fascinating business, this oil. All one needs to succeed is experience and capital." "What do you know about the business?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing. But I'm learning. Luck, I find, is a good substitute for experience, and I certainly am lucky. As for capital, of course I was blessed in having unlimited money with which to operate." "You inferred as much, I take it?" "Of course, yes, Colonel. I have the money touch, and everything I have put my hands to has turned out well." Nelson burst forth in sudden irritation. "What are you getting at? You know I don't care a damn what you're doing, how much money you're making." "Strange, inasmuch as practically every dollar I have made has come out of you, indirectly." For a moment Nelson said nothing, then, "Just what do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I've said. I've cut under you wherever possible. When you wanted acreage, I bid against you and ran the price up until you paid more than it was worth. That which I secured I managed." "You! So you're the one that's back of that?" Nelson's amazement destroyed the insecure hold he had thus far maintained upon himself. Furiously he cried, "You're out to get me. That's it, eh?" "I am indeed, and half my satisfaction in doing so will be in knowing that you know what I'm up to. One needs steady nerves and a sure touch in any speculative enterprise. He daren't wobble. I'm going to get your nerve, Nelson. I'm going to make you wobble. You're going to think twice and doubt your own hunches and make mistakes, and I shall take advantage of them. Of course, I shall do more than merely Well, by God, I knew you had the gall of the devil, but see here, Gray, don't you understand what I can do to you? I don't want any trouble with you, but one word from me and Of course you want no trouble with me, but alas, my dear Colonel, you are going to have it. Oh, a great deal of trouble. More trouble than you ever had in all your life. Either you are going broke or I am. You see, I have all the advantage in this little game, for I will pay $1 for every dollar I can cause you to lose, and that is too high a price for you to meet. If I should go bankrupt, which of course I shan't, it would mean nothing to me, while to you The speaker shrugged. "You haven't my temperament. No, the advantage is all mine." Gray's tone changed abruptly. "For your own good, remove your hand from the neighborhood of that drawer. I am too close to you for a gunplay. Good. Now about that one word from you. You won't speak it, for that would force me to utter nasty truths about you, and you would suffer more than I. This being your home town, where you are respected. And the truth is nasty, isn't it?" Colonel Nelson had grown very white during this long speech. He rose to his feet and laid one shaking hand upon his desk as if to steady himself. His tongue was thick in his mouth as he said hoarsely, "I'd like to think you are crazy, but you're not." "Almost a compliment coming from you." "You think you can beat me? Want to make it a money fight, do you? Well, I'll give you a bellyful. Every dollar I've got will go to smash you. Smash you." "Splendid." Gray was on his feet now, and he was smiling icily. "One or the other of us will be ruined, and then perhaps we can resort to those methods which both of us would enjoy using. Of the two, I believe I am the more primitive, for the mere act of killing does not satisfy me. I've come a long way to sink my teeth into you. Now that they're in, they'll stay. So long as you're willing to fight clean, I'll "Are you gentlemen going to talk forever?" The inquiry came in a woman's voice. Both Nelson and Gray turned to behold a smiling, animated face framed in the crack of the door. "Miss Good!" Calvin Gray strode forward, took the girl's hand in his, and drew her over the threshold. "My dear Miss Good, I have rummaged half the state looking for you." "I hope I'm not interrupting. I recognized you and—" The girl turned her eyes to Henry Nelson, but at sight of his face her smile vanished. "Oh, I'm sorry," she cried. "Let me run out." Gray held her hands more firmly. "Never. Do you think I shall risk losing you again?" Colonel Nelson and I had finished our chat and were merely exchanging pleasantries. "Cross your heart?" "Cross my heart and hope to die." Gray laughed joyously and again shook the girl's hands. "Yes, Colonel Gray was just leaving," Nelson managed to say. "Colonel? Are you a colonel, too?" the girl inquired, and Gray bowed. "I was." "And you knew each other abroad?" "We came to know each other very well. We were, in fact, commissioned at the same time and place, but Colonel Nelson received his a moment earlier than I received mine. Therefore he outranked me. Now then, permit me to retire while you and he—" "Oh, there's nothing confidential about what I have to say. It's good news for my partner, and I'm sure he'd love to share it." To Nelson she announced, "Pete has a showing of oil." The vice president of the bank murmured something which was lost in Gray's quick inquiry. "Partner? Are you a partner of Colonel Nelson's?" "After a fashion. We own a 20-acre lease west of Burke, that is. I have a quarter interest, and Henry is putting down a well. I drove out there, and his driller told me it is looking good." Gray turned a keenly inquisitive gaze upon his enemy, and what he saw, or fancied he saw, gave him the thrill of a new discovery. It may have been no more than intuition on his part, but something convinced him that his acquaintance with Miss Good deeply displeased the man. If he knew Henry Nelson as well as he believed he did, it was more than disapproval, more than a mere personal dislike that smoldered in the latter's eyes. This was luck. In his warmest tone he cried, "Congratulations, my dear Colonel. However badly you have fared in the Ranger District, fortune favors you here. But why only a quarter interest? You put too low a price upon your blessings. I'll better that arrangement. Why, I was ready to offer Miss Good a full half of all I have, when she played a heartless jest upon me, ran away, disappeared. I'll admit I was piqued. I was deeply resentful, but—" Nelson interrupted this flow of extravagance. "Miss Good," he said, curiously. "Why does he call you that, Bob?" "A secret, a little game of pretense," Gray declared, nastily. "For the sake of our friendship, Colonel, don't tell me her real name and rob me of the pleasure of hearing it from her own lips. Come, Miss Good, enough of money making in oil wells and stupid business affairs. I'm going to bear you away upon my arm, even at the risk of displeasing my superior officer. Ha! Lucky the war is over. Now then, you promise?" Gray's impetuosity, his buoyancy, robbed his speech of boldness. Nevertheless, Barbara Parker flushed faintly. She was ill at ease. She felt sure she had erred in interrupting these two men. She was glad for an excuse to leave. Gray lingered a moment, long enough for his eyes to meet those of the banker. In his there was a light of triumph, of mockery, as he said: "A pleasant interview, wasn't it, Colonel? And now we understand each other perfectly. A fair fight, and no quarter asked." Henry Nelson stood motionless as he watched his two callers leave the bank together. Then slowly he clenched his muscular hands, and from his lips there issued an oath better left unwritten. Chapter 11. It was several moments after they had left the bank before Bob Parker could manage to slip a word in edgewise. So rapid, so eager was Gray's flow of conversation, so genuine was his pleasure at again seeing her. Finally, however, she inquired curiously, "What was it you said to Henry Nelson as I came out? No quarter asked?" Her escort stared down at her, his brows lifted, his tone betrayed blank astonishment. "No quarter asked? Bless me, what are you talking about?" Then his face cleared. "Now I remember. I said I had found quarters at last. The town is so crowded, you know. I didn't want him to feel bound to put me up. I abhor visiting, don't you?" "Are you really good friends?" "I felt very queer the instant after I had walked in, but I was bursting with good news, and I couldn't see Henry's face until too late. Then it seemed to me—" "Nelson and I are scarcely good friends. We never were chummy, but we were thrown together in France and saw a lot of each other. At first my respect for him was not great, for he is a difficult person to understand. But as my understanding grew, so did my respect. He is a remarkably capable man and a determined fighter, admirable qualities in a soldier. My call today was in the nature of a ceremonial." "Uh-huh. There's a ceremony before every duel, the salute. I thought I could hear the ring of steel." Gray laughed off the suggestion. "Merely the jingle of officers' spurs, I assure you. We amateurs cling to the regular army pomp and practice. Frankly, I love it. I admire the military method, a rule for every occasion, a rigid adherence to form, no price too high for a necessary objective. And the army code, ironclad and exacting, honor difficult and disgrace easy. One learns to set great store by both. You've no idea, Miss Good, how precious is the one and how hideous is the other. "You mustn't call me Miss Good any longer," the girl told him. "My name is Barbara Parker." "Oh, I like that." "I'm more generally known as Bob." "Even better. It sounds tomboyish." "It's not. It's Tom Parkinish. Father insisted on calling me that, and it stuck. He's a man's man, and my being a girl was a total surprise to him. It completely upset his plans, so I did my best to remedy the mistake and learn to do and take an interest in the things he was interested in." "Those were?" Miss Parker looked up from beneath her trim velvet hat, and her blue eyes were defiant. "All that people like you disapprove of, all that you probably consider undignified and unladylike, such as riding, roping, shooting." "Riding unladylike? It's very smart. And why do you say people like me? There are no people like me." "You know what I mean. You're not a Westerner. You are what a cowpuncher would call a swell Easterner." Ignoring Gray's grimace of dislike, she went on, deliberately exaggerating her musical Texas drawl. "You are a person of education and culture. You speak languages. You have the broad A, and if you had to go unshaven it would be a living death. You are rich, too, and probably play the piano. People like that don't admire cowgirls." The man laughed heartily. "In spite of my broad A and my safety razor, I'm as much of a man's man as your father. Frankly, I don't admire cowgirls, but I do admire you, and everything you say about yourself adds to that admiration." "If your father is Tom Parker, well, I congratulate you upon admirable taste in the selection of parents." "Do you know him?" Barbara eagerly inquired. "No, but I know of him, and I know what he stands for. I think we have many things in common, and I venture to say that he's going to like me." Barbara smiled. This vibrant stranger had an air about him and an irresistible magnetism. It was flattering to receive marked attentions from a person of his age and consequence. The girl felt an access of importance, and the tone of his voice, his every look, assured her that she had indeed challenged his deepest interest. She colored faintly as he ran on. "So you're a partner of Henry Nelson's. He doesn't deserve it, and our friendship ceases. I shall now hate him. Yes, henceforth he and I shall be enemies." "I love to be flattered, but please don't become Henry's enemy. The most dreadful things happen to them." "He pretends to be a friend, but in reality he is a suitor, a detestable suitor, and the ties of business bind you closer. I see it all. I consider it abominable." Gray's tone was as gay as his demeanor had been thus far. Nevertheless, he was probing deliberately, and the result appeared to verify his earlier suspicions. Calm as he had appeared to be during that interview in the bank, in reality he had been, and still was, in a state of intense nervous excitement. His mind was galloping. The effect of that clash had been to rouse in him a keen exaltation and a sense of resistless power. If Henry Nelson was seriously interested in this girl, he reasoned, here then was another weapon ready shaped, a rapier aimed at his enemy's breast, and all he had to do was to grasp it. That promised to be a pleasant undertaking. Nor had he any doubt of success, for Barbara Parker had aroused his liking so promptly that reason and experience told him they must be in close sentimental accord. Even had she proven less responsive, he would still have been confident of himself, for few women remain long indifferent to his zeal, once he deliberately set about winning them. To build upon that subtle, involuntary attraction, therefore, and to profit by it, appeared advisable, nay, necessary, for henceforth all must be grist that came to his mill. In view of his declaration of war, he could afford to scorn no advantage, however direct or indirect its bearing. "Tell me about the Briskows," Barbara demanded. Of course, I'm dying to do so, but Gray looked at his watch. Even the good must lunch. No doubt you abhor the public eating places, but alas, I do. So does everybody who tries them. But our cook has been speculating in shares, and yesterday she stalked majestically from the kitchen. She was a wretched cook, anyhow, and we couldn't afford a better one. We are very poor, Dad and I. Were poor. Not poor any longer, I hope. Oh, that well. It is exciting, isn't it? Dad has gone out there to see it. So yes, I'll lunch with you and be duly grateful. Where shall we go? Barbara's brows drew together in a frown of consideration, and Gray told himself that she was even more charming when serious than when smiling. Wherever we go, we'll be sorry we didn't go somewhere else. We might try the professor's place. He's a Greek scholar, left his university to get rich quick in the oil fields, but failed. He started a sandwich and pie counter, and a good one, and it pays better than a pumper. But we'd have to sit on high stools and be scowled at if we didn't gobble our food and make room for others. Then there's Ptomaine Tommy's. Cafes are good and bad by comparison. After you've been here a few days, you'll enjoy Tommy's. Then I vote for his Poison Palace. The very name has a thrill to it. On their way to the restaurant, Gray said, Pa and Ma and Allie Briskow and the tutoress have gone to the mountains, Ma's beloved mountains, and they appear to be living up to her expectations. The mountains, I mean. The old dear writes me every week, and her letters are wonderful, even outside of the spelling. She hasn't lost a single illusion. She has a soul for adventure, has Ma, and she's hunting for caves now. Keeps her ears open to hear if the ground sounds hollow. Wants to find a mysterious cavern and explore it, with her heart in her mouth. She revels in the clean green foliage and the spring brooks. She says the trees are awfully crowded in places, and there's no dust on 'em. And Allie has a tutor? The best money could secure. And by the way, you wouldn't have known the girl after you got through with her that day. That was only the beginning, too. She fills the eye now, and she's growing. Growing? Gray chuckled. Not physically, but mentally, psychologically, intellectually. I said she had possibilities. Yes, more than I gave her credit for. But what they are, where they will lead her, I do not know. I'm a foolish person, Miss Parker, for I take an intense interest in the affairs of other people, especially my friends. My favorite dissipation is to share the troubles of those whom I like, and right now I'm quite as worried over Allie as her father is. You see, she has outdistanced her parents already. The dream part is wearing off, and her new life is a reality. She is confronted with the grim and appalling necessity of adapting herself to a completely new and bewildering set of conditions. I'm not sure that she will be equal to it. I presume you mean that she is sensitive. Supersensitive and ambitious. That's the trouble. If she were dull and conceited, she could be both happy and contented. But she's bright, and she lacks egotism, so she'll never be either. Adversity would temper a girl like her. Prosperity may spoil her. There's a boy, too, isn't there? Oh, Buddy, he's away at school. He'll make a hand, or, well, if he doesn't, I'll beat the foolishness out of him. I've assumed complete responsibility for Buddy, and he'll be a credit to me. There was a tone in Gray's voice when he spoke of the Briskows that gave Barbara Parker a wholly new insight into his character. It was with a feeling that she knew him and liked him better that she said, "You think a lot of those nesters, don't you?" "More than they believe, and more than I would have thought possible," he readily declared. "I'm a lonesome institution. There's nobody dependent upon me. I owe no bills, no gratitude, and I've canceled the obligations that others owe me. You've no idea how unnecessary I am. It gives me a pleasing sense of importance, therefore, to feel that I fill a place in somebody's affairs. Wichita Falls's facilities for public entertainment reflected perhaps as correctly as anything else the general chaos consequent upon its swift expansion into a city. Such hotels as had been capable of caring for the transient trade of pre-petroleum days were full and carried waiting lists like exclusive clubs. Rooming houses and private dwellings were crowded. A new and modern fireproof hotel was stretching skeleton fingers of steel skyward. But meanwhile the task of sheltering, and especially of feeding 3 times a day, the hungry hordes that bulged the sides of the little city was a difficult one. To wrest possession of a cafe table for two at the rush hour was an undertaking almost as hazardous as jumping a mining claim. But Calvin Gray succeeded, and eventually he and Bob found themselves facing each other over a discolored tablecloth, reading a soiled menu card to a perspiring waiter. It was in some ways an ideal retreat for a tete-a-tete, for the bellowed orders, the rattle of crockery, and the voice of hungry food battlers, and the clash of their steel made intimate conversation easy. Gray noted with approval the ease with which his dainty companion adapted herself to the surroundings and remarked upon it. "After 4 years in the East, it took me a little while to get used to it," she confessed. "The Wichita I left was a quiet town. The one I came home to was a madhouse. At first the excitement frightened me, for I felt as if I were being run over, tossed aside. But now that I've fallen in with the chase, why, I think it's splendid." "Just what are you doing, and how do you do it?" Gray wanted to know. Barbara was glad to tell him about her brief but eventful experience since that morning at the Nelson Bank when she had executed her coup, and she recited the story with enthusiasm. "Having no capital to go on," she explained, "I merely bought and sold on commission so far. But I'm not always going to be a broker. I'm making good, and some day Dad and I will be big operators. I've been able to buy a car, and most of my time I'm out in the field. They tell me I'm as good an oil scout as some of the men working for the big companies. But of course I'm not. I merely have an advantage. Drillers tell me more than they tell a man." "Of course, with your father along you're safe in going anywhere. But to go through the fields alone—" "Oh, Dad doesn't go." "What?" Gray looked up incredulously, but Bob nodded her head vigorously. "Dad hates automobiles. They frighten him. So I go out alone while he runs the office." "Extraordinary. But, my dear girl, it's dangerous." "Naturally. I avoid Burke and the Northwest Extension after dark. Even the scouts do that. But it wouldn't pay anybody to hijack me. No, I go right in on the derrick floors and hobnob with the drillers, talk about their wives and their families, discuss croup and fishing jobs. Sometimes they let me taste the sand and even show me the logs of their wells. It amused them at first to think of a girl playing the game single-handed. Most men, however rough, have a sense of chivalry, you know, and are better sports than they realize. Now, well, they're beginning to respect my business ability. They have learned that I keep my mouth closed and that I'll treat them squarely. Some of them would fight for me. I'll tell you, it's the greatest experience, the most thrilling adventure a girl ever had." "You're a brave child, and I admire your courage," Gray declared. "But I'm not. I'm afraid of everything that other girls are afraid of." Leaning forward confidentially, the girl continued, "I'm a hollow sham, Mr. Gray, but Dad doesn't know it. After I learned how badly he wanted me to be a boy, and how he had set his heart on teaching me the things he thought a son of his should know, I had a secret meeting with myself, and I voted unanimously to fill the specifications if it killed me. So I began a fraudulent life. I'm in earnest. For instance, I abhor guns, but I learned to shoot with either hand until, well, I'm pretty expert. And roping, I can build a loop, jump through it, do straight and fancy catches like a cowboy. I worked at it for months, years it seemed to me. I knew very well it was a ridiculous waste of time, but I'll never forget how proud Dad was when I learned the butterfly. That was my reward. Horses used to frighten me blue, but I learned to ride well enough. In fact, it has been a keen disappointment to him that I won't enter the Frontier Day contests. He'd like nothing better than to see me win the bucking horse match. Think of it. And I'm so timid I can't look an oat in the face." Barbara attempted a shy laugh, but there was a quaver to her voice, and when Gray continued to stare at her gravely, sympathetically, her face quickly sobered. "Now you understand why my father doesn't think it necessary to go along on my trips through the oil fields. It has never occurred to him that I'm anything but Bob Parker, his boy, mind you. He is lost in admiration of me, and I rule him like a slave. I think he is great, too, and he is. He's the dearest, gentlest, sweetest father in the world, and I wouldn't have him learn the hideous truth about me for anything." For a moment Barbara's listener studied her thoughtfully. Then he said, "I'm immensely flattered that you like me well enough to make me your confessor. Now I'm going to confess to you that I also am an arrant coward." "Please don't joke. You have become quite a famous character. And if the stories I hear are true—" "The stories one hears are never true. I have my share of physical courage, perhaps. That's a common, elementary virtue, like generosity, gratitude, sympathy. The most mediocre people are blessed that way." "Oh, generosity and gratitude are divine qualities." Gray shook his head positively. "Impulses, heart impulses, not brain impulses. They have nothing to do with character. Now I'm deathly afraid of one thing." "What, pray?" "Ridicule. You see, I'm egotistical and ostentatious. Oh, very. Disgustingly vain, in fact. If I were unconscious of it, I'd be unbearable. But it amuses me as much as it amuses others, and that takes the curse off of it. I am delighted at some of my own antics. I love to swagger, and I adore an audience. But to be laughed at by others would kill me. Ridicule, scorn, I'm insensible to anything except those." "You're a queer man." Gray's gaze became fixed. There was a peculiar light, almost a glitter, in his eyes. He talked on as if voicing some engrossing thought. "Of course I'm vindictive. That's a part of the swashbuckling character. It goes with the ruffles, the jack boots, and the swagger. It is a luxury of which I am extremely jealous." Bringing his attention back to the girl, he smiled, and his manner changed abruptly. "There, I've proven it all by talking about myself when I'm interested only in you. However, it is sometimes easier to sell a thing by frankly decrying it than by covering up its bad points, and I'm trying desperately to make a good impression upon you. Now then, I'm tremendously interested in what you have told me about yourself, and I'm sure you are a better oil man, oil girl, than you have led me to suppose. But these are no times for social pleasantries. We are living in Bedlam. There is nothing in the air but business, oil, profits. You are a business woman, and if we are to become as well acquainted as I hope we will, it must be the result of a common business interest. So then, for a bargain, I am going to enter this field in a large way. If you will take me for a client, I will buy and sell through you whenever possible. Perhaps we could even speculate together now and then. I'll guarantee you against loss. What do you say?" "Why, it's a splendid opportunity for me, and I know of some good things. I'm overflowing with information. In fact, for instance," Barbara hurriedly produced her oil map, and shoving aside the dishes in front of her, she spread it upon the table. There's a wildcat going down out here that looks awfully good." And she indicated a tiny circle marked in the corner of one square. Gray noted that there was a dimple at the base of her finger. "The scouts don't think much of it, but I happen to know it's on a structure and has a good showing of oil. The driller is a friend of mine, and he has told me that his casing is set. He'll tip me off when he intends to drill through, and if you like we'll go out there and see what happens. If it comes in, it will mean a big play on surrounding property. Prices will double, treble. My theory is this." Gray's head was close to the speaker's, but although he pretended to listen to her words and to follow the tracings of her finger with studious consideration, in reality his attention was fixed upon the tantalizing curve of her smooth cheek and throat. In some perplexity of spirit he asked himself why it was that mere proximity to this wholly sensible and matter-of-fact young creature filled him with such a vague yet pleasurable excitement. He realized that he was not easily thrilled. Feminine beauty, feminine charm, was nothing new. Nevertheless, at this moment he experienced an intense elation, an eagerness of spirit, such as he had not felt since he was in the first resistless vigor of youth, and his voice, when he spoke, carried an unconscious quality strange to his ears. It was the more bewildering because nothing had happened to awaken such feelings. He had met this unworldly, inexperienced prairie girl but twice, and on her part she had betrayed no particular attraction for him. As a matter of fact, she probably considered him an old man. Young girls were like that. Of course, that was absurd. He was right in his prime. Youth sang through his veins at this moment, and yet she must like him. He must have somehow impressed her. That was fortunate, in view of her relations with Henry Nelson. Luck was coming his way, and she would undoubtedly prove useful. The last thing Calvin Gray contemplated was a sentimental woman complication, but on account of this girl's peculiar knowledge, it seemed to him the part of wisdom to cultivate her and to see as much of her as possible. "If you will come over to the office, I'll show you how I think that pool lies," Barbara was saying, and Gray came to with a start. It was mid-afternoon when he left the Parker office. At least he thought it must be mid-afternoon, until he consulted his watch and discovered that, to all intents and purposes, he had completely lost 2 hours. An amazing loss, truly. There was no lack of youthful vigor in Calvin Gray's movements at any time, but now there was an unusual lightness to his tread, and his lips puckered in a joyous whistle. It had been a great day, a day of the widest extremes, a day of adventure and romance, and that is what every day should be. Chapter 12. If Gray cherished any lingering doubts as to the loyalty of Mallow, erstwhile victim of his ruthlessness, or of McWade and Stoner, the Wildcat promoters, those doubts vanished during the next day or two. As a matter of fact, the readiness, nay, the enthusiasm with which they fell in with his schemes convinced him that he had acted wisely in yielding to an impulse to trust them. At first, when he divulged his enemy's identity, they were thunderstruck. Mere mention of Henry Nelson's name rendered them speechless, caused them to regard their employer as a harmless madman. But as he unfolded his plans in greater detail, they listened with growing respect. The idea seized them finally. In the first place, it was sufficiently fantastic to appeal to their imaginations, for they saw in Gray a lone wolf with the courage and the ferocity to single out and pull down the leader of the herd, and, what was more, they scented profit to themselves in trailing with him. Then, too, the enterprise promised to afford free scope for their ingenuity, their cunning, their devious business methods, and that could be nothing less than pleasing to men of their type. but early enough he made it plain that he intended and would tolerate no actual dishonesty. Crooked methods were both dangerous and unsatisfactory, he told them. Hence the fight must be fair, even though merciless. To annoy, to harass, to injure, and if possible actually ruin the banker, that was his intention. To accomplish those ends he was willing to employ any legitimate device, however shrewd, however smart. His entire fortune and his associates, of course, greatly exaggerated its size, would be available for the purpose. And when he sketched out the measures he had in mind, the trio of rogues realized that here indeed was a field wide enough for the exercise of their peculiar gifts. They acknowledged, too, a certain pleasure in the comfortable assurance that they would involve themselves in no illegal consequences. At their first council of war, Gray gave each of them a number of definite things to do or to have done, the while he sought certain facts, and when they assembled for a second time, it was to compare, to tabulate, and to consider an amount of information concerning the activities of Henry Nelson that would have greatly surprised that gentleman had he been present to hear it. For one thing, there had been prepared a comprehensive list of Nelson's holdings, together with maps showing their acreage and production, the location of drilling wells, the ownership of adjoining properties, and the like. There was also a considerable amount of data concerning the terms of the Nelson leases, renewal dates, and such matters. Gray was forced reluctantly to admit that his enemy was more strongly entrenched than he had supposed. Careful study of the data showed that Nelson acreage had been well selected and that it was scientifically checkerboarded throughout the various fields. What was more significant was the amount of proven or semi-proven stuff. It took work and money to get together that group of leases, Brickstoner declared, after he had checked them off. That's one of the best layouts in Texas, and they're shaped up to put over a big deal if they want to. They lack production, said Gray. Sure, but they'll have it before long. Look at the wells they're putting down, and that's going down around them. The former speaker chewed his cigar thoughtfully for a while, then, I don't believe they contemplate a big deal. They're not that sort. Henry Nelson is selfish and suspicious, and I'm told that Bell wouldn't trust anybody. I'm informed also that every dollar they have made has gone back into new leases and wells, and that they intend to hold everything for themselves. It is rumored quietly that they are overextended. I wouldn't care how thin I was stretched if I had their gamble, McWade asserted. All they have to do is sit tight. The law of averages will pull them out. What do you intend to do? To begin with, I intend to stretch them even thinner, so thin they'll break if that is possible. You can't load them up with more property. Certainly not, but I can make them drill more wells. Offsets, huh? Stoner studied the map a bit doubtfully. You can't make 'em offset dry holes, and if they strike oil in their wells, the other fellows will have to do the offsetting. True, I can, of course, prevent them from extending their renewals. I can cost them a pretty penny just by forcing them to a rigid adherence to the terms of their leases and agreements, and what do you mean, offsets? Mallow inquired. How are you going to break a man by bringing in wells alongside of his property? That'll make him rich. Can you beat that? Stoner inquired. Mallow's been selling oil stock and experting wells for us with a marvelous magnetic finder, and he don't know an offset from a headache post. Certainly I know. Why, Professor, is it possible we have been deceived in you? An offset is the thing that sets off to one side of the crown block, and it is a light blue, the same as a formation. It's the shape of a syncline, only bigger. Don't get funny. You drill an offset well to keep a man from sucking all the oil from out under your land. Right, said Gray. Wells, as you know, are drilled as close to the sidelines as the law allows. When oil is found, the adjoining landowner can compel his lessee to put down a well to offset every one that threatens to draw oil from beneath his property. That's what I've just been telling you. Many an operator has gone broke offsetting wells in order to protect his leases, especially if he has a number of neighbors who all start drilling promptly. That is one of the many production troubles, and there's a saying that trouble begins when the oil starts. You said it, but to offset the Nelson so as to cripple him? Brick Stoner shook his head. It ain't hard to borrow money for good offsets. Most any bank will lend. It is hard for anybody who is overextended to borrow. Possibly my plan won't work, but to annoy, to harass, to embarrass, to stretch them thin, it's all a part of the game. People are never as well off as we think they are. The Nelsons are close to sand in a number of places. I want to procure the adjoining acreage. For every well they make, I'll force them to drill 6 more. The day they strike oil, I'll have a string of derricks every 200 feet along their sidelines. It was Mallow who spoke next. That will cost you dollar for dollar, boss. Have you got chips enough to match their stack? I don't have to invest dollar for dollar. My money will go for leases, and I'll let drilling contracts 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, anything to get quick action. Other people's money will do the work for me. Remember, I'm not after oil. I'm after a man. I'll say you are. Stoner looked up from a frowning contemplation of the maps. And if you'll take a chance, I'll show you how you can drill 1 well and cost them 3, that is, provided you hit. As the others leaned over his shoulder, he explained, here's a square block of 420s, separate leases, all of them, and the Nelsons own 3. You can cop the 4th 20, drill right at the inside corner where all the lines cross. If you pull a duster, you'll be out and injured, maybe 25,000. But if it comes wet, they'll have to protect those 3 leases with 3 offsets. It ain't a bad-looking piece of ground. You'll have about 1 to 3 chance of making a well. How many companies have you gentlemen promoted? Gray inquired. 22, and from a shoestring. Every well went down, or is going down, and every dollar we got right here on the street. And all of them are dry, are they not? McWade spoke up defensively. Sure, they were all wildcats of the wildest kind, but we don't deal in oil. We sell stock. Every issue we've put out has gone above par at some time or other, and that's playing the game square with our customers, ain't it? We see that they have a chance to get out with a profit. If they hang on, it's their own fault. That's how we've built up a clientele. It won't hurt your reputation to bring in a wet well for a change, would it? Both partners agreed that it would not. I'll buy this 20-acre lease, and you can promote a company to drill 10 of it. Stoner says it's a 1 to 3 shot. McWade blazed with enthusiasm at the suggestion. Take a piece of the stock yourself, Mr. Gray, and we'll put it over in a day. With your name at the top of the list, it will ballyhoo itself. Not a share. Your amiable proposition brings me directly to another point which has a bearing upon our main campaign. Law is a dry subject, but I must bore you with a brief dissertation upon a provision of one statute which has doubtless escaped your notice. It has escaped the notice of most people, even of Henry Nelson, I believe. You realize that all but a few Texas oil companies are not organized as corporations, but as joint stock associations, in effect, declarations of trust. We ought to know it, Stoner said. It saves paying a big corporation tax and lets you sell all the full paid, non-assessable stock you want to issue, regardless of what the property is worth. Oh, we got wise to that. Muy pronto. Why, these here Texas laws are the bunk. Them fellows at Austin, if they had their way, would make it impossible to promote a legitimate enterprise on a paying basis. They'd make you turn in cash or property, the equivocal thereto, every time you organized. Wouldn't that be sweet? This joint stock arrangement is the only way to beat the game. It's a shrewd device, and my hat's off to the guy that invented it." "Very true, very well expressed. But in the statute governing the procedure there is wrapped up a bundle of bad news, for it is provided that any officer or stockholder may become personally liable for the entire debt of the association. There is going to be a lot of sleep lost over that fact when the truth becomes known." "You mean if I got stock in a company that's blowed up, and I'm living in Oshkosh, all pretty, that I can be hooked for the debts some crook runs up here in Texas?" "Precisely." This intelligence brought no consternation to the partners. On the contrary, McWade, the optimist, grinned widely. "Goes to show you we have been playing the game along safe and legitimate lines," said he. "We don't own a share in any one of our own enterprises, and if we have to pick up a few now and then to boost the market, we drop them again as if they were hot. It's a pretty thought, though. Why, I can see years of activity ahead for Brick and me, buying up the debts of defunct oil companies and collecting in full from prosperous strangers hither and yon. For heaven's sake, don't let it get out." "I won't, at least until after I have accumulated a number of potential judgments against Henry Nelson. He has had his share of cats and dogs, of course, and some day I hope to lead them back to his doorstep. If they return at the right moment, they may prove an embarrassment. Who knows?" "Got anything else up your sleeve?" Behind Mallow's dark glasses his eyes could be dimly seen, and they were active with curiosity. "Plenty, but we have enough here to start on. First I want these various leases, then I want a company promoted, and a well started on that 20 we talked about." For some time longer the conspirators busied themselves over the details of their plans, and Gray was beginning to feel some satisfaction at his rate of progress when an interruption occurred that threatened to delay action and even to rob him of the services of the two partners. That interruption took the form of a call from a group of highly excited and indignant purchasers of stock in the Desert Scorpion Company, that promotion in which Professor Mallow had assisted on the morning of Gray's arrival. These stockholders swarmed into the office, bringing with them an air of angry menace. They were noisy. They all talked at once. From out of the confusion it soon became apparent that they had a real grievance, and one which called for immediate satisfaction. Moreover, it was made plain that the callers cared little what form that satisfaction took, whether tar and feathers or a rope and a lamp post. They had been sold, victimized, flim-flammed, skinned. The scorpion had stung them, and the poison was boiling in their veins. Briefly, the swindle was this. Investigation had shown that the land owned by the Desert Scorpion was not where it had been represented to be, but more than a mile distant therefrom. Chance alone had brought forth the truth. The hour of vengeance had struck. Calvin Gray withdrew quietly from the hubbub and asked Mallow, "Can that be true?" The eminent scientist shrugged. Out of the corner of his mouth he murmured, "Why not? It all looks alike." McWade and Stoner were not in the least dismayed by this amazing intelligence. As a matter of fact, the former assumed an air of even greater geniality than usual, and nodded a careless agreement to every accusation hurled against him. "Right you are, men, absolutely right. We were victimized, but we're tickled to death to rectify the error. Mighty fortunate mistake. As a matter of fact, Brick, out with the old checkbook and give these birds back their money." With alacrity Mr. Stoner cleared off his desk and seated himself, pen in hand. "Step up and get $1 a share, just what you paid. Fair enough, I calls it. The banks are open and the checks are good." Immediately the repurchase of stock began, but anger and suspicion still smoldered. There were dissatisfied mutterings. One investor, a field man in greasy overalls, spoke out. We'll get ours all right, don't worry. But how about the other suckers? There's 50,000 shares out. What are you going to do about that?" "Buy it back. Know where you can get any more?" "Maybe." "We'll pay $1.50 a share for all you can get to morrow." "What?" "You heard me. Breast up, boys, and get your money back. Our offer stands. $1 a share to day, $1.50 to morrow." There was a stir among the indignant speculators. The man for whom Stoner was writing a check inquired, "What's the idea? Why not $1.50 now?" Stoner and McWade exchanged meaning glances. It was not lost upon their attentive audience, but the latter shrugged and smiled provocatively. "That's our business," he declared lightly. "You ghost dancers want your money back, and we're giving it to you. You're letting up a holler that you were robbed, so come and get it. The faster you come, the better it'll suit us. Scorpion stock will close at $1.50 or better tomorrow night." "Bluff," somebody growled. Stoner finished his signature with a nourish, blotted it. Then he hesitated. He flung down his pen and turned defiantly upon his partner, crying: "This ain't fair to these men, Mac. They're customers of ours, and we owe 'em a chance to make a killing. It's up to us to tell 'em the truth." McWade was angry. His indignation flamed. Vigorously he denied the charge of unfairness. A spirited argument ensued, with Stoner asserting that the firm was morally obligated to protect its clients to a greater extent than merely by returning their money, and with McWade as stoutly maintaining that all obligations, moral and legal, were canceled with the repurchase of the stock. Meanwhile it became evident that the alarming rumor about Desert Scorpion was rapidly spreading, for other investors were climbing the stairs now, and the office was becoming crowded. The later arrivals were in time to witness McWade finally defer to his partner and to hear him announce that a rare stroke of fortune had favored purchasers of this particular issue of stock, for the land which really belonged to the company had turned out to be much better than that which it owned. Certain information from the field had arrived that very day which was bound to send the stock to $2. If anybody wanted to sell, the promoters would be glad to buy, and they would advance their price on the morrow, as McWade had promised. So here was a chance for those present to turn a pretty penny by getting busy at once. Frankly, however, he advised his hearers to hang on and make a real clean-up. The information, which was not yet public, had nothing to do with the fact that Dr. Mallow had experted both properties with his scientific device and pronounced the new acreage much richer than the old. This latter was merely corroborative evidence, and in view of the fact that some people put no credence in so-called doodle bugs, he merely offered the record of the tester for what it was worth. His original bet of 10-1 still held, by the way, and once again he repeated that those who wished to sell out would be accommodated with the greatest alacrity. Only they mustn't return later and squawk. McWade confessed that he was neither angry nor offended at the recent attitude of suspicion. He was merely amused. It made him laugh. The idea of his firm turning a crooked trick when it was an established institution as strong as Gibraltar and as conservative as a national bank was ridiculous. He and Stoner could point with pride to an unbroken record of successes, and to a list of satisfied investors as long as a Santa Fe timetable. Desert Scorpion stock would go to $2, and 5 would get you 10 if you didn't think so. Now then, step lively. The refunding of money halted. There was a deal of noisy argument. Some of the disgruntled investors still insisted upon selling out. Others decided to hold on. Even a few asked to repurchase the stock they had turned in, and this they were reluctantly permitted to do at an advance of 50%. When the last caller had disappeared, Gray inquired curiously, "How are you going to make good on your assertion that the stock will rise?" "Easy," said Stoner. "I'll change into my old clothes, put 4 mud chains on my car and drive up to the exchange in a hurry, then give some gabby guy a tip to grab Desert Scorpion for me at $1.50, all he can get. After that, I'll shoot out of town on high with the cutout open. There will be a string of cars after me inside of half an hour, and the stock will be up before I can get back." "We'll make good all right," McWade asserted. "Those customers are in luck dealing with a house like us. All they expect is a chance to get out with a profit and sting the next fellow. They don't want oil. They want a run for their money and a quick turn. We give it to them." "And do they always buy your issues?" "I ain't saying they do. Sometimes they're cold until you put on the Indian sign. But all you have to do when a stock don't sell is to raise the price. Oh, if you know how, it ain't hard to make an honest dollar in the oil business." McWade smiled with conscious satisfaction. "I'm sure of it," Gray said heartily. "There is so little competition." Chapter 13. Ma Briskow had always been known as a woman without guile, but of late she had developed rare powers of dissimulation. She was, in fact, leading a double life. Neither her husband nor her daughter suspected the extent of her deception. To the patrons of the Burlington Notch Hotel she was merely a drab, indistinct, washed-out old woman, unmarked except by a choice of clashing colors in dress. To her family she remained what she always had been. Nobody dreamed that she was in reality a bandit queen, the leader of a wild, unfettered band of mountaineers. But that is what she was, and worse at times. Yes, Ma had slipped the leash. She was a robber baroness. She dwelt in a rocky fastness, whatever that was, surrounded by a crew of outlaws as desperate as any that ever drew cutlass and dagger. She ruled them not only by native strength of character, but also by the aid of other forces, for she was on friendly terms with the more prominent wood sprites, fairies, and the like, and they brought her wisdom. Moreover, she had learned the language of dumb animals, and she could talk to squirrels, beetles, porcupines, frogs. All this, as may be surmised, had come about as the result of Ma's early reading, a haphazard choice of story books, in which there were tales of treasure trove, of pirates, of wronged maidens and gallant squires, romantic stories peculiarly designed to stir a cramped imagination like hers. It was from them that she had gained her ideas of the world, her notions of manners, even her love of the mountains, and that unquenchable desire to see them she had confided to Calvin Gray. He it was, by the way, who had selected the Notch for these Texas nesters. It had proved a happy choice, for the hotel sat upon the top of the world, and beneath it lay outspread the whole green and purple vastness of the earth. The Briskows were entranced, of course, and once they had established themselves here, they never thought of moving, nor did it occur to them that there might be other mountains than these, other hotels as good as this. To them, Burlington Notch became merely a colloquial name for paradise, and life in the great hotel itself was a beautiful dream. The place was famous the country over as a health resort, and, indeed, it must have possessed miraculous curative powers. Otherwise, Gus Briskow, strong and vigorous as he was, could never have survived the shock of receiving his first week's bill. It was with conflicting emotions that he divided the sum at the foot of the statement into 7 parts, and realized the daily ransom in which he and his family were held. It had given him a feeling of tremendous importance and extreme insignificance. He spoke freely that night about the high cost of loafing, but Ma showed such dismay at the mere suggestion of leaving that he had resigned himself. And thereafter the sight of his weekly bill invoked nothing more than a shudder and a prayer that none of his wells would go dry overnight. But lifelong habits of prudence are not easily broken. The Notch Hotel was altogether too rich for Gus Briskow's blood, so he sought a more congenial environment. He found it in the village, in a livery stable, there amid familiar odors and surroundings both agreeable and economical. He spent most of his time, leaving Ma to amuse herself and Allie to pursue the routine of studies laid down by her tutoress. Now Ma had not gone wild all at once. Her atavism had been gradual, the result of her persistent explorations. She had never seen a real waterfall, for instance, and the first one proved so amazing that she was impelled to seek more, after which she became interested in caves, and before long her ramblings had taken her up every watercourse and into every ravine in the neighborhood. This sense of treading untrodden ground roused in Ma a venturesome spirit of independence, an unsuspected capacity for adventure, and when the wealth of her discoveries failed to awaken the interest in her family, she ceased reporting them and became more solitary than ever in her habits. Every morning she slipped out of the hotel, meandered through the grounds apparently without purpose, but in reality pursuing her circuitous route and taking sudden twistings and turnings to throw pursuers off the scent. Ever deeper into the wilderness she penetrated, but with the sly caution of an old fox returning to its lair. She was always being followed by wicked people, such, for instance, as minions of the law, members of the Black Hand, foreign spies, gendarmes, and detectives. Having baffled them all, she laughed scornfully, flung deceit to the winds, then hurried straight to the fastness, and there uttered her tribal call. At the sound, her gypsy band came bounding forth to meet her, and she gave them her royal hand to kiss, raising them graciously when they knelt, giving a kind word here or a sharp reprimand there. They were the fiercest gypsies in the world, and quarrelsome too. They were forever fighting among themselves and crying, "Curse you, Jack Dalton, take that," and plunging swords into one another. But they had good hearts, and they loved Ma, and were devoted to her lost cause. She could handle them where others would have failed. Having accepted their homage and heard the details of their latest raids against the enemy, the false Duke of Dallas, he whose treachery had made her what she was, she assumed her throne and held formal court. The throne was a low, flat rock beside a stream, and usually Ma removed her shoes and stockings and paddled her feet in the water while she gave audience to visiting potentates. Those enlarged joints never seemed to accommodate themselves wholly to the sort of shoes Allie made her wear. Court let out when Ma's feet had become rested, after which there were less formal affairs of state to settle. These out of the way, it was time for the Queen's recreations, which took the form of singing, dancing, conversations with animals, visits with the invisible fairy folk who lived in flowers and gave them their pretty smells. Ma never had any trouble putting in the whole day in some such manner as this. Evening came all too soon, as a matter of fact. Then it was she that bade good-bye to her faithful subjects and prepared once more to fare forth and mingle in the cunning guise of an old woman with the followers of the false and lying Duke of Dallas. But courage, patience. The day of reckoning was at hand when she would come into her own, and the world would recognize her as the wronged but rightful Princess Pensacola. Thus would Ma Briskow spend one morning. Another, perhaps, she would be an altogether different character, but always she was young and beautiful and full of grace, and only when it came time to go did she assume the disguise of an aged, wrinkled, bent old woman. Sometimes she ran miles and miles at a stretch, darting, springing like a fawn, rushing through the soft green leaves, leaping rock and rill, her laughter echoing, her bare limbs flashing, her gold hair streaming, her scanty silken draperies whipped to shreds behind her by the very swiftness of her going. Oh, the ecstasy of that, the excitement! Of course, Ma did not actually run, neither did her bare limbs flash, being encased in flannels, and her hair was not gold. It was gray, what little there was of it. No, she ambled a bit, perhaps, where the grass was short and the ground smooth. Then she stood still, closed her eyes, and ran and leaped and swayed and darted with her arms. Anybody can do it. At other times she defied gravitation, a secret accomplishment all her own, which she manifested in this wise. She would begin to jump higher and higher, and the higher she jumped, the lighter she became, until finally she weighed no more than a thistledown, and the effort of leaping became a pure joy and an exhilaration. Having obtained this perfect state of buoyancy, she would set out upon wonderful journeys, springing lightly as far as it pleased her to spring, soaring gracefully over obstacles, and deriving a delirious pleasure from the sensation. One cannot appreciate the enjoyment to be had from this method of locomotion without trying it. And always, when Ma came back to earth and opened her eyes, there were the great smiling mountains, the clear, clean waters foaming over the rocks, and underfoot was the cool, green grass, not that hot, hard 'dobe clay she had always known. Trees, too, beautiful, whispering trees, with smooth leaves instead of burrs and spines and stickers. Nor was there the faintest choking smell of dust, no sand blowing up her nose and smarting her eyes. Ma Briskow had never dreamed that the world was so clean. She blessed God for making oil to lie in the rocks of the earth, and she prayed that none of them hotel people would discover her retreat. But of course somebody did discover it. Mr. Delamater, the dancing instructor for one, stumbled upon it while Ma Briskow was in the midst of one of her imaginary games, and he reported his discovery to the day clerk. "What ails that old dame, anyhow?" he inquired, after recounting Ma's peculiar behavior. "Not a thing in the world except money," the clerk declared. Doubtfully, Mr. Delamater shook his handsome auburn head. "People with good sense don't act like that. She was doing an Isadora Duncan when I saw her dancing, if you care to call it that. Anyhow, her hair was hanging, she was flapping her arms and jiggling up and down." Delamater laughed at the memory. "There's a big awkward bird, some sort of crane or buzzard of some kind, that dances. I never saw one, but she reminded me of it. And she sang. Gee, it was fierce." "Did she see you?" "Scarcely. I don't mind being alone with Allie." Delamater's teeth shone in a smile. Then, seeing his reflection in a convenient mirror, he studied it with complacent favor. He tried to smile again, and getting it to his better satisfaction, concluded, "Don't mind it a bit, but a bosky dell with a mad woman is my idea of no place to be." "Allie?" The clerk lifted his brows. "So Allie has it gone as far as that, Dell?" "Oh, you know how it is. A lesson every day, soft music, arm around the waist, a kind word. The girl is human. I'm probably different to anything that ever came into her young life. Look at my wardrobe. She's not so bad to take, either, and yet—" The immaculate speaker frowned. "Father smells like a horse, and mother's a nut. Gee, it would take some coin to square that." "That's one thing they've got," asserted the clerk. "Nothing but." Mr. Delamater debated further. "Think of marrying the powerful Katrinka. I'll admit it has its points. If anything went wrong with the bank roll, Allie could make a good living for both of us. Suppose, for instance, the old Statue of Liberty slipped and fell. Allie could jump over to Bedloe's Island and take a turn at holding the torch. If they've got that coin you say they have, I think I'll have to see more of her." "You won't see any more than you do. She's hitting on all four." "What is she up to all day?" "I don't know. Working, studying, exercising, rehearsing for the movies, I guess. She has worn that companion of hers down to a frazzle." She has her own masseuse in the bath department. She rides a horse 3 days a week, and every morning she takes a long walk. I've got it. Mr. Delamater slapped his thigh. Road work. She's getting ready to take on Dempsey. He laughed musically. If she marries me, her days of labor will be over. It will mean for her the dawn of a new life, provided, of course, those oil wells are what you say they are. Kidding aside, though, I don't dislike the girl, and I've got a notion to give her a chance." What the clerk said was true. Allie Briskow was indeed in training, both physical and mental, and the application, the energy she displayed had surprised not only her parents, who could but dimly understand the necessity of self-culture, but also Mrs. Ring, the instructress. Mrs. Ring, a handsome, middle-aged woman, whose specialty was the finishing of wealthy young ladies, had been induced to accept this position partly by reason of the attractive salary mentioned in Calvin Gray's telegram, and partly by reason of the fact that she needed a rest. She had met the Briskows in Dallas only a short time before their departure for the North, and although that first interview had been a good deal of a shock to her, almost as much of a shock as if she had been asked to tutor the offspring of a pair of chimpanzees, nevertheless she had nerved herself to the necessary sacrifice of dignity. After all, Allegheny was only an overgrown child in need of advanced kindergarten training, and in the meantime there was the prospect of a season at Burlington Notch. The latter was, in itself, a prospect alluring to one suffering from the wear and tear of a trying profession. After some hesitation, Mrs. Ring had accepted the position, feeling sure that it would rest her nerves. But never had the good woman suffered such a disillusionment. Allie, she soon discovered, was anything but a child, or rather she was an amazing and contradictory combination of child and adult. What Mrs. Ring had taken to be mental apathy, inherent dullness, was in reality caution, diffidence, the shyness of some wild animal. Nor was that the most bewildering of the teacher's surprises. Allie possessed character and will power. For some time she had accepted Mrs. Ring's tutorship without comment or question. Calvin Gray had recommended it, therefore she obeyed blindly. But one day, after they had become settled in the mountains, she came out with a forceful declaration. She knew full well her own shortcomings, so she declared, and she was not content to learn a few things day by day. She demanded intensified training, education under forced draft. They took green country boys during the war. During the war. Don't drop your G's, my dear. During the war, and learned 'em. Taught them. Taught them to be soldiers in 6 months. Well, I'm strong as a horse, and I've got a brain, and I'm quick at picking. I pick things up quick. You pick them up quickly. Quickly is an adverb. Quick is an... Allie's dark eyes grew darker. Imperiously she cried, "All right, but let me say this my own way. It won't be right or elegant, but you'll understand. And that's what we got to have first off, a good understanding. After I've said it, you can rub it down and curry it. I've been watching you like a hawk, Miss Ring, and you're just what he said you was. You've got everything I want, but I can't go slow. I got to get it quickly. You've been teaching me to read and talk and how to laugh and how to sit, but we've been playing. We got to work. Oh, I know I'm forgetting everything for a minute. Miss Ring, I've got to learn how to act pretty and talk pretty and look pretty, and I got to learn how quick." "You are a fine-looking girl as it is, Allegheny." "Oh, I guess I look dressed up, but I'm awkward. I'm stiff as a hired hand, and I fall over my feet. Look at 'em. Biggest live things in the world without lungs. I've got to get slim and graceful. I'll teach you a setting up routine if you wish, although it is scarcely my line. Goodness knows you don't need physical culture." "But I do," cried the girl. "Very well. Riding is a smart accomplishment. Can you ride a horse?" "Pshaw, I can carry a horse." "You'd look well in a habit, and with baths, massage, dancing, and a little diet, I dare say you can reduce." "I'll starve," Allie asserted fiercely. "But that ain't half enough. You got to give me more studying. I got calluses on my hands, and I'm used to work. We'll get up at daylight." "Good heavens!" Miss Ring exclaimed faintly. "You'll learn me how to do the sitting up things first off. Then I'll do 'em alone. Ride me hard, Miss Ring. I'll remember. I'll work. You won't have to tell me twice. But I got to make speed. I ain't got the time the other girls have." "My dear child, all this cannot be done in a day, a week, a month." "How long you allow it will take?" The older woman shrugged. "Years, perhaps." "Years?" "Real culture, social accomplishments, are the results of generations of careful training. I'm not a miracle worker. But why this impatience?" "I got I have I have a reason. I can't take a generation. I'd be too late." "Too late for what?" But Allie refused to answer. "We'll start in to day, and we'll work double tower till one of us plays out. What do you say?" At first Mrs. Ring took this energetic declaration with some reserve, but before long she realized with consternation that Allie Briskow was in deep earnest, and this was not a soft berth. Instead of obtaining a rest, she was being worked as never before. Allie was a thing of iron. She was indefatigable, and her thirst for knowledge was insatiate. It grew daily as she gained fuller understanding of her ignorance. There was a frantic eagerness to her efforts, almost pitiful. As time went on, she began to hate herself for her stupidity and to blame her people for her condition. She was a harder taskmaster than her teacher. Most things she apprehended readily enough, but when she failed to learn, when mental or physical awkwardness halted progress, then she flew into a fury. Her temper appalled Mrs. Ring. At such times Allie was more than disagreeable. Hate flamed in her eyes. She beat herself with her fists. She kicked the furniture. She broke things. Once she even butted her head against the wall, uttering language meanwhile that all but caused her companion to swoon. Mrs. Ring resigned after this final exhibition, but lacking the courage to face Allie in a mood like that, she went to Gus Briskow. "It is simply impossible to remain," she told him. "Already I'm a physical wreck, for I never get a moment's rest. The salary is attractive, but Allegheny is too much for me. She saps every ounce of vitality I have. She keeps me going every hour, and her terrific tempers are actually dangerous." "She don't ever get mad at you, does she?" "Oh, no. She repents quickly enough. As a matter of fact, I'm afraid she is overdoing her studies, but there's no holding her back." "You're kind of worked up, Miss Ring. Maybe I can make it pleasanter for you." "In what way, may I ask?" "Well, by paying you more." "You are generous. The salary we agreed upon isn't low." "Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am." "I wouldn't feel right to accept more." "Try it, ma'am, for a little while. Maybe it won't bother you so much after you get used to it. Allie likes you." "And I'm interested in her. She is progressing, too. In fact, I have never seen any one learn more rapidly. But she is so unusual. Still, perhaps I am the one. Perhaps it is my duty, under the circumstances." With this disposition to compromise, the father had little difficulty in dealing, so the daily routine was continued. Allie applied herself to the cultivation of the ordinary social niceties with the same zeal that she followed her studies and her physical exercises. Fortunately, these exercises afforded outlet for the impatience and the scorn she felt for herself. Otherwise, there would have been no living with her. As it was, she showed herself no mercy. Daylight found her stirring. Her Swedish drill she took with a vigor that fairly shook the floor, and having finished this, she donned sweater and boots and went for a swift walk over the hills. At this hour she had the roads to herself, and was glad of it, for she felt ridiculous. At breakfast, although she had a ravenous appetite, she ate sparingly. The day was spent in reading aloud, in lessons in deportment, voice modulation, conversation, and the like, in learning how to enter and how to leave a room, how to behave at a tea or a reception, how to accept and how to make an introduction, how to walk, how to sit, how to rise. Allie did sums in arithmetic. She studied grammar and geography and penmanship. In short, she took an intensified common school course. Here was where her tutoress had trouble, for when the girl's brain became weary or confused, she relieved her baffled rage in her most natural way, the while Mrs. Ring stopped her ears and moaned. It was a regimen that no ordinary woman could have endured, and it would have taxed the strength of an athlete. Late in the afternoon Allie went riding, and here was one accomplishment in which she required no coaching. Frequently she vented her spite upon her horse, and more than once she brought it home with its mouth bleeding and its flanks white with lather. She rode with magnificent recklessness that finally caused comment among the other guests. Allie was sitting alone in her room one evening, fagged out from a hard day. Some people were talking on the veranda outside her window, and she heard one say, "That girl can look really stunning." "Exactly. I don't understand where she gets her looks, for her parents are impossible. Wouldn't you know what they were?" Allie needed no clear indication of who was under discussion. Instinctive resentment at the reference to her father and mother was followed by amazement, delight at the compliment to herself, the first she had ever received. She leaned forward, straining to hear more. What mattered how these contemptuous outsiders referred to her parents? They agreed that she was stunning, which was their way of saying that she was pretty. Nay, more, beautiful, perhaps. "She's a glorious rider," the first speaker was saying. "She passed me the other day going like sin, with her face blazing and that big lively chestnut running flat. The way she took that curve above the Devil's Slide brought my heart into my mouth." The breathless eavesdropper felt a hot wave of delight pour over her. Her very flesh seemed to ripple like the fur of a cat when it's stroked. "Oh, she's a picture, mounted. She seems to have complete confidence in herself, and the strength of a giantess, too. But, my God, when she's on her feet! And have you heard her talk?" Evidently the other speaker had, for there came the sound of low laughter, a sound that stabbed Allie Briskow like a bayonet and left her white and furious. She sat motionless for a long time, and something told her that as long as she lived she would never forget, never forgive that laughter. She was unusually silent and somber for the next 3 or 4 days. She went through her exercises without vim. At her studies she was both stupid and sullen. When Mrs. Ring's patience was exhausted and her frayed nerves finally gave out, Allie rounded upon her with a violence unparalleled. Those previous exhibitions of temper were tame as compared with this one. The girl spat scorn and bitterness and hatred. She had become a volcano in active eruption. In a panic, Mrs. Ring sought out Gus Briskow and again resigned. By this time, however, the novelty of her resignation had largely worn off, for seldom did more than 2 weeks elapse without a hysterical threat to quit. But this one required more than the usual amount of persuasion, and it was not without long and patient pleading, coupled with the periodical raise, that the father induced her to change her mind. Gus told himself somberly that the price of Allegheny's education was mounting so rapidly that it might be the part of economy to take Mrs. Ring in as a full partner in the Briskow oil wells. He decided, after some consideration, to wire Calvin Gray and to offer to pay his traveling expenses if he would come to Burlington Notch for a few days. Chapter 14. One accomplishment that Allegheny mastered with gratifying ease was dancing. It came naturally to her, for both she and Buddy were full of music. At first she had been extremely self-conscious. Professor Delamater had found her to be as heavy as a stone and as awkward as a bear. But later, as her embarrassment became less painful, she relaxed. She regained her power of speech also, and in time she voiced an eager desire to learn all there was to learn. Having quickly schooled her in the simple forms of ballroom dancing, Delamater suggested a course in the deeper intricacies of fancy dancing. "You're getting on," he told her one day. "That last was splendid. Top hole. Absolutely." Delamater, who was quite thoroughly American, affected at times an English turn to his conversation, believing that it gave him an air. It went particularly well, he thought, with light trousers, spats, and an afternoon coat cut close at the waist. "Don't fool me," panted the red-faced Juno. "You must have iron feet." "My word, spoof you, indeed. Not for worlds. If you know what I mean, I shall expect to see you in the ballroom every evening." But Allie's confidence forsook her at this. "I'd be scared stiff. Folks would laugh. They haven't anything to do but laugh at other folks, and I don't like to be laughed at." "Laugh at you? Fancy that! You're too modest." Delamater adopted the cooing note of a dove. "'Pon my word, you're too modest. If you could hear the things I hear." He paused, not knowing exactly what to say he had heard, but his vagueness, the very eloquence of his hesitation, caused Allie's face to light up. This was the second compliment paid her since her arrival at the Notch. Therefore, when the phonograph resumed its melodious measures, she yielded herself with abandon to the arms of her partner, and her red lips were parted. Her somber eyes were shining. That day she began a course of exhibition dancing. It was on the afternoon that Delamater had told the clerk of discovering Ma Briskow alone in the woods. There was an open golf tournament at the Notch. Prominent amateurs and professionals were competing, and the hotel was crowded to its capacity with players, fashionable followers of the game, and a small army of society reporters and sports writers. This being the height of the season, social doings at the resort were featured in all the large Eastern papers, for famous names were on the register, and the hotel switch was jammed with private cars. Allie Briskow was in one of her trying moods today, for the out of doors called to her. Sounds of laughter and gaiety, strains of music, had distracted her from her studies. Her monotonous routine had become hopelessly unbearable all at once. From her window she could see young people, hear young voices, and envy flamed in her soul. Those girls were her age, those men easy, immaculate, different from anything she had ever seen except Calvin Gray. They, too, were young, and they courted those girls. Contemplation of the chattering throngs showed Allie more clearly than ever the chasm separating her from these people, and reawakened in her that black resentment which at times made her so difficult to manage. She was thankful that her mother had disappeared and that her father was at the livery stable. She hoped they would stay away all day. At least, they were safe from ridicule. She wondered if she might not induce them to dine in their rooms that evening, and thus spare her the embarrassment she always suffered when she accompanied them into the public dining room. It seemed to her that whenever they went to dinner, Gus in his baggy pepper and salt sack suit, his loose lay-down collar, and his wide-toed shoes, Ma in one of her giddy, gaudy dinner dresses, it seemed as if the entire assemblage was stricken dumb, and as if every eye was turned upon them in mockery and amusement. Even the waiters, Allie felt sure, noted the difference between the Briskows and the other guests, and only with difficulty concealed their contempt. The occasional presence of Mrs. Ring, handsome, dignified, unruffled, intensified that contrast and fairly shouted the humiliating announcement that here were three nobodies who wanted to be somebodies but never could. Invariably, when they went out in public together, Mrs. Ring made Allie feel as if she belonged to a lower, cruder order of animal life, as if she were an inhabitant of another sphere. And yet Mrs. Ring was poor. She worked for wages. Allie could not understand this phenomenon. Thought of it now caused her resentment to kindle. Of course it was the lot of the hapless tutoress to select such a moment as this in which to sweetly chide the girl for some lapse of form. Allie exploded. She reduced the elder woman to tears. Then, ashamed of herself, she flung blindly out of the room, crashing the door to behind her. She decided to dance her anger away. It was some consolation to know that she could dance as well or better than those slim and pampered beauties outside her window. Some consolation, even though she had never expected to have a chance of proving it. Delamater was especially agreeable today, more than usually nattering. Not for some time did his scholar become conscious of the subtle change in his demeanor, and even then its significance awoke only a shadowy contentment. Allie hated herself too thoroughly today to believe that anybody could really approve of her. As for him, he entirely misconstrued the meaning of her silent acceptance of his flattery. They had become well acquainted by now and were on a basis of easy familiarity. Nevertheless, it came as a shock to Allie to be called by her first name, such a shock that she missed a step and trod on Delamater's foot. They came to a pause. The dancing master was tall and slim. His face was on level with hers, and now he smiled into it, saying, "My mistake, my dear." "I reckon it was." The girl's eyes were glowing queerly, and the man was amused at her evident agitation. His first word had thrown the poor girl into a flurry. They began to dance again, and after a moment, with a gentle rising inflection, Delamater muttered, "You heard what I called you?" He approved of the sachet that Allie used, and he became acutely conscious of the jewels resting in the palm of his left hand. The girl was rich, and she was different, unusual. Ever since she had learned to yield herself to his embrace, he had been conscious of her strong physical attraction, and now it got the better of him. "You don't care," he said, with his lips close to her ear. "Humph! I'm not caring for anything or anybody today." "Somebody has hurt my little girl?" Allie threw back her head and stared at him with quick suspicion. "Your little girl?" she repeated. It is the lot of any man in the heat of his desire to make mistakes, and Delamater erred gravely at this moment. He kissed Allie. Without warning he kissed her full and fair upon her red, half-open lips. For the brief instant of amazement the two stood motionless in the middle of the polished floor, while the phonograph brayed on. Then Allie shook herself free of her partner, and in the same movement she smote him a mighty slap that sent him reeling. Delamater saw stars. The constellation of Orion gleamed in dazzling splendor within his tightly shut lids. He collided with a chair and went sprawling. With a cry, he scrambled to his feet. "What the hell?" he growled savagely. Allie's face was chalky. Breathlessly, curiously, she inquired, "What'd you do that for?" "What did I do it for? Say, you ought to be complimented. Tickled to death." Delamater rubbed his cheek and glared at her. "By God, I wish you were a man. Oh, don't worry, I won't touch you again. Who the hell would, after that?" Allie opened her lips to speak, but he ran on more angrily as the pain bit into him. "Thought I meant it, huh? Why, you lumbering ox!" "Then you ain't in love with me or anything?" Love? The speaker uttered an unpleasant sound indicative of scorn. "Wake up, sister. What'd you take me for? Why, your mother talks bird talk, and your dad lives in a box stall and eats oats with his knife. Here I kid you along a little bit, slip you a little kiss as I would any girl, and you Delamater stuttered impotently. "Love? I guess I'm the first regular fellow that ever gave you a chance." Delamater was surprised when his pupil turned her back upon him, strode to the nearest window, flung it open as if for air. His surprise deepened when she faced him again and moved in his direction. Her expression caused him to utter a profane warning, but she continued to bear down upon him, and when she reached out to seize him, he struck at her as he would have struck at a man. To those who are familiar with Burlington Notch, it will be remembered that the hotel is pitched upon a slope, and that the rooms on the first floor of the east wing are raised a considerable distance above the lawn. The windows of the east rooms overlook the 18th green, and during tournaments they are favorite vantage points of golf widows and enthusiasts who are too old to follow the competitors around the course. Today they were filled, for an international title was at issue, and Herring, Prince of Amateurs, was playing off the final round of his match with the dour Scotch professional McLeod. A highly enthusiastic gallery accompanied the pair, a crowd composed not only of spectators but also of officials, defeated players, newspaper writers, cameramen, caddies, and the like. They streamed up the final fairway behind the gladiators, and for a moment they were enveloped in gloom, for Herring had sliced off the 17th tee, and a marvelous recovery, together with a good approach, had still left his ball on the edge of the green, while McLeod, man of iron, had laid his third shot within 3 feet of the flag. It meant a sure 4 for the latter, with not less than 5 for Herring. One of those golfing miracles, a 40-foot putt, would half the match, to be sure, but in tournament golf miracles have a way of occurring on any except the deciding hole. Sympathy usually follows the amateur, therefore it was a silent throng that ranged itself about the gently undulating expanse of velvet sod in the shadow of the east wing. Herring had played a wonderful match. He stood for all that is clean and fine in golf. The end of the balcony was jammed. Nearly every window framed eager faces. Amid a breathless intensity of interest the youthful contender tested the turf with the head of his club and studied the run of the green. A moment, then he took his stance and swung his putter smoothly. The ball sped away, taking a curving course and followed by 500 pairs of eyes. It ran too swiftly. Herring in desperation had overplayed. But no, it lost momentum as it topped a rise, then gathered speed, all but died at the edge of the cup and toppled in amid a salvo of handclaps and roar of bravo. That was nerve, courage, skill. That was golf. The miracle had happened. Another hole to decide the match. Quickly the crowd became still again as McLeod, his teeth set upon the stem of his pipe, his stony face masking a murderous disappointment, stepped forward to run down his 4. The silence was broken by a cry. Out of the air overhead came the sound of a disturbance, and every face turned. A most amazing thing was in the way of happening, a phenomenon unique in the history of tournaments, for a man was being thrust forth from one of the hotel windows, perhaps 25 feet above the ground, a writhing, struggling, kicking man with fawn-colored spats. He was being ejected painlessly but firmly, and by a girl, a grim-faced young woman of splendid proportions. For a moment she allowed him to dangle, then she dropped him into a handsome Dorothy Perkins rosebush. He landed with a shriek. Briefly the Amazon remained framed in the casement, staring with dark defiance down into the upturned faces. Her deep bosom was heaving, her smoky hair was slightly disarranged, She allowed her eyes to rest upon the figure entangled among the thorns beneath her. Then she closed the window. Nothing like this had ever occurred in Scotland. The mighty McLeod missed his putt and took a 5. As Allie Briskow passed through the lobby with her head erect and her fists clenched, she heard the sound of a great shouting outside, and she believed it was directed at her. She fled into her room and flung herself upon her bed, sobbing hoarsely. Mrs. Ring was waiting on the veranda for Gus Briskow when he returned to the hotel about dark. He had learned to dread the sight of her on that veranda, for it was her favorite resigning place, what Gus called her quitting spot, and it was evident tonight that she was in a quitting mood, a mood more hysterical than ever before. It was some time before he could get at the facts, and even then he could not fully appreciate the enormity of the disgrace that had overwhelmed Allie's instructress. "She chucked her dancing teacher out the window," he repeated blankly. "What for?" "Goodness knows, Mr. Briskow. Something he said or did. I couldn't make out precisely. I found her in a dreadful state, and I tried to comfort her. I did really. But oh, if you could have heard her! Where she learned such language I don't know. My ears burn. But that isn't the worst. You should hear what He must have said something pretty low down." Briskow spoke quietly. His bright blue eyes were hard. "I reckon she'll tell me." "You don't understand," chattered the woman. "She flung the man bodily out of the window and into a bed of thorns. It nearly killed him. He was painfully lacerated and bruised, and right in the middle of a golf game. It did something dreadful, I don't know what, just as the world's champion caught the ball or something." "If he's crippled, I'll get him that much easier," said Briskow, and at the purposeful expression upon his weather-beaten face, Mrs. Ring uttered a faint bleat of terror. She pawed at him as he undertook to pass her. "Oh, my heavens! What are you going to do?" "Depends on what he said to Allie." The woman wrung her hands. "What people! What savages! You're going to shoot him, I suppose, just because?" "Yes, ma'am," the father nodded. "You got it right, motive and all. Just because." "You can't. I shan't permit it. I'll call the police." "Don't do that, ma'am. I've stood a lot from you, in one way or another." "But it's murder. You can't mean it." Moans issued from the speaker. "Whatever possessed me to accept this position? It's unendurable, and I'll be involved." "I saw your last raise, Miss Ring." "Do you think I'd stay after this? It's bad enough to be made ridiculous. The whole hotel is in laughter. Laughter at me, I dare say, as much as at her. Imagine hurling a full-grown man from a window." "I don't hear nobody laughing." Briskow swung his head slowly from side to side. "But to contemplate murder! What's more, I don't intend to hear nobody laugh. By God, now I've come to think about it, there ain't a-goin' to be no laughin' at all around here." Gus continued slowly to swing his head like a bear. "She's my kid." He pushed past Miss Ring, still muttering, "My kid. There ain't going to be no laughin' at all." Going directly to the desk, he asked for the manager, then stood aside, hat in hand, until the latter made his appearance. The manager began a hasty and rather mixed apology on behalf of the hotel for what had occurred in the dancing room, but his tone of annoyance was an accusation in itself. It was plain that, to his mind, the catastrophe on the 18th green outweighed the importance whatever may have led up to it. There was something actually tragic, something frightful, appalling. It involved the good name of the hotel and affected the world's golf title. "Very unfortunate," he lamented. "We haven't heard the last of it by any means. McLeod may file a protest, and there is something to be said on both sides. Rather a nice question, in fact." "Probably so," the father agreed. "And I got something to say about it, too. Get that dancing professor off the place quick, or I'll kill him." The manager recoiled. His startled eyes searched Briskow's face incredulously. "I beg your pardon?" I ain't heard my kid's side of the story yet, but I'm going to see her now. So you'd better get word to that jumping jack in a hurry. That is, if you want to save him. He is discharged, of course, for we tolerate no rudeness on the part of our employees, or our guests, for that matter. But I believe he is suffering some effects from the shock. I couldn't well ask him to go before. It'll take me probably 20 minutes talking to my girl. That'll give him time, if he moves fast, but I may get through in 15. At the door to his suite, Gus Briskow paused to wipe his countenance clean of the expression it had worn for the last few minutes, and when he entered it was with his usual friendly smile. Allie and her mother were waiting. They were white and silent. Gus kissed his daughter before saying, "Don't worry, honey. He won't bother you no more." Allie averted her face. Mrs. Briskow inquired, "Did you see the skunk?" "No, I give him a few minutes to clear out." "Hadn't we better leave, too?" ventured Allie. "Oh!" In Ma's eyes was such a bleak dismay, such a piteous appeal, that Gus shook his head. "What for? We got nice quarters, and your Ma likes it here." "They're laughing at me. I heard 'em hollerin'." "They won't laugh long." "No, you're learning fast, and we're all having a nice time. Only one thing, I'm kind of tired of that Miss Ring. I let her go, but I'll get you another." "She quit, huh?" Not exactly. I don't blame her. I've been mighty mean, but I couldn't help it, Pa. When you put a wild horse in a pen, it don't do to prod him and throw things, and that's what they've done to me. I bite and I kick like any bronc. When you're hurt constant, you get spells when you got to hurt back. I've been rotten to her, and now this coming on top of it. What'd that dancing dude do, anyhow?" Allie related her experience with Professor Delamater. She told it all up to the burst of shouting that followed her through the lobby. You should have heard 'em yelling, clapping their hands. She choked. Her voice failed her miserably. She concluded, "I wish to God we never struck oil." "You're just wore out, dearie," her mother said comfortingly, and Briskow agreed. He assured her that all would be well. All was not well, however. The next morning, when Gus Briskow was about to leave the hotel as usual, Professor Delamater having departed hurriedly the evening before, with fully 4 minutes of his 20 to spare, he was stopped by the manager, who requested him to give up his rooms. The Texan was bewildered. He could not understand the reason for such a request. "Ain't I paid my bills?" he queried. The manager assured him that he had. He was profoundly regretful, as a matter of fact, but it so happened that the Briskow suite had been reserved early in the season, and the party who had made the reservation had just wired that he was arriving that day. He was a gentleman of importance. It was, indeed, unfortunate. The management appreciated Mr. Briskow's patronage. They hoped he and his family would return to the Notch sometimes. "Maybe you got some other rooms that would do us," Gus ventured. It was too bad, but the hotel was overcrowded. Later, perhaps. Now at that very moment the lobby was filled with tournament golfers who were leaving on the morning train, and Briskow knew it. He studied the speaker with an expression that caused the latter extreme discomfort. It was much the same expression he had worn the night before when he had served warning upon Delamater. "Let me get this right," he said. "You can talk straight to me. Being ignorant, I ain't got the same feelings as these other folks got. I got a shell like a land turtle." "It is quite customary, I assure you. No offense, my dear sir." "That's how I figgered. Just bouncing a low dun varmint ain't offense enough to be throwed out about when you pay your bills." "You quite misapprehend. Fired, eh? It'll go hard with Ma. She's gaining here, and she likes it. That's why I never told her you was charging us about double what you charge these rich folks." The manager stiffened. "I regret exceedingly, sir, that you take it this way, but there is nothing more to be said, is there?" It was with a heavy heart and a heavy tread that Briskow returned to his room. Ma took the announcement like a death blow, for it meant the end of all her dreams, all her joyous games of pretend. Her mountains, those clean, green, friendly mountains that she loved with a passion so intense that she fairly ached. Those and her caves, her waterfalls, her gypsy band were to be taken from her. She was to be banished, exiled. She did not weep a great deal, but she seemed suddenly to grow older and more bent. Listless, laboriously, she began to pack, and her husband noticed with a pang that her hands shook wretchedly. As for Allie, she told herself that this was the end. She had tried to make something of herself and had failed. She had crucified herself. She had bled her body and scourged her soul only to gain ridicule and disgrace. There was no use of trying further. Gray had been mistaken in her, and her misery, her shame at the realization was intolerable. There was no facing him after this. Allie decided to do away with herself. Chapter 15. Gus Briskow was waiting at the cashier's desk for his bill when the bustle of incoming guests told him that the morning train had arrived. Probably it had brought that gentleman of importance to whom the manager had referred. "To hell with people like that manager," the Texan muttered. He would take his family back home and chance no more humiliations like this. And to think that he had allowed that dancing monkey to escape when he could have shot him as well as not. Briskow's chain of thought was broken by a slap on the back that nearly drove him through the cashier's window, then by a loud, cheery greeting. The next moment he found himself actually embraced by, Gus could not believe his eyes, by Calvin Gray. The latter's affectionate greeting, his frank delight in seeing the Texan, caused people in the lobby to center amused attention upon them, and induced those behind the desk to regard Briskow with new respect. "Gus, you precious pirate! My, but I'm glad to see you. Ma and Allie are well, I know. They couldn't be otherwise here. Great place, isn't it? Nothing in this country or Europe that compares with it. I've sent dozens of my friends here. I came north on business and couldn't bear to go back without seeing you. Come, give me a welcome, for I've traveled across 3 states to get here." The two stood hand in hand. Gray beamed approvingly. Gus, too, was smiling, but earnestly he said, "I'm right glad to see you, Mr. Gray, for we're in trouble." "Trouble? What sort? Not illness?" "No, we're leaving. Been throwed out." The younger man's face sobered. "Don't joke!" he cried sharply. "I ain't joking. Feller insulted Allie, and she throwed him out of a window." "Exactly. It's in the morning paper." "They don't seem to think it was refined, so they throwed us out." "Nonsense. Why, it's a corking story, and Allie was splendid. She gave the championship to Herring, who deserved it, thereby delighting every golfer on this side of the Atlantic. Jove, that girl is developing, and I'm going to hug her if there's no window handy." "Throw you out? Why, there's some mistake, surely." Briskow shook his head. In greater detail he made known the facts. When he had finished his halting recital, Calvin Gray's face was flushed with anger. There was a dark frown between his eyes. "We'll see," he muttered. "Wait here, or go back and tell Ma to commence unpacking." Then he was gone. For perhaps 10 minutes Gus waited nervously. He was amazed finally to see Gray approaching arm in arm with the manager. Both were laughing. The hotel man's face was radiant with good humor. To the departing guest he said genially, "You are not going to leave us after all, Mr. Briskow. On the contrary, we are going to keep you at the Notch as long as you will stay. Stupid misunderstanding on my part, and I apologize. I'm going to ask you to move, but into a better suite, the very best one we have, and the rate will be the same. Come, what do you say?" When he was met by a stammered protest, he insisted forcefully, "I shan't take no for an answer, my dear sir. We simply refuse to let you leave. The best we have is yours, and I guarantee that you will be made comfortable." "He offered to extend you the courtesies of the house, make you guest of the hotel," Gray added, "but I knew you wouldn't accept." "Dunno I want to stay at all," Gus murmured angrily. "We ain't no better than we was half hour ago." "To be sure, but I've made you better known. You were too shy. You didn't afford my friend here the pleasure of making your acquaintance, and I had to tell him the sort of person you really are." "Serves you right, Gus, for being so exclusive. Gad, I think I'll give you a few lessons in democracy. Now then, come along. I'm dying to see Ma." As the father trotted down the hall beside his swiftly striding deliverer, he gasped, "How did you do it?" "Nothing simpler. I merely showed Mr. What's his name that he was making an ass of himself. I spent a fortune here. Know the owners, too. Nice chap, that manager, but he has no business running a hotel, and so I informed him. He'll probably annoy you to death with his attentions. He'll let you play shinny in the halls if you want to. Now, wait." The speaker laid a finger upon his lips. His eyes were dancing. He knocked sharply at the Briskow door and cried, "Baggage ready, ma'am?" There was a stir from within. The door was slowly opened by a bent, pathetic figure of grief. "Ma!" Gray cried, and held out his arms. Perhaps it was his virile personality radiating confidence, security, or perhaps it was Gus Briskow's shining face that told the story. Whatever the fact, Ma Briskow uttered a thin, broken wail, then walked into those open arms and laid her head upon Gray's breast. She clung to him eagerly, and the tears she had been blinking so hard to restrain flowed silently. "Oh, we ain't going away," she said. "We ain't going away." "Of course not." Gus misunderstood. "The manager merely wanted you to move into a larger, finer suite, and he is positively distressed at the thought of your leaving. The poor man is dashing about collecting an armful of roses for you and Allie. He wants to come in person and apologize." There was another sound, and Gray looked up to see Allie standing in the doorway to her bedroom. With one hand she clutched the jamb, the other was pressed to her bosom. She was staring at him as at an apparition. The girl was quite colorless. There was a look almost of fright in her eyes, and when he came toward her she swayed weakly. Her hands, when he took them, were icy. It shocked him to see how worn, how weary she had grown. It was several hours later, in the parlor of the new suite, a spacious, sunny room, fragrant with flowers and cheerful with brilliant cretonnes. Gray and Briskow were talking. Allie and her mother could be seen in their bedrooms putting away the last of their belongings. Gray's eyes had been drawn at frequent intervals to the younger woman, for the change in her became the more amazing the more he observed her, and he was still striving to reconcile this creature to the picture he had held in his mind. In a few months Allie had become almost a stranger to him. It was a marked and yet a subtle change that had come over her. She was anything but a polished young woman, of course. Nevertheless, she had been modified, toned down, vastly improved, and not until her first queer emotion at seeing him had disappeared was the full extent of that improvement manifest to the newcomer. He wondered why she had acted so oddly at first. Surely she did not fear him. No, Allie's face at this moment was alight with supreme joy and satisfaction. She appeared to be quite as happily at her ease as Ma, who was singing steadily in a thin, rusty voice. Gray sent the father away on some pretext, finally. Then he called to Allie, "Come in here and talk to me. I am a guest, and I demand entertainment." He observed with silent approval her carriage as she entered the room and accepted the chair he offered her. "Faint traces of the Nestor's daughter here. I want a good chance to look at you." Allie colored faintly. "I guess I'm not much to look at." "You don't in the least resemble that girl I found hoeing in the garden. You are terribly thin." "Spinach," said Allie. "Dieting, eh?" "Yes, spinach and water and a rubber suit. Sometimes I have a party and eat a whole soda cracker." "It isn't too high a price to pay for beauty. Beauty, the fading rainbow's pride. We men should thank Heaven for woman's courage in pursuing it. It is all that makes this world an attractive dwelling place for nice people. Sometimes I think it's kind of wicked to spend so much time and money that way, but I guess it's all right. I want to look as good as other people." "I'm in a mood for quotations." "Is beauty vain because it will fade? There are earth's green robe and heaven's light vein. Pride, even vanity, is less of a vice than slovenliness, my dear. Now then, do you like Mrs. Ring?" Allie nodded. "I like her, but I hate her. She makes me feel awful mad because she can't understand that I ain't. I am not mad at her, but at myself. I don't hardly know how to explain it. If I was her, I'd hate me like I do." "Would you like to have her remain?" "Oh, I would. She knows everything, and she makes me learn. But she won't stay. I just found out that she's been quitting every few weeks, and Pa's been raising her wages. Know the disgrace and our being thrown out?" "My dear girl, let me assure you, once and for all, that there is no suggestion of disgrace about this affair. You behaved with spirit, and those who have heard about it admire you. I have talked with a number of them, and I know. I have talked with Mrs. Ring also, and she will remain if you wish her to do so." "You're a good man, aren't you, Mr. Gray? You fix everything." "Not a good, but a convenient man. My specialty is making things easier for my friends." "Are these other folks, these rich ones around the hotel, like you?" "Oh, much nicer than I," Gray laughed. "You must meet some of them." Allie's face whitened at this suggestion. "Please, sir, I'm scared." "Very well, as you wish. Tell me, what are you going to do with me this afternoon?" "I dunno." Allie looked blank. "I don't do anything but study. I suppose I got to study." "Nothing of the sort. You have circles under your eyes from overwork, and this is your vacation. I'm a visitor, a restless visitor. I abhor being asked to make myself at home, and I never do. I demand amusement. Do you know what I'd like to do best of all?" Allie did not know. "I'd like to sit here and smoke while you show me all your pretty dresses. Ah, those dark eyes brighten. You're dying to show them to me, aren't you?" "Would you? Honest?" "Cross my heart. But remember, I have a color sense, and I'm not easily pleased. I'll probably condemn some of them." Allie breathed deeply. "Oh, gee!" she said. "Run along and try them on. Then I'll borrow a pair of puttees and we'll go for a ride." For the next 2 hours Allegheny Briskow was in heaven. Never had she dreamed of anything like this. To have Calvin Gray alone, all to herself. Ma, as usual, had disappeared, and to discuss with him exciting questions of dress and good taste that she could not discuss with her own people, to meet his occasional hearty approval, well, it was enough to make a girl drunk with happiness. Gowns that he liked became precious. She hated those that he condemned. Her fingers grew clumsy with haste. Her cheeks burned. He said she wore her clothes well, and she carried herself well. He approved of her, liked her. God above! And to think that she had contemplated suicide. Of course she was pitifully ignorant as yet, and she had not even learned to talk as he talked. But there were books. She would study. Oh, the fury with which she would apply herself after this! She would beat the contents of those books into her head with her fists, if necessary. She would show him how fast she could learn. She would astonish him. Her heart sang at the thought that she was rich, richer than he. That would count, too, for men liked money. "Where's Ma?" Gray inquired, when the last gown had been paraded and when Allie appeared in her riding suit. "Out with the fairies, I suppose. She won't tell Pa or me where she goes or what she does. Says it's all foolishness." "Perhaps she will tell me, for I believe in fairies," Gray said, seriously. Allie smiled at him. "I reckon she will. Folks tell you 'most anything you want them to, I reckon." This was the busiest hour of the afternoon. Gray had purposely ordered the horses sent around at a time when he knew that the veranda, the walks, and the tennis courts would be filled, for ever since his interview with the hotel manager a plan had been shaping in his mind, and already he had dropped a few words, a hint or two here and there, that were calculated to stimulate interest in Allie Briskow. It gratified his craving for the theatric now to lead the girl out before so many curious eyes. For himself, he knew that he commanded attention, and as he noted the lines of this young Juno, he could find nothing in her that needed betterment. Allie's suit was the latest, smartest thing in riding habits, and it set off her magnificent figure as nothing else could. Systematic exercise and hard work, like the final touch of a skilled sculptor, had given it beauty and refinement. Harmony and proportion had destroyed the impression of unusual size. How deep was her bosom, how smooth and flowing were her curves, how superbly tall she was. As a thing of flesh and blood, she made these other women look like females of an insignificant race. It thrilled him pleasantly to observe the confidence with which she swung herself into the saddle, and the instant mastery she exercised over her restless mount. No timidity there, no need of assistance, no absurd hampering skirts and artificial posture, either, but a seat astride as befits anyone who chooses to honor the king of four-footed creatures. Under cover, Gray noted Allie's effect upon her attentive audience, and he smiled. If only he could spend a few days here, he would make her a woman to be sought after by some of the best people. She refused to meet them, huh? Well, that would have to be as it was to be. "We've been having supper in our rooms lately," she told him when they returned at dark. "You're going to eat with us, aren't you?" "I am, to be sure, but not in your rooms," he declared. "I'd rather You'd rather do exactly what would please me, now wouldn't you?" "Yes, sir." "Then run along and put on that dinner dress that I liked best, and tell Ma to look her prettiest, too. We'll not spoil this day." It was 7:30 when Gray, in evening clothes, appeared at the Briskow suite. Allie told herself there had never been a man so handsome, so distinguished, so godlike as he. God, she now felt sure, must wear full dress. Gus Briskow beamed as the visitor smiled approvingly at his daughter. "She is purty, ain't she? Don't look much like the girl I sent to Dallas for fixin's." "Allie is more than pretty, she's regal. Such another peerless queen only could her mirror show. But her head is turned already, Gus. Don't spoil her." The speaker stood with arms folded and head lowered while he studied the girl impersonally. Allie wore an expensive black lace dress, sleeveless, and sufficiently low of neck to display her charms. "Plain, a little too somber," Gray declared. "She can afford colors, ornaments. Jove, I'd like some time to see her in something Oriental, something barbaric. The next time I'm in New York I'll select a gown." Ma Briskow entered at the moment, greatly flustered and extremely self-conscious, and here certainly was no lack of ornamentation or of color. Ma wore all her jewelry, and her dress was an elaborate creation of brilliant jade green, from one shoulder of which depended a filmy streamer of green chiffon. In her desire to gild the lily, she had knotted a Roman scarf about her waist, a scarf of many colors, of red, of yellow, of purple, of blue, of orange, a very spectrum of vivid stripes, and it utterly ruined her. It lent her an air of extreme superfluity. It was as if she had put on everything except the bedspread. You said to look my nicest, she bubbled, so I done the best I could. You are lovely, both of you, but this is my party, isn't it? I can do anything I please. Gray looked from one to the other in eager inquiry. Then let me fix you my way, Ma Briskow. Your face is too sweet, too gentle to be spoiled. Your charm is in your simplicity. Here, I have it." With swift impetuosity he untied the scarf and whipped it from Ma's waist. "Watch me now, and you'll see I'm right." With his penknife he cut the threads that held the chiffon streamer in place and removed it. Voila! Even so little, and we see an adorable motherly person, richly but unostentatiously gowned. Don't you agree with me? Without pausing for an answer, he wheeled upon the daughter and drew her into the range of a pier glass. "Now close your eyes and keep them closed." Around Allie's hips he flung the scarf, drew it snug and smooth, then knotted it. Next he snatched the length of chiffon and bound it about her head. His touch was deft and certain. A moment, and it had been fashioned to suit him. Then he stood back and eyed the tout ensemble. "Gorgeous!" he cried, genuinely enthusiastic. That was the touch. I defy any costumer to better it. Open your eyes, O gypsy princess, and what do you see? It sort of makes a difference, doesn't it?" Allie said. "A difference?" Gray flung aloft his hands in exaggerated despair. "Heaven help me! I am inspired. I have a flash of genius, a divine impulse, and with a magic pass I work a miracle. I transform you from something somber, dark, morose, into a creature of life, of passion, of allurement." He groaned. "And you stand there like a stalagmite. Why, girl, look at yourself." "Darned if she don't look like a picture I seen somewhere on an almanac," Gus declared. "Aha, a man with soul, a human being who sees beauty where I see it, an artist with my fire." Gray burst into infectious laughter, and the others joined him. This proved to be an evening when people really did turn their heads as the Briskows were shown to their table. But for once Allie suffered no embarrassment, for she felt sure they were looking at Calvin Gray, and in the shining glory of his presence she knew that she and her parents were invisible. It was a sort of situation in which Gray appeared to best advantage, so he talked incessantly during the meal, and in a key that kept his companions unconscious of their surroundings. On their way out they passed the entrance to the ballroom and paused to look in. The beat of the music swayed Allie unconsciously. Then, before she knew it, Gray's arm was around her waist and he was guiding her out upon the floor. "Oh, no!" she gasped. She stumbled, but he drew her closer, saying, "I'm proud of you, and I want you to show these people that you dance even better than you ride." Allie rose to the challenge. About midnight Calvin Gray strolled out of doors for a breath of fresh air before retiring. He glowed with the consciousness of a worthy deed well done. He had come to the Notch expecting to spend one night, but events of the last few hours had induced him to change his plans, and now he made up his mind to stay several days. He was burning to be back in the oil fields. To be sure, every hour away from them was an hour wasted, and although he told himself it was his feud that drew him, he knew better. As a matter of fact, when he thought of Texas, it was of Wichita Falls, and when he visualized the latter place, it was to picture a cottage with the paint off, or a small office with the sign Tom and Bob Parker, Real Estate and Insurance. He had been eagerly, selfishly counting the hours until his return, but here, it seemed, was work to be done, a task that he alone could accomplish, and his decision to remain had been made final when Allie Briskow told him with tremulous earnestness that he had saved her life, when she confessed that she had intended to kill herself, and why. Naturally, Gray had put no faith in that wild declaration. Nevertheless, it was plain that the girl, that all three Briskows, needed a friend to guide them. He sighed with resignation, but reflected that, inasmuch as he had put his hand to the plow, he must turn the furrow. After all, he could well afford to spare a week to put that girl on the road to happiness. Chapter 16. From the day of their first meeting, Henry Nelson and Calvin Gray had clashed. No two people could be more different in disposition and temper. Hence it was only natural that every characteristic, every action of the one should have aroused the other's antagonism. Nelson was a cool, selfish, calculating plodder with little imagination and less originality. He thought in grooves. His was a splendid type of mind for a banker. He had but one weak point, viz., a villainous temper, a capacity for blind, vindictive rage. A weakness, truly, for a man who dealt in money, but a weakness that lent him certain humanity and without which he would have been altogether too mechanical, too colorless, too efficient. Nature seldom errs by making supermen. A drab man in many ways, Nelson was extraordinary mainly in this, that his mind followed straight, obvious channels, and that never except under the urge of extreme passion did he depart from the strictly logical line of action. In this, of course, he was superior to the average person, who too frequently undertakes the unusual. Calvin Gray's ebullience, his dash, his magnificence of demeanor, could be nothing less than an affront to such a man. Nelson could see in him only a pompous braggart, an empty, arrogant strutter. Age and easy success had not improved the banker's apoplectic turn of mind. Hence Gray's defiant declaration of war, his impudent assurance that the recent misfortunes to the house of Nelson were the direct results of his own deliberate efforts, had proven almost unendurable. In the first place, Nelson could not imagine a man making such a declaration. It was new to his entire experience and contrary to his code. It was unconservative, therefore it staggered him. It was, in fact, a phenomenon so unique as to leave him numb. He told himself that it must have been an act of a madman or a fool. Under no circumstances could he conceive of himself warning an enemy of his intentions. On the contrary, when he undertook to crush a rival, he went about it slyly, secretly, in the only regular and proper way. As a matter of fact, it had come as a disagreeable surprise to learn that his former comrade at arms cherished any resentment whatever toward him, for he had thought his tracks were well covered. What left the banker actually gasping, however, that which he came back to with unfailing astonishment, was Gray's effrontery in coming to Wichita Falls to boast of his accomplishments. That bespoke of such contempt, such supreme self-confidence in his ability to wreak further damage, that Nelson wanted to shout aloud his rage and his defiance. Following the departure of his two callers on that day of the meeting in the bank, Nelson closed his desk and went home. He could work no more. For several days thereafter he was an unpleasant person to do business with. On mature consideration, what amazed him as much as anything else was the fact that Gray had made good in so short a time in such a big way. Evidently, however, it was only another story of a lucky break and an overnight fortune, a common occurrence these days, but it was doubly unfortunate under the circumstances, for already Nelson was carrying a load equal to his strength, and he told himself that he could not afford to be distracted, even temporarily, by the irresponsible actions of a maniac. One could never tell what a madman would do, and Gray had confessed himself a madman, a fanatic of the most dangerous type. There was but one course of action open, viz., to eliminate him, destroy him without delay. That was no easy task, even in these lawless times, but the stakes were too high to permit of half measures. There must be a way. One would have to be careful, of course, not to put oneself too much in the power of unscrupulous people, and alas, the world was full of unscrupulous people. It was a pity that people could be so unscrupulous as to take advantage of a bargain made in good faith. That was blackmail. However, the prestige of the Nelson name was great, the power of its money was potent, and Henry believed that he could protect himself from eventualities. After cautious deliberation, he sent word to one of his men in the Ranger field that he wished to see him. The man came promptly, and when he left Henry Nelson's house after a conference, he carried with him a perfectly clear idea of why he had been sent for. This despite the fact that he had not been told in so many words. He knew, for instance, that a certain Calvin Gray had become a menace to his employers, so dangerous that it was worth to them a substantial fortune to be rid of him, and that while Henry Nelson could under no circumstances countenance anything illegal, anything savoring of violence, nevertheless, if some accident should befall Gray, if some act of God should put an end to him, there would be no disposition on Henry's part to question the divine origin of that calamity. Furthermore, the speaker had made it plain that if Providence did take a hand in some such mysterious manner, he would then be in a position amply to reward his employee for many acts of loyalty that had apparently passed unrecognized. For instance, profitable deals were forever coming up, new acreage was constantly being acquired, and it would be easy to carry a third party for an interest which was bound to make the third party rich. All this was expressed with admirable vagueness, but the man understood. So much accomplished, Nelson went to Dallas, and there he undertook to learn something about the size of Calvin Gray's profits, who was behind him, and the extent of their backing, and what his prospects were. He followed every avenue of information. He even went so far as to hire an investigator and send him north to look up Gray's record and follow his tracks as far back as possible. Nelson was reconnoitering behind the enemy lines and testing the strength of his position. When he returned home, Gray was gone, whither he could not learn. As the days passed without further developments, Nelson began to believe that he had had a bad dream, and that Gray had merely been talking to hear his own voice. He devoutly hoped that such would prove to be the case. A time came, however, when his apprehensions were roused afresh, and it was Barbara Parker who rekindled them. She had come to the bank with an excellent proposition, and was doing her best to sell it. In the course of her conversation she referred to Gray in a manner that gave Nelson cause for thought. "I've looked this lease over," Bob was saying, "and I've seen the books. It's been producing 150 barrels a day steadily. Production like that is cheap. At $1,000 a barrel, it is worth $150,000, Henry." "Why is it offered for 75?" Bob shrugged. How did a boll weevil like this Jackson make even a 150-barrel well in the first place? Where did he get the money to drill? He's sick of the game, I suppose, and would be satisfied to get his money back with a reasonable profit. It is a find, really." "Looks so, for a fact. How did you get onto it, Bob?" "Purely by chance, through a man named Mallow, a scientist of some sort, with a magic tester." The girl laughed. "Don't know him." "Mallow is as queer as the rest of his kind, and I put no faith in his story until I investigated. But the well is there, doing 150 barrels as regular as clockwork. You'll have no trouble selling it." "Then you're not interested?" "Interested? Yes, indeed." Nelson nodded. "I'm quite excited, as a matter of fact, but I can't handle it at this particular time." "Frankly, I'm glad you can't," Barbara told him, "for now I can sell it to Mr. Gray." "Gray?" Henry looked up quickly. "If you wanted it for him, why did you bring it to me?" "Because Mr. Mallow insisted. He felt sure you'd jump at it. Besides, Mr. Gray is away, and prompt action is necessary. I'll wire him at once and ask him to accept my judgment." "Will he do so?" The girl colored faintly at the tone of this inquiry. "Perhaps. I think he believes in me, and that's more than you do. It's mighty flattering to a girl to have a man like Mr. Gray believe in her. Why, I'm practically his agent. He buys and sells through me whenever he can." "He's buying and selling, is he? He said something about entering this field in a big way." "He's in." Bob's eyes were sparkling. "Oh, things are looking up for Dad and me. Mr. Gray is a real miracle man, isn't he?" When this question evoked no response, the girl inquired curiously, "Tell me, are you and he such good friends as he says you are?" "Does he say we are good friends?" "Uh-huh. Well, he speaks admiringly of you, and if people admire me, I love them. He thinks you are a remarkably capable person. A determined fighter, I think he called you. That should be high praise, coming from a fellow officer. He probably outlined his plans to you." "He did." Nelson spoke dryly. "I assumed that he was relying on your judgment and taking your tips." "Why? How so?" "Because he has bought so much land alongside of yours." "Where?" Barbara was surprised. Why, I suppose you knew." After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I think I'd better keep my mouth closed. Just the same, he couldn't have done better than to follow your lead." "That is the first compliment I ever paid you, Henry." "I've paid you enough, and I do believe in you, Bob, but I'm not the flattering kind. He's a great ladies' man. I wonder if he's going to make me jealous." "You jealous? Coming from Wichita's most emotionless banker? From the cold country Croesus? That speech is almost a declaration." Miss Parker laughed frankly. "Why, Henry, my haughty little nose is turning up. I can feel it. But at last it proves your insincerity. If you had faith in my judgment, you'd pick up this snap." With some hesitation, the man said, "We're in deep, Bob, awfully deep, and things haven't gone as well as they should lately. It's temporary, of course, but it would require an extraordinary effort at this time to take on anything new. That's the worst of this oil game. It takes too much money to protect your holdings. It doesn't pay to prospect land for the benefit of your neighbor. The risks are too great. Gray has been pretty attentive to you, hasn't he?" "That's a part of the man. He is attentive to everybody. I have received more candy and flowers and delightful little surprises than in all my short, neglected life." "I didn't know you liked candy." "I don't, but I adore getting it. The thought counts. I don't care much for canaries either. I've had such bad luck with them. But he sent me the dearest thing from New York, a tiny mechanical bird with actual feathers, and it sings. It is a really truly yellow canary in a beautiful gold cage, and when you press a spring it perks its head, opens its beak, flirts its tail, and utters the most angelic song. It must have cost a fortune. Couldn't you love a man who would think of a present like that?" Could you?" "Oh, I'm joking, of course," Bob said seriously. "We are merely business associates, Mr. Gray and I, but he has a faculty for taking his personality into his business, and that's why I know he is bound to make a great success." "Some day," Nelson said, with an effort at lightness, "when we have finished with this infernal oil excitement and the fever has subsided, perhaps I'll have a chance to to play ladies' man. It won't last long." "It sure won't," laughed the girl. "You'd never make a go of it, Henry." "I meant this boom won't last. These fools think it will, but it won't. While it does last, we busy men have no time for anything else, no chance to think of anything, no room in our minds." The speaker stared gloomily into space. He shook his head. "When a fellow is worried about important matters, he neglects the little things." "To me, that is the tragedy of this oil excitement. It devours everything fine in us. I wonder if the little things of life aren't, after all, the most important. Mind you, I'm not hinting I don't want your attentions. I wouldn't have time for them anyhow, for I'm just as feverish as anybody else. But in the midst of all these new concerns, these sudden millions, this overnight success, our ambitious schemes, we are forgetting the things that really count. Gentleness, courtesy, love, home, children. They're pretty big, Henry. Candy and roses and yellow canaries, too. But, the speaker rose briskly, I didn't come here to talk about them. I came here to sell you an oil well. Sorry you can't take it." When she had gone, Nelson sat in a frowning study for some time. So it was not all a bad dream. What could be Gray's object in buying acreage adjoining his? Was it faith in his, Nelson's, judgment, a desire to ride to success on the tail of his enemy's kite, or did it mean a war of offsets, drilling operations, the instant a well came in? More likely the latter, if the maniac really meant what he had said. That promised to be an expensive and hazardous undertaking on Gray's part. That was playing the game on a scale too big for the fellow's limited resources, and yet it might be well to study the maps. Yes, and it was like Gray's effrontery to pay deliberate court to Bob Parker, knowing his rival's feelings toward the girl. Another insult. The upstart certainly possessed an uncanny dexterity in pricking armor joints. But what if Gray were in earnest? Bob had become a wonderfully desirable creature. She was the most attractive girl in Wichita Falls. It was a thought that had not previously presented itself to Henry Wilson, and it disturbed him now. He was glad indeed that he had sent a ranger for that field man. In and around the office of McWade and Stoner these days were busy. What with a couple of new wildcat promotions and a well going down on semi-proven ground, that lease which cornered into the Nelsons' holdings, and to which Stoner had called attention. It had been easy to sell stock in the latter enterprise, and now the deeper went the hole, the higher rose the hopes of the promoters. Stoner himself was directing operations, and he had named the well Avenger No. 1. Today he and his partner had been listening to Mallow, who concluded an earnest discourse with these words: "Nelson and her are partners in one deal, and he's stuck on her. If anybody can put it over, she's the one. If he buys that well, it'll be the biggest laugh this town ever had," McWade declared. "Buy it? 150 barrels in the heart of settled production for $75,000? I'll bet he'll buy it." "Think the boss will stand for that kind of a deal?" "Why not? They can't hang it on him, and heaven knows I'm honest." "He said nothing crooked." Mallow snorted. "Say, I bet you believe in Santa Claus. Gray's a great man, and what makes him great is that he does his own crooked work." Stoner was inclined to agree with Mallow's measure of their associate. "That's how I got him figured. His honesty talk didn't go far with me, and I don't believe he'll kick at anything. He's willing to pay any price to break this banker, but you can't bankrupt a fella unless you rip his coin loose. You can't ask him to please loosen. If we make a well of the Avenger, we'll force him to shoot maybe 100,000 right away, and that may cramp him for a while, but suppose he makes the turn and hits it like we do. We've made him that much stronger, haven't we? Gray plans to keep him spending faster than he can get it in, and that's all right if it works. But if Mallow can bilk him for 75,000 at one fell swipe, well, I'll bet my best gold tooth that the boss will stand the shock like a man." "I think you both got Gray all wrong," said McWade. "He's too smart to be crooked." This was a statement so absurd that Mallow proceeded to riddle it. It was upon its face a contradiction, for none but smart men could be crooked, and the laws of logic proved the converse to be equally true. Stoner sat in frowning silence while the argument raged, but he broke in finally. "I've always wanted to pull a real salting job. just to show how easy it is to gyp the cagey ones. Not an oil can job like this, but something big. This looks like the physiological moment." "Lay off, I tell you," McWade cried. "We're a legitimate firm, solid as Gibraltar and safe as a church. That's our motto, and we got to live up to it. I came into Wichita on the roof of a Pullman. I'm going out in a drawing room. Me and sin are strangers." "Nothing sinful about my idea, Mac. One fall or two won't break Nelson. We've got to spill him hard. If we can pick up a few pennies ourselves in the process, why, that's legitimate. The dealer is entitled to his percentage, ain't he? Now, listen. Everybody's getting set for a big play over in Arkansas, as you know, salting away cheap acreage and waiting for some of the wildcats to come in. Well, last year I had a tool dresser up from there. Nice boy, but he got pneumonia and it turned into the con, so I took him home. He's back on his farm now, coughing his life away and doing a little bootlegging to keep body and cough together. He's got a big place, but it's all run down and so poor you couldn't raise a dust on it with a bellows. It would be a Christian act to help him sell that goat pasture for enough to go to some nice warm country where he'd get well and they couldn't extradite him." "Of course, if you've got a scheme that is perfectly safe," McWade ventured charitably, "and our bit was worth it, I've been thinking we might help the boy sell that farm to Nelson." "How?" Mallow, too, was curious. "Nelson's lungs are healthy. He wouldn't cough a nickel unless the place had oil on it." "I meant to tell you it's got oil on it. Best indication I ever saw. There's a drinking well, only the water ain't fit to drink till you skim off the rainbow. Then there's a wonderful seepage into a creek. You can see the oil oozing out from under the bank in one place. Certainly is pretty." Stoner's hearers were intent. They exchanged puzzled glances. Mallow was the first to speak. "Come on, what's the joker? I ain't saying you'd murder the guy for that farm, but if it's as good as that, he'd have died of the plague or something and left it to you long before this." "In a way, I'm getting ahead of my story," Stoner continued imperturbably. "The oil ain't actually visible, but it will be if, when, and as Henry Nelson gets ready to buy it. Easy enough to pour oil into a water well, I suppose, but that wouldn't fool a child. As for salting running water, a creek, show me." "There's a lot for you to learn in this business, Mallow. The point is, can we lay Nelson against a bunch of acreage like that?" "You could lay me against it if it looks like you say it does," McWade declared. "This bootlegger being half dead and non compos mentis would help put it over with a man like Nelson. He'd set him in a draft while he was signing the option. I'll guarantee the seepage to last for a month, even if he has the well bailed out every day, and the creek will carry oil for half a mile. Would your one lung friend know how to play in?" "Would he? It was his idea. And all that kept us off it last year was the fact that the oil would have to be hauled about 30 miles, and we didn't have the price between us to hire a truck." For some time the trio discussed the various angles of Stoner's proposition, endeavoring, if possible, to devise some natural way of intriguing the interest of Henry Nelson. On this score McWade had fewer apprehensions than did his companions, his contention being that it mattered not how the matter was brought to the banker's attention so long as the property would stand investigation. Nelson was bound to be suspicious, anyhow, and a sale depended entirely upon the character of the oil showing. McWade's coolness toward the enterprise, it transpired, was occasioned not by a loftier sense of rectitude than his associates displayed, but by lingering doubts as to the profits involved. Not until Brick declared that his tubercular friend would accede to any arrangement he saw fit to make did the junior partner fall in with the proposal. If it's a fair, square deal all around, I'm for it," the latter finally agreed. "But we can't afford to have any guy squawking that we did him up, especially if he's only got one lung to holler with. We're a legitimate firm, and we've got to treat our clients right. I think a 50-50 split would be reasonable." Stoner, too, thought that would be about right, and so it was left. Mallow was highly enthusiastic. "This will be a great surprise to Gray," he said, with animation. "It's mighty lucky he's got a gang like us to help him." Chapter 17. To learn that her mountain retreat had been invaded and that she had been spied upon filled Ma Briskow with dismay. But when Allie found fault with her behavior, the elder woman burned with resentment. "We're queer enough," the girl said, "without you cutting up crazy and making folks talk. If you want to dance, for goodness sakes hire somebody to teach you, same as I did." Mrs. Briskow had silently endured her daughter's criticism up to this point, but now her lips tightened and there was a defiant tilt to her head. "Who says I want to dance?" she demanded. "I can dance good enough." "What was you up to the other day? That Delamater man said you was acting plumb nutty." "I wasn't doing anything." "Where do you go every day, Ma? You stay around nice and quiet till Miss Ring or I look the other way, then you're gone." "I kind of visit around." "Who do you visit with? You don't know anybody. Nobody ever speaks to us. You ain't in earnest about those fairies and things, are you?" "It ain't nobody's business where I go or what I do," Ma declared, in sullen exasperation. "I ain't bothering anybody, am I?" "Don't say ain't. Say isn't." For once in her patient life the mother flamed into open rebellion. "Don't me!" she cried. "You're getting that don't habit off Miss Ring, and nothing I say or do is right any more. You mind your own isn'ts, and I'll handle my ain'ts. I got places where I go and things I do. I don't bother nobody. I guess we got enough money so I can do things as I want to, as long as I don't bother nobody." "Why don't you take Pa along? He'd go. Then people—" "Mind your own business," the old woman snapped. She flounced out of the room, leaving Allie amazed and indignant at this burst of temper. That day Ma Briskow abandoned her mountain fastness. She took her faithful retainers with her and led them further up the ravine to a retreat that was truly inaccessible. She moved them, bag and baggage. Of course there was a scene. The children cried, the women wailed, the men wept. But she told them that traitors had betrayed their hiding place to the dastardly Duke of Dallas, and any moment might bring his cutthroat crew upon them. Some of the younger bloods were for remaining and selling their lives dearly, but Ma would not hear to it. It was quite an undertaking to move a whole nomad tribe, for there were all the household belongings, the cattle, the sheep, the goats, the milk-white Arabian steeds, the butter and eggs and homemade preserves, and all the paraphernalia of a warlike people. It is surprising how stuff accumulates in a mountain fastness. But she managed the retreat with conspicuous ability. Ma led the long caravan into the bed of a running stream, so that there would remain not a single footprint to guide pursuers. Then she sat in her saddle and gazed back at the silent camping place. Trap her, huh? Come upon her unprepared, would they? Ha ha! She laughed scornfully and tossed her head of midnight hair as she pictured the Duke's rage at finding he had been foiled again, and by a mere slip of a girl. This was a good game, and exciting, too. Fetch Pa Briskow along, indeed. Why, these wild mountain folks would kill him. In their present mood, they would rend a stranger hip from thigh, if they dreamed, for instance, that she, their queen, was married. Here was a new thought, and Ma's imagination leaped at it. If these passionate people suspected that she had contracted a secret marriage with the Earl of Briskow, their jealousy would know no bounds. They would probably slay Pa. Ma shuddered at the horrible vision of what would happen to Pa. This was truly thrilling. Later on in the morning Mrs. Briskow discovered that she possessed another amazing accomplishment, viz., the ability to walk on a ceiling upside down, like a fly. It was extremely amusing, for it enabled a person to see right into everything. Pa and Allie looked very funny from above. The next day, when she stealthily slipped out of her French window, she found Calvin Gray idly rocking on the veranda. He welcomed her appearance and pretended not to see her embarrassment at the meeting. He was glad of this chance for a visit with her alone. Perhaps she was going for a walk and would take him along. Ma was annoyed and suspicious. She liked Gray, but she was as wary as a trout, and she refused to be baited. She would allow him to walk with her, but lead him to the retreat? Well, hardly. The man was piqued, for suspicion irked him. It was a tribute to his patience and to his knack of inspiring confidence that Ma finally told him about Allie's criticism and her resentment thereat. "I got my own way of enjoying myself, and I don't care what people think," she declared, with some heat. "Quite right. It's none of their darned business, Ma." "She thinks I'm kind of crazy, and I guess I am. But it comes from living so long in the heat and the drought and always wanting things I couldn't have. Always been sort of thirsty in the head. When you want things all your life and never have 'em, you get so you play you've got 'em." The man nodded. "You've had a hard time. Your life was starved. I'm so glad the money came in time." "You see, I never had time to play, or a good place to play in, even when I was a little girl. But this is like books I've read." "Are these mountains what you thought they would be?" "Oh, they're better," Ma breathed. "It's too bad Allie's got to spoil everything." "I shall speak to her. We won't let her spoil anything. Now, tell me how you play." But Ma flushed faintly, and for some time longer she refused confidence. It didn't matter. It was all an old woman's foolishness. Nobody would understand. Gray was not insistent. Nevertheless, before long they were on their way to the glen. It was a glorious morning. The forest was beautiful, and as the two strolled through it, Ma's companion told her many things about trees and flowers and birds and bees that she had never dreamed of. Now Gray's natural history was shockingly inaccurate. Nevertheless, it was interesting, and it was told in a manner both whimsical and sprightly. He made up outrageous stories. He took no shame in seriously recounting experiences of his own that Ma knew were wholly imaginary. She told him finally, "Sakes alive, you're as crazy as I am." This he denied with spirit. Forests were enchanted places, and trolls dwelt in the mountains. There was no question about that. Most people never took time to see them, that was all. Now, as for him, he had actually beheld naiads and dryads, nixies and pixies at play. At least, he had practically been upon the point of seeing them. Ma herself must have come across places they had just left, but probably she had lacked the patience to await their return or the faith to woo them into being. There were little woods people, too, no bigger than your thumb, whose drinking goblets were acorn cups and whose plates were shiny leaves. He showed her how to set a fairy tablecloth with her handkerchief and with toadstools for seats. In a reckless burst of confidence, Ma told him how it felt to walk upside down like a fly and to go bounding through the woods like a thistledown. Gray had never tried it, but he was interested. Then finally, alas, the inconsistency of woman, she told him all about her hidden band of mountaineers. Now this was something he could understand. This was more his speed. He insisted upon making the personal acquaintance of those bold followers of hers, and upon hearing the whole sad story of the Princess Pensacola. The history of her struggle against the wicked Duke of Dallas moved him. He wove new details of his own into it, and before Ma knew it, he was actually playing the part of the Duke. The Duke, it appeared, was a hard and haughty man, but at heart he was not all bad. When he had listened to the story of his victim's wrongs, and more fully appreciated the courage, the devotion of her doughty followers, he was touched. For her sake and theirs, he proposed a truce to this ruinous struggle. What kind of truce? Well, he refused entirely to renounce his claim to the throne, but they might share it. He was a handsome man, and no wickeder than the general run of dukes. He would make a becoming husband to the beauteous princess, and if she set her mind to it, she could probably make a better person of him. Thus would the warring factions be united. Thus would the blessings of peace descend. But the princess raised her slim jeweled hand and spoke thus: "Too late, your honor. I've been married to His Royal Highness the Earl of Briskow, and it serves you right the way you done us both." The Duke fell into a great rage at this. He refused to believe it, and threatened to annul the marriage. "Oh, you can't do that," tittered the princess. "We was married by the royal justice of the peace, and we got 2 children." Here was a blow. The Duke was crushed until a happy thought came to him. If cruel fate prevented him from claiming the Princess Pensacola for a bride, he would take her for a mother. He had always wanted a mother, anyhow. Lack of maternal care it was that accounted for his wildness. It was enough to ruin any duke, and mothers were much nicer than wives. They were much harder to get, also. "Lord, I wish you meant it," Ma exclaimed in a matter-of-fact tone. "I wish Allie were a real princess. Maybe—" Gray broke in with a laugh. "There, you've spoiled the play. The Duke has fled." Mrs. Briskow's wrinkled face beamed. "Think of a great big man like you playing pretend with a foolish old woman like me. I thought you had more sense." "I live in my own land of pretend, just as you do. Why, I have a real princess of my own." "Honest?" Gray nodded. "The Princess of Wichita Falls. Would you like to hear about her? Well, she's small and dainty, as princesses should be, and her eyes are like bluebells, Ma. They are brave, honest eyes that can laugh or cry, the sort of eyes that makes a man's head swim when he looks into them too long. She carries herself like a great lady, and she's very cool and princess-like to men, but in reality she's just an adorable feminine creature who wants to be loved. When she laughs, 2 deep dimples come into her cheeks, marks of royal favor. Some people may consider her too stern, too matter-of-fact, but she isn't. In her boudoir there is scent and sachet and frilly, ribbony things that nobody ever sees, and flowers from me. She loves roses best of all, and she says she buries her face in them. I send her roses mostly, so they can kiss her cheeks for me. A tiny yellow lovebird in a tiny yellow cage sings her awake every morning. I taught it the song it warbles, but she'll never understand what the little bird is trying to say." Ma Briskow had listened with rapt attention. Now she inquired, "Does she love you?" "Didn't I tell you this was my game of pretense?" Gray said, gaily. "Do you really think that an adorable creature whose head is full of girlish notions and youthful ideals could care for the worldly, wicked old Duke of Dallas? I am old, Ma, and I gone the gait." "Pshaw, you ain't any such thing." "Well, perhaps I'm a better lover than I believe. Who knows? Fortunately, however, it is all just an amusing game." The speaker rose and looked at his watch. "It's lunch time, Mother Briskow, and I'm famished." As the two entered the hotel grounds, Gus and Allie hurried to meet them, and the latter exclaimed irritably, "It's about time you showed up. We've been looking everywhere for you." At sight of her husband's face, Ma inquired in sudden anxiety, "What's wrong, Gus?" "It's Buddy," Allie declared. "'Tain't serious," Briskow said, "and it is, too. He left school run away. Here, Mr. Gray, see what you make out of it." Gray read aloud the letter that was handed to him, a letter from the principal of the institution that he himself had recommended, stating that Ozark had disappeared without doing the college authorities the courtesy of leaving an address. Inasmuch as he had never expressed the slightest dissatisfaction with his surroundings, the writer was at a loss to explain the reason for this disappearance. As to Ozark's safety, there was no immediate cause for apprehension, for he had taken with him 3 trunks of clothing, a high-powered touring car, and a Belgian police dog. But certain of the young man's exploits that had come to light since his departure aroused grave doubts in the principal's mind of his moral well-being. "What's it mean?" the mother inquired. "It means that Buddy has taken a vacation. How much money has he?" "He's got plenty," Gus declared. "More'n's good for him, if—" "If what?" Ma queried. Gus halted. It was Allie who answered. "If he done what we think he's done, gone away after some woman." "Some woman?" Ma stared blankly from one face to another. "Buddy in love? Well, he never wrote me nothing about being in love." Reading a further message in her husband's expression, she cried fiercely, "He's a good boy. He wouldn't take up with nobody that wasn't nice. What makes you think it's a girl?" "I didn't say girl, Ma. I said woman. Buddy's been writing to me and—" "What's the difference? Maybe he's in love with some nice young woman and they've run away to get married. Buddy's handsome and they got nice women everywhere." "Love with all his money and him only up to fractions?" Allegheny laughed scornfully. Gus Briskow wiped his face with a nervous hand. "I'm most sick over it," he confessed. "The Professor has written me a couple of times about him. Buddy's gone wild, I guess, drinking and—" "Drinking?" Gray interrupted sharply. "Why didn't you tell me? So you gave him unlimited money in spite of my warning?" "He wanted his own bank account, his share of the royalties. Made him feel more like a man, he said. I never learned how to say no to him or Allie. Ma and I always said no to each other, but it was always yes to them. We never had much to give 'em, no way." "Drinking, huh?" Gray was frowning. "The woman part I don't care so much about. He'll probably get over that if it isn't too serious. But whiskey, that's different. I'm responsible for that boy, in a manner of speaking. I adopted him because he flattered me by pretending to admire me. It was a unique experience. I took Buddy for my own." "Will you let me handle this matter?" The speaker looked from one parent to the other, and they saw that his face was grimly set. "Give me my way, and I'll bring that young rascal to time or—" He shrugged, he smiled faintly. "Give me permission to treat him as if he were really my own, will you?" "You got my leave," said the father, but Ma Briskow bristled. "Don't you dast hurt him!" she cried. Again Gray shrugged, this time with resignation. "As you will. I was wild myself. I think I know what he needs." "You can't beat anything into Buddy's head." It was Allie speaking. "After all, he's grown up, and what right has anybody got to interfere with him? Suppose it is a woman. Suppose she is after his money. It's his. Men can get what they want by paying for it. An hour, a day, a week of happiness. Ain't that worth all Buddy will have to pay? I'd pay. I'd go through the torture the rest of my life." "Allegheny Briskow!" the mother exclaimed. "Well, I would." The girl's voice broke. A sudden agitation seized her. In passionate defiance she went on. "What's the use of wanting something all your life and never getting it? What's money for if you can't buy the one thing you want worst of all? That's where men have got the best of it. They can buy love. I wish I was a man. I wish I was Buddy. I'd have my day, my week, and as much more as I could pay for. I'd have happiness that long if it broke my heart. But I'm a girl." It was with sudden interest that Gray studied the speaker. Here was a side to the Briskow character that he had not suspected, and it gave him a new light upon Buddy. For brother and sister were much alike. It showed him more clearly the size of the task he had volunteered to undertake. He heard the father speaking, and reluctantly withdrew his eyes from Allie's flaming face. "He likes you, Mr. Gray, and maybe you can keep him from spoiling his whole life. That's what he's liable to do. I'm scared. He wouldn't listen to me. Boys don't listen to their fathers." "I'll find him, Gus, and I'll make him listen to me. If it is drink, I'll break him of it. If it is a woman, I'll break him of that, too, for it can't be more than a passing fancy." Noting the tragic concern that wrinkled Ma Briskow's face, he put an arm around her, saying more gently, Now, I won't deny you the luxury of worrying, Ma dear. That is a mother's divine prerogative. But rest assured, Buddy shan't do himself any great harm. Now then, let's get to a long-distance phone." It was perhaps 2 hours before Gray reported to Gus Briskow. "They don't know much more at the school than what was written in that letter. He has been going a rather lively pace lately, it seems." "Did you find anything out about the woman?" "Nothing definite. I have put detectives on the case, and they will report to me at Wichita Falls. As soon as they uncover his trail, I'll go to Buddy at once." "You're going to leave us?" "I must. I just received a telegram from my agent about the purchase of a well. It's a matter that can't wait." "I can't thank you for all you've done for us. We was in bad shape till you come. Now everything is straight again. That's my job, Gus, to do little odd favors for those I love. You stay here, for Ma's happy, and this place is making a girl out of her. Allie is doing wonders with herself, too. By the way, she needn't be lonely any more. I've talked to some of the guests, and they want to make friends with her. She'll find them nice people, and you must make her meet them halfway. Perhaps she'll become interested in some decent young fellow. I'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Would ye?" The tone of his inquiry caused Gray to glance more keenly at the speaker, but Briskow's bright eyes told him nothing. "Why, naturally. Allie is becoming more attractive every day, and she is going to make something of herself. She is going to do us all proud." As soon as he was alone, Gray eagerly reread his telegram from Wichita Falls. It was from Barbara Parker, the first, by the way, he had ever received, and he smiled at the girl's efforts to be thoroughly businesslike and at the same time to convey the full urgency of her message. Why had she economized on words when every one was precious to him? Buy that well? Of course he would, if she so earnestly desired it, but what was better by far than the prospect of a profitable purchase was the fact of her personal interest in him. When it came to the last line of her message, Bob had plunged into a 10-word riot of extravagance. "The bird is darling. I have named him after you." Gray wondered if these words really meant what they seemed to imply, or if it was merely her bubbling enthusiasm that spoke. Well, he would soon find out. Already he had wasted too much time on the Briskows. A man's duty ever lies in the way of his desire. But once he had rounded up Buddy, perhaps the family would be able to take care of itself. He hoped so, for it was assuming the character of a liability. It was late that night. The southbound flyer had gone through. The Briskows were sitting in the pleasant parlor of their handsome suite, but they were like three mourners. Ma and Pa were soberly discussing the news about Buddy. Allegheny was staring in somber meditation at nothing. The girl was bitter, rebellious, for never had she felt so utterly alone as this moment. To that question which was monotonously repeating itself she could form no answer. Did he care, or was it all pity, just his way? She heard his name and her own mentioned, and she became attentive. "What's that? He wants me to meet these people halfway?" she inquired. "What for? I don't like 'em." "He says you'll get to like 'em, and they'll get to like you. He says you're going ahead tremendous, and we'll all be proud of you. Maybe you'll meet some nice young feller." "He said that, did he?" Allie's voice was sharp. "Not exactly, but " "He asked 'em to be nice to me. He fixed it all up. Is that it? I've got lots of money. Some man'll make love to me and I'll fall in love with him. Is that what he said?" "He didn't put it that way. What he said was more." Allegheny rose with an exclamation of anger. "Well, I won't meet him. He'd better mind his own business." "Why, Allie!" the mother exclaimed, in mild reproach. "I won't. I hate him. I hate everybody. Him with his high and fancy ways," the girl choked. "He looks down on us the same as other folks does, and I don't blame him. He acts like we was cattle, and we are." Her own scorn appeared to whip the speaker into a higher frenzy. "Now he's gone off to spoil Buddy's doin's. Buttin' in, that's what it is. If I knew where Buddy is, I'd warn him. I'd tell him to look out. I'd tell him to grab his chance when it comes along, if it takes all the Briskow money and all the Briskow wells. He's lucky, Buddy is. It don't make any difference who he took up with, if he loves her." Never but once before had the Briskows seen their daughter in a mood like this, and that was on the occasion of their first visit to Dallas. Now they sat numb and speechless as she raved on. "Playing with us to amuse himself. It's a game with him. He ain't got anything better to do. Why, he even shows us how to dress. With a touch he says I work miracles. I transform you from something dark and common into a thing of passion. Passion! What the hell does he know about passion? He's a doctor, he is, cutting up a live dog to see what ails it. A live dog that's tied down, cutting it up. Oh, my God! I wish I was Buddy." It was several moments after the door of Allie's room had slammed behind her before Gus Briskow spoke, and then it was with a deep sigh. "I've been afraid of something like this, Ma. I reckon we're going to pay dear for our money before we get through." "And him with a princess in Wichita Falls," the mother quavered. Chapter 18.